Chapter 1287. As soon as the light mare folk were raised, Yangfeng immediately took over their sphere of influence, and a huge mechanical legion stationed themselves on the holy celestial beasts occupied by the light mare folk and frantically mined the resources inside. All kinds of precious resources poured into Yangfeng's hands. Yangfeng took over the forces subordinated to the Bloodhare Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy, and countless precious resources were developed from their original territories and sent to Yangfeng. After the news that the Bloodhare Snake Great Holy and the Flying Crane Great Holy sold themselves as slaves spread, countless races of the universe came to Yangfeng's side. The Battle Demon sect's power expanded almost every day, and it became the #1 force in the universe. The Battle Demon sect's branch floating continent headquarters. Inside a huge munitions factory covering an area of 100,000 kilometers, there's a circular mechanical fortress with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers. In this mechanical fortress, countless runes flashed and shone with a mysterious light. A mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse runes slowly formed in the center of the mechanical fortress. It's almost done. In front of the circular mechanical fortified fortress, Yangfeng stared at the circular mechanical fortified fortress, his eyes flashing with a scorching glint. This mechanical fortress is an evolved version of the level 7 stronghold of the Shizu, the world of warlocks, the Blasteel race, and the Shido civilization. Once the level 7 stronghold is successfully built, Yangfeng will truly have the strength to face an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Originally, this level 7 stronghold was a sphere with a diameter of 10,000 kilometers. But after adding secret origin stones and countless treasures of heaven and earth, it shrunk to 1,000 kilometers in diameter. The mysterious, resplendent, and abstruse rune condensed with great difficulty. All of a sudden, it trembled slightly, and a mighty force enveloped the center and crushed the rune. Crack! In the center of the circular mechanical fortified stronghold, a huge hole appeared. A mechanical egg located in the center was revealed. It failed. How could it fail? Shouldn't my deduction be perfect? What's missing? Yangfeng watched as the center of the mechanical fortress cracked open, and his gaze turned gloomy. Mechanical tentacles extended from all parts of the mechanical fortress and began to repair it. After consuming countless precious resources, the level 7 stronghold finally started up again, and the cracks healed quickly. Inch by inch, the mysterious runes condensed back into form. Standing quietly in front of the level 7 stronghold, countless runes flickered in Yangfeng's eyes as he stared at the mysterious rune. The mysterious rune is a crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations deduced by Yangfeng. Yangfeng's level 7 stronghold surpassed the scope of Shizu technology and possessed infinite evolutionary potential. If he fails, Yangfeng will get a level 7 Shizu stronghold. However, the level 7 stronghold can barely suppress an ordinary warlock emperor rank powerhouse at most. Its evolution potential isn't great. After all, the energy level of the Shizu's universe was far lower than that of the world of warlocks. The pinnacle and limit of the Shizu's technology was the level that suppressed ordinary emperors. It was naturally not that easy to surpass it. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. The mysterious rune of the level 7 fort finally began to condense to the last step. Suddenly, a powerful force appeared and blasted towards the mysterious rune. A cold ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole emerged and swept towards the powerful force. In an instant, the devour black hole collapsed, and Yangfeng's body exploded. Countless wounds appeared on his body, and blood dripped on the ground. Soul. He still lacks soul force. He needs the purest soul force. Without a soul, and almost advancing to the Emperor realm, he violated the laws of the universe. That's why he suffered the backlash of the universe. A trace of enlightenment welled up in Yangfeng's mind. Countless runes shone on the twilight god armor, and tremendous soul force poured into the mysterious rune from the Kamo stone. Yangfeng silently recited an incantation and waved his hand, triggering the laws of the universe and tearing the void. The projection of the myriad soul temple appeared, and a tremendous amount of pure soul force poured into the mysterious rune. A soul seed that is as bright as a star and exudes endless mysterious aura condensed, absorbed the mysterious rune power, and then disappeared into the base. In an instant, a fearsome energy storm set off in an area of millions of light years in radius. Waves of terrifying energy gushed from all directions and converged in the battle demon sect, forming a terrifying energy vortex that continuously entered the battle demon sect's branch floating continent. What happened? Did the Heaven Holy finally take that step and advance to the Emperor Realm? How is that possible? How can he advance to the Emperor Realm so quickly? Didn't he fail to break through to the Emperor Realm? The Heaven Holy has already failed to break through to the Emperor Realm once. So how can he break through to the Emperor Realm again so quickly? The major forces sent powerhouses to monitor the movements of the battle demon sect at all times. When the energy in the area of millions of light years was extracted, it formed all kinds of phenomena, which made the powerhouses of the major races shudder with fear. When Yangfeng was a quasi-Empyrean, he was already tyrannical and invincible in the universe. Unless an emperor appeared, who could compete with him? When he was a quasi-Empyrean, he suppressed the major forces of the universe to the point that they couldn't breathe. If he advanced to the Emperor Realm directly, then the major forces of the universe could only bow their heads and let Yangfeng do whatever he wanted. Yangfeng's heart stirred, and he silently recited an incantation and pointed with a finger. A copious amount of water from the gold lake in the center of the battle demon sect's branch floating continent churned and poured into the level 7 stronghold. The law of karma fluctuated in the void, and the gold lake's water from the other 8 branch floating continents was extracted and poured into the level 7 stronghold. The gold lake's water is the essence of the branch floating continent, the foundation of the holy step. If a quasi-holy wants to break through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm, they can get the support of the Gold Lake water and increase their chances of breaking through by 10%. It is very difficult for anyone to get a bit of the Gold Lake's water. But Yangfeng extracted the Gold Lake's water. No one on the branch floating continent dared to say a word. The 9 branch floating continents have already belonged to the human race, with the battle demon sect occupying 2 branch floating continents. The Azure Dragon race, the Fenghuang race, and the other races have moved away from the floating continents they originally occupied. The level 7 stronghold absorbed all kinds of energy frantically. Yangfeng took out countless magic crystals and source crystals and threw them to the level 7 stronghold to absorb. Like the center of a whirlpool, the battle demon sect's branch floating continent extracted the energy within millions of light years. 10 years passed in a flash. The energy whirlpool shrouding the battle demon sect's branch floating continent suddenly collapsed and disappeared. The advancement failed. There's no anomaly. Is this an advancement failure? In 10 years, he achieved nothing. That's great. He finally failed. Heaven Holy, the advancement failed. In the various universes, the powerhouses who were watching this scene heaved a sigh of relief. If Yangfeng had advanced to the Empyrean realm and become the human race's 9th Warlock Emperor before the Empyreans awakened, no one would have survived. The battle demon sect's branch floating continent, within the huge munitions factory, the control center of the level 7 stronghold split open, and a mechanical egg emerged. The mechanical egg engraved with countless runes opened, and a devastatingly beautiful woman with jade-like skin, waist-length black hair, and a mysterious aura opened her eyes. This devastatingly beautiful woman is the crystallization of the Shizu's level 7 stronghold, a king of sovereigns. As the crystallization of Shizu technology, kings of sovereigns can take various forms. They can be a burly man, a starry sky behemoth, or a tentacle freak with countless tentacles. However, Yang Feng still created a beautiful king of sovereigns according to his own aesthetic standards. The beautiful king of sovereigns leaped out of the level 7 stronghold. The planet-sized level 7 stronghold flickered with light and turned into a mysterious rune that entered the forehead of the king of sovereigns and formed a mysterious rune. Greetings, my lord. The beautiful king of sovereigns came to in front of Yang Feng, knelt on one knee, lowered her proud head, and said respectfully, "As the creator of the king of sovereigns, Yang Feng has supreme authority and is recognized by the king of sovereigns from the bottom of his soul." Yang Feng looked at the king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes. "Let me see what you can do." "Yes, my lord." The king of sovereigns smiled sweetly. A mysterious light appeared on her. The 12 rulers with the highest evolution among the 12 rulers appeared. As soon as the 12 rulers appeared, they saluted Yang Feng and then knelt in front of the king of sovereigns. Even the phantom ruler, who has already advanced to the great holy realm, is no exception. The king of sovereigns flickered with a flick of her wrist, and an exquisite whip appeared in her hand, and she whipped the great holy step phantom ruler. The phantom ruler trembled slightly. Countless runes flickered, and she absorbed the power of the whip and broke through quickly. After a dozen-plus breaths of time, Empyrean step power slowly spread from the phantom ruler. Chapter 1288. When Yang Feng saw this scene, his eyes flashed with excitement. That's quasi-Empyrean rank power. To be able to promote a great holy step ruler to the quasi-Empyrean realm. How fearsome. Each quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse is a pinnacle great holy step powerhouse who has taken that step and set foot in the domain of the Empyrean realm. In theory, 100 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses can contend against an Empyrean if they join forces. But that's just a theory. Among the 8 warlock dynasties, the Transcendent Dynasty has produced the most quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, but it only has 36 quasi-Empyreans. Of the 36 quasi-Empyreans, only 7 are human quasi-Empyreans. The rest are powerhouses of different races who were subdued by the Transcendent Lord. If the Sovereign Monarch can produce 1,000 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, then apart from invincible Overlord rank Empyreans, Yang Feng is confident that he can slay the rest of the Empyrean rank powerhouses. The Sovereign Monarch brandished the ruler's whip and whipped a Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone, and tremendous power entered the Vajra ruler. Countless runes shone on the Vajra ruler's body, and its fluctuations of power rose steadily. It broke through all the way, and a fearsome aura spread, and it advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank in one fell swoop. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he laughed excitedly. Great! After the Phantom Ruler and the Vajra ruler advanced to the quasi-Empyrean realm, Yang Feng gained 2 more trump cards. They are terrifying existences that can reverse the situation at a critical time. Yang Feng looked at the Sovereign Monarch with a look of expectation, hoping that she can make the other 10 Holy Step ruler robots evolve into quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. The power I accumulated has been exhausted. To make them evolve, I need the following resources. Maybe after 100 years, one of them can advance to a quasi-Empyrean. The Sovereign Monarch shook her head and waved her lily-white hand, and a speck of light entered Yang Feng's hand. So many resources are needed. However, as long as there are enough resources, I can create a steady stream of quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses. It's too cost-effective. Countless streams of data flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. He frowned slightly, then relaxed his eyebrows and revealed a smile. Any quasi-emperor powerhouse was a terrifying existence that could shake the universe, and it was difficult to find a match for them. On the Eternal Road, the strongest experts among the Eternal Emperor clans were only peak great saints. A king of sovereigns could allow a saint's sovereign to become a half-emperor in just 100 years. This kind of ability was simply heaven-defying. This meant that in 10,000 years, he would be able to create 100 quasi-emperors. The joint forces of 100 quasi-emperors was sufficient to crush an ordinary emperor. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful king of sovereigns with a scorching shade in his eyes, and he uttered, "Come, let's fight. Let me see what you're capable of." "Yes, my lord." The sovereign of sovereigns smiled sweetly and spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge mechanical sphere appeared. Light of teleportation shot out from mechanical sphere and enveloped her and Yang Feng. In an instant, the sovereign of sovereigns and Yang Feng appeared in a mysterious space as vast as a starfield. "This is a spatial world. It seems that you are very confident that you can withstand my power." Yang Feng looked at the vast starfield with enigmatic light in his eyes. At a glance, he saw that the vast and mysterious space is the space inside the level 7 stronghold. With Yang Feng's current strength, he can destroy stars and destroy a world with a wave of his hand. A grade 3 plane can hardly withstand his full power. Since the sovereign of sovereigns dared to use the space inside the level 7 stronghold as the battlefield to fight Yang Feng, he naturally has great confidence. The sovereign of sovereigns uttered with a smile, "My lord is about to promote to an Empyrean. This battlefield can no longer bear a fight." With his intelligence, Yang Feng understood what the sovereign of sovereigns implied at once. As a quasi-Empyrean, it is impossible for him to cause irreparable damage to the level 7 stronghold. Interesting. Fourth form. Excitement flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. The armor of dawn shone brightly, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. A halberd of the god of battle appeared in Yang Feng's hand. With the halberd of the god of battle, Yang Feng slashed out, and countless brave phantoms and battle techniques emerged and barreled towards the sovereign of sovereigns. The sovereign of sovereigns smiled sweetly and waved his snow-white right hand, and a mountain of white jade descended from the sky and barreled towards the countless brave phantoms. The mountain of white jade slammed into the countless brave phantoms like a meteor, crushed the battle techniques unleashed by the countless brave phantoms, and then slammed into Yang Feng and sent him flying 10,000 kilometers away. "Ah, good, good, good." Although Yang Feng cut a sorry figure, but he laughed heartily, his eyes filled with joy. The stronger the sovereign of sovereigns is, the stronger Yang Feng is. After testing it, he found that the sovereign of sovereigns is unfathomable, far stronger than the seriously injured Red Caltrip Lord. Moreover, the sovereign of sovereigns hasn't used his full strength yet. Yang Feng looked at the devastatingly beautiful sovereign of sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "You don't have a name yet, so I will give you one. From now on, you are called Zero." The sovereign of sovereigns responded with a smile. "Thank you, my lord." Ripples appeared in the starry sky outside God-Blood Plain, and a fearsome interstellar fleet emerged. With a flash of bloody light, the blood-hair snake Great Holy flew to the front of the fleet, looked down, smiled coldly, and barked. "True blood kindred true ancestors, come out. My lord, the Heaven Holy want to see you." Fearsome sound waves reverberated in God-Blood Plain. Heaven Holy, the #1 powerhouse of the world of warlocks. The Heaven Holy who is invincible under the Empyrean realm. The Heaven Holy who killed the Empyrean realm expert Red Caltrip Lord. The future 9th warlock emperor of the human race. When the true blood, kindred and God-Blood Plain heard the voice of the blood-hair snake Great Holy, their countenance changed dramatically, and they trembled. 6 kindred powerhouses flew out of the 6 palaces and floated in the void. "Greetings, Heaven Holy!" Each of the 6 kindred true ancestors is a peerlessly handsome person with extraordinary temperament. Each true ancestor is a Holy Spirit warlock rank powerhouse who founded a kindred family with tremendous power. In many universes, there are their bloodline descendants. Each of them is a bigwig in the universe. But at this time, they can only salute Yang Feng respectfully, not daring to make any unusual movements. "Heaven Holy, I have offended you before. Please forgive me. I am willing to offer you 20 springs of immortality. I will also give you all the bloodline descendants of the 7th true ancestor. Please forgive me. When the third true ancestor saw Yang Feng sitting on a luxurious litter atop the flagship, his face turned pale and his body trembled slightly. Yang Feng glanced at the third true ancestor with ridicule in his eyes and said with a cold smile, "You want me to forgive you? Fine, I'll give you a way out. Extract every single drop of true blood from your body." When they heard this, a chill ran down the backs of the 6 kindred true ancestors. True blood is the source of power for true blood kindred. The true blood of a kindred true ancestor is counted in drops. If the third true ancestor's true blood is completely extracted, he will become a cripple and won't live for more than 3 years. Heaven holy! Heaven holy! I was wrong. I beg you, please give me a way out. The third true ancestor knelt on the ground and begged, cutting a sorry figure. Yang Feng possesses the blue mirror of fate. Even if the third true ancestor escapes to the ends of the earth, he won't be able to escape his pursuit. Only then did the third true ancestor obediently leave the god-blood plane. A cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng pointed with a finger, and countless runes flickered and turned into rune chains that stabbed into the third true ancestor. The third true ancestor let out miserable screams, and drops of true blood were extracted from his body. The countenance of the other 5 true ancestors changed dramatically, but they didn't dare to move. On Yang Feng's left and right stand the 2 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses, the flying crane Great Holy and the blood-hair snake Great Holy. If they step in, only death will await them. Heaven holy, give me some face and stop. During the Great Tribulation, we should unite against the outside world instead of fighting each other. Along with a sigh, a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes exuding quasi-Empyrean rank breath stepped out of the void and walked to in front of Yang Feng. Yang Feng glanced at the second true ancestor with frigid, killing intent in his eyes, and he uttered frigidly, "Second true ancestor, are you trying to make an enemy out of me by standing in my way?" The second true ancestor uttered, "Heaven holy, you are invincible. Without an Empyrean, no one is your opponent in a one-on-one fight. However, no matter how strong you are, you're just one person. When a universe barrier breaks, countless powerhouses of the Gamani universe will pour into this universe, and you'll need helpers. As long as you let the third true ancestor go, we true blood kindred can become your most loyal ally." Unfortunately, he's already dead. Yang Feng smiled faintly and flicked his finger, and the third true ancestor turned into ashes that scattered with the wind. Drops of true blood flew into Yang Feng's hand and radiated resplendent light. Every drop of true blood of the third true ancestor is extremely precious. If all of it is used on a human warlock, it will take less than 100 years to cultivate a true blood, kindred, Holy Spirit warlock rank bloodline. Chapter 1289. The second true ancestor's face turned unsightly, and he uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you actually killed the third true ancestor. Do you want to be an enemy of us, true blood kindred? For the third true ancestor to attack me, he deserved to die. Second true ancestor, does your true blood kindred want to be an enemy of me?" Yang Feng's cold gaze swept past the faces of the kindred true ancestors, and an earth-shattering killing intent swept towards them. The 5 true ancestors lowered their heads, not daring to look Yang Feng in the eye. Since Yang Feng quelled the Red Caltrip Lord, few people in the world of warlocks dared to be an enemy of the Battle Demon sect. Wherever the Battle Demon sect passed, powerhouses had no choice but to give way. After the Light Mare folk were exterminated, even the quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouses went into seclusion, not daring to compete with Yang Feng. The Void-Eyed Tiger race, the Cyan Thunder race, and the Obsidian race, which allied with Yang Feng, swaggered around and expanded their forces. The Supreme Council of the human race was also constantly expanding every day. In the universe, countless human warlock forces and powerhouses of major races have taken refuge in the Human Supreme Council, allowing the Human Supreme Council to spread its tentacles throughout the universe. All the powerhouses of the various races were clear about one fact, and that was if nothing unexpected happened. If nothing unexpected happens, Yangfeng will become the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race and rule the world of warlocks. The second true ancestor uttered coldly, "Heaven holy, you killed the 3rd true ancestor. Our race has a total of 9 true ancestors, and 2 of them died at your hands. Heaven holy, unless you destroy your eyes and kneel down and surrender. Otherwise, there will be no rest until one of us is dead." Surprise flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he said with a cold smile, "Interesting. If that's the case, then all of you can go to hell. Do it." The eyes of the blood hare snake great holy shimmered fiercely, and countless blood hares flew out and turned into snakes that pounced towards the second true ancestor. The flying crane great holy waved her lily-white hand, and countless light feathers swept towards the other 5 true ancestors. Terrifying blood flames erupted from the second true ancestor and the 5 true ancestors and blasted towards the blood hare fiend snake great sage and the flying crane great sage. The second true ancestor managed to block the blood hare devil snake great sage and even gained a slight upper hand. However, the 5 great true ancestors were no match for the flying crane sage at all. The 9th true ancestor was pierced by dozens of light feathers in a single move, causing blood to spurt out of his body. Sitting on the litter of the flagship, Yangfeng looked coldly at the second true ancestor and uttered flatly, "If you have any trump cards, feel free to use them. Otherwise, your true blood race will become history." "Tiansheng, you're too arrogant. This is the god blood plane, my territory. At the time, your human race's 8 great warlock emperors didn't dare to speak to me like this." An incomparably terrifying blood-colored curse mark appeared in the center of God Bloodplane. "Great primogenitor. It's the progenitor. The primogenitor has descended." In God Bloodplane, the eyes of countless kindred powerhouses turned scarlet, and their eyes shimmered with madness as they roared. The 9th true ancestor suddenly screamed and appeared in the center of the blood-colored curse mark, and the true blood inside him flew out and merged with the curse mark. A pool of blood emerged, in which the bones of ancient true dragons, phoenixes, cheilants, devils, fiends, and many other extraordinary life forms floated. Every drop of blood in the pool of blood exudes immortal Empyrean might. A stream of dark red blood gushed out of the pool and entered the blood-colored curse mark. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a handsome young man with blonde hair and blue eyes and an extraordinary temperament walked out of the void with an aristocratic smile on his face. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might diffused from him. Yangfeng frowned and said unhurriedly, "First true ancestor, have you woken up?" "No, you haven't woken up yet. This is one of your avatars." "That's right, this is one of my avatars. It's not the time for us to wake up yet. However, the current environment is getting closer and closer to the time for us to wake up, and the laws of the universe have loosened. It's enough for me to wake up. Originally, I didn't intend to wake up. Unfortunately, since you came to my god blood plane to behave atrociously, then stay." There was a cold flash in the eyes of the first true ancestor. Then endless bloody light appeared behind him, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might gushed out and swept in all directions. The countenance of the flying crane, great holy, and the blood hare snake, great holy, changed dramatically at once. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived since ancient times. No one knows how long he has lived. Such an old monster who has lived for countless years must have collected countless resources and hidden many trump cards. True blood kindred have been around for countless years, yet they have only given birth to 9 Holy Spirit Warlock-ranked true ancestors. Apart from bloodline shackles, most of the resources have fallen into the hands of the first true ancestor. This avatar, exuding immortal Empyrean might, is one of the trump cards of the first true ancestor, and its battle prowess is likely far above that of the seriously injured Red Caltrip Lord. Yangfeng said, "There should be a limit to your avatar. It can't leave God Blood Plane too far. If this avatar could leave God Blood Plane, then true blood kindred would have already jumped out and expanded their forces. In the world of warlocks, true blood kindred were once extremely powerful. They captured powerhouses of major races and turned them into kindred life forms. That period of time was called the Blood Disaster Era by human warlocks. It was during the Blood Disaster Era that the Taboo Lord appeared, killed countless kindred powerhouses, defeated the first true ancestor, and seized a drop of true blood from him. Yes, my avatar can't leave God blood plane too far. However, Heaven Holy, since you're here today, then stay here for me. We don't want you to be alive. A crimson light flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and a vast expanse of crimson light surged forth, transforming into a terrifying world of blood that completely obscured this space. In this terrifying world of blood, only the first true ancestor and Yangfeng's flagship remain. In the strange and viscous world of blood, bloody light surged, and a bloody true dragon exuding wisps of immortal Empyrean might appeared and extended its claw towards Yangfeng. In an instant, the blood-colored light mixed with the fearsome true spirit dragon chi and formed a negative energy capable of destroying everything, and pressed towards Yangfeng. Break! Yangfeng brandished his halberd, and 100 green suns appeared. Green sun fire that can burn and purify, everything rose into the sky. The dragon claw formed from distorted negative energy, as if an Empyrean rank true dragon slammed its claw with all its strength. The azure suns were blasted apart by the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! Yangfeng was sent flying 10,000 kilometers away by the bloody true dragon's claw, and blood slowly oozed out of the corners of his mouth. It turns out that there's such a big gap between me and an Empyrean. Invincible under the Empyrean realm, but after all, I'm just a quasi-Empyrean. Fourth form. A fierce ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes. Countless runes shone on the Dawn God armor, and a blurry figure emerged and merged with him. Yangfeng took a step, appeared above the bloody true dragon, and slashed with his halberd. Countless martyrs emerged and barreled towards the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon brandished its claw and sent a copious amount of bloody energy and true dragon force barreling towards Yangfeng. Boom! 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 In the bloody space, fearsome explosions resounded continuously, and fluctuations of power spread in all directions. Amazing Heaven Holy, you're stronger than before. Devouring the Red Caltrip Lord really brought you great benefits. Unfortunately, you must die here today. The first true ancestor's voice, full of killing intent, came from the bloody world. Countless rays of bloody light shone, and a bloody Feng Wang covered in Feng Wang flames appeared and belched a pillar of bloody flames barreling towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes flickered, and a defensive barrier suddenly appeared. When the pillar of bloody flames slammed into the barrier, it shattered the barrier Yangfeng hastily formed in an instant, and endless flames engulfed Yangfeng. A series of devouring black holes appeared and devoured the strange flames one by one. The bloody true dragon sent a claw barreling towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng barely managed to block with his halberd, but was immediately blasted away by the bloody true dragon, and a copious amount of blood spilled from his body. Yangfeng coughed up a mouthful of blood. His eyes shimmered with enigmatic light, and he said coldly, "With my current strength, it's really too difficult to fight against an Empyrean. Come out." Rays of light flashed, and 12 incredibly beautiful girls with a pair of mechanical wings on their backs appeared in the void. They were clad in a layer of mechanical armor and wielding different weapons. These 12 beautiful girls are the 12 holy apostles, the personal guards of the King of Sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to evolve into an Empyrean. They are the crystallization of the 4 universal civilizations technology that Yangfeng spent countless resources to create. The beautiful eyes of the ruler Saint Yi, who has long black hair and is dressed in black armor, flickered, and she blurred, appeared above the blood-colored true dragon, brandished the black sword in her hand, and slashed at the blood-colored true dragon. A black blade ray flashed, and a piece of the blood-colored true dragon was cut off. The bloody true dragon roared and brandished a giant claw barreling towards Yi. Chapter 1290. A capable-looking Yi heir with short hair, a voluptuous figure, and a giant black shield in hand flew out and blocked in front of the bloody true dragon's claw. A huge shield projection appeared and blocked in front of the blood-colored true dragon. Boom! When the bloody true dragon's claw slammed down, a tremendous force erupted. An incomparably terrifying shockwave spread out in all directions, setting off waves of blood-red ripples. Yi heir, who was like an ant in front of the bloody true dragon, forcibly blocked the bloody true dragon's attack. Yi's figure fluttered, and he slashed at the bloody true dragon with the battle blade in his hand. Black light shone, and huge holes appeared on the bloody true dragon, as if it was dug out by something. With a flash of a torrent of time, Yangfeng emerged from the torrent of time and slammed a blow into the back of the bloody true dragon, and a devour black hole appeared and devoured the bloody true dragon. Countless devour runes emerged, and a stream of true dragon origin poured into Yangfeng from the bloody true dragon. The bloody true dragon is a fearsome existence that the first true ancestor used a secret method to extract true dragon bone marrow and blood essence from an Empyrean-ranked true dragon skeleton to form. Possessing a true dragon origin, it is extremely powerful and can fight a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. The bloody Feng Wang opened its maw and fired a pillar of fire barreling towards Yangfeng. Yi heir blocked in front of Yangfeng with a giant shield. The pillar of flames slammed into the huge shield and was immediately blocked by it. Yi San, who has shoulder-length hair tied into a single ponytail and a huge dragon spear in his hand, looks valiant and formidable, and his body radiated green light. In an instant, Yi San appeared in front of the bloody Feng Wang and stabbed the huge dragon spear in his hand into the chest of the bloody Feng Wang. A fearsome devour force spread from the dragon's spear and frantically devoured the phoenix force of the bloody Feng Wang. The flames of the bloody Feng Wang gradually weakened. Yi Si, who was dressed in a silver robe with a slit in it, opened a book in his hand. Countless mysterious and resplendent runes surged out of the book and frantically devoured the blood origin power in the blood-colored space. The power of the blood-colored space was rapidly extracted, converted into the purest form of power through the ancient book, and entered the bodies of the 12 divine apostles. The reason King of Sovereign Zero was only able to produce 2 pseudo-emperors was because he had used most of his power to produce the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Each of the 12 holy apostles of rulers possesses frightening battle prowess comparable to that of Yangfeng. This is the terror of King of Sovereign Zero. Additionally, each of the 12 holy apostles has the potential to advance to the Warlock Emperor realm. Who are they? How could this be? The first true ancestor's shocked voice came from the blood-colored space. The first true ancestor has studied the video of Yangfeng slaying the Red Caltrop Lord countless times. He has deduced the limits of Yangfeng's power and is certain that he can kill Yangfeng in the blood-colored space. But he never expected that Yangfeng would be accompanied by the Holy Apostles. Moreover, the Holy Apostles are 12. First true ancestor, today is the day of your death. You have lived for so long. You should have lived long enough. Be my stepping stone. Let me climb to the peak and advance to the eternal realm. Killing intent streaked past Yangfeng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole and frantically devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space. The blood-colored space trembled slightly, and a bloody Qilin, a bloody Kuanpeng, and a 10,000-meter-tall multi-armed troll with 3 heads and 6 arms appeared. 9 of the 12 hegemonic apostles flew out, splitting into groups of 3 and attacking the 3 blood-colored true beasts. Each of the 3 bloody true spirits is evenly matched with a holy apostle. But besieged by the three holy apostles, they were soon riddled with scars. Inheriting Yang Feng's devour force, the holy apostles frantically devoured the power of the bloody true spirits while fighting. As the three blood-colored true spirits continued to fight, they were constantly being weakened. Yang Feng devoured the origin force of the blood-colored space and weakened the power of the blood-colored space inch by inch. The blood-colored space is a space formed by the first true ancestor using Empyrean force. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng cannot shatter it with a single blow. However, it can devour the origin force of the blood-colored space and make it collapse on its own. Heaven holy, go to hell. Ripples flickered, and the first true ancestor appeared in the blood-colored space. With a ferocious gleam in his eyes, he crossed the void, slashed at Yang Feng with a blood flame, sword burning with terrifying blood flames in his hand. As soon as the blood flame sword approached Yang Feng, the blood inside him began to boil, almost burning. The first true ancestor wields the essence of blood. In front of him, any being weaker than a holy step will have all their blood directly drained or have their blood burned. Even a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse will have their blood boil and burn if they are careless in front of the first true ancestor. Countless mysterious runes emerged on the god armor of dawn, and they sliced and devoured the blood origin force. Second Knight blocked in front of Yang Feng with a giant shield. The giant black shield flickered and changed into a giant shield that looks like it can support the sky. The first true ancestor's sword slashed at the terrifying giant shield, causing boundless blood flames to erupt and forcibly split the giant black shield apart. Expressionless, Yi Jiao, with a huge wolf tooth club in his hand, slammed the huge wolf tooth club containing the essence of power towards the first true ancestor. Scram! A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and two burning blood god rays slammed into Yi Jiao. Unaffected, Yi Jiao appeared in front of the first true ancestor and slammed the huge wolf tooth club into the first true ancestor, breaking his bones and spilling Empyrean blood. No blood? They are all mechanical creations? How is this possible? They clearly have a human soul. Shock flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes. Yi flickered, appeared behind the first true ancestor, and slashed at him with his sword. A blood-colored, distorted shield flickered and deflected Yi's sword. The fearsome sword slashed at the first true ancestor's left shoulder and forcibly cut off his left arm. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the first true ancestor's left arm. Heaven holy, you're courting death. Both shocked and angry, the first true ancestor's eyes shimmered with determination. The blood-colored space collapsed. An endless blood light converged and entered the first true ancestor's body. When the first true ancestor's body collapsed, he absorbed a copious amount of blood light and formed a huge blood sword. A fearsome Empyrean might slowly diffuse from the blood sword. The first true ancestor used the power of the entire blood space and gave up his clone and a part of his origin force in order to slay Yang Feng. Break! EC pointed at the blood sword formed by the first true ancestor with a mysterious ancient book in his hand and barked coldly. Strange runes emerged on the blood sword, and then they exploded. With the exception of Yi, who is guarding in front of Yang Feng, the 12 holy apostles attacked the collapsed blood sword together and smashed it with a blow. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the collapsed blood sword. A tremendous amount of life force origin poured into Yang Feng from the blood sword. The blood sword is a treasure the first true ancestor cultivated by extracting countless true spirit remains. Now that Yang Feng devoured it, it is equivalent to Yang Feng devouring a weak Empyrean. He died? The first true ancestor's clone also died? How is that possible? That was a contingency set up by an Empyrean. The blood-hair snake, Great Holy, was taken aback, and his eyes shimmered with incredulity and ecstasy. When Yang Feng was pulled in the blood space by the first true ancestor's clone, he already despaired. Now that he saw that the first true ancestor's clone was slain by Yang Feng, he was ecstatic. The flying crane Great Holy was taken aback, and her beautiful eyes flashed with astonishment. Amazing! The Heaven Holy is really terrifying. As expected of the future Ninth Warlock Emperor. The first true Ancestor's clone was slain by the Heaven Holy. How is that possible? The first true Ancestor is a flawless Empyrean. How can the Heaven Holy crack the means he set up? When the second true Ancestor saw this scene, his eyes shimmered with horror. He clenched his teeth, and then his body collapsed and turned into a mist that fled in different directions. An engulfing black hole appeared and swept toward the mist, instantly devouring all of it and forming the body of the second true Ancestor. Countless Devour runes flickered and frantically devoured the second true Ancestor's life force. The Devour black hole engulfed the few remaining kindred true Ancestors and frantically devoured their life force. The true blood kindred are done for. Unless the first true Ancestor's true body comes out, the true blood kindred are done for. God blood plane looks like it's going to fall into the hands of the Heaven Holy. When the powerhouses attracted by the battle saw this scene, a chill welled up in their hearts. With the kindred true Ancestor devoured by Yang Feng, the kindred fell from a superior race to an inferior race. God blood plane, one of the 36 primary material planes, will fall into Yang Feng's hands. Chapter 1291. After Yang Feng devoured all the true Ancestors of God blood plane, countless runes shone, and the blue mirror of fate flew out and illuminated the void. Countless mysterious runes gushed out of the blue mirror of fate and illuminated God blood plane, searching for the location of the first true Ancestor's true body. Since the first true Ancestor is asleep, he is at his weakest. Yang Feng naturally won't let go of this great opportunity to eliminate the weeds by the roots. Ripples flickered, and a world filled with bloody light appeared in front of Yang Feng. In the world filled with bloody light, there's a black coffin suspended in the air. Wisps of Empyrean Qi diffuse from the black coffin. This is the center of God blood plane. Surprise flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he waved his hand. Countless engineering robots flew out of a flagship and headed for the God blood plane. Boom! Boom! Loud rumbles sounded, and the engineering robots with Infinity Warlock rank battle prowess quickly dug a passage leading to God blood plane center. God blood plane's underground world, 100,000 kilometers long, a world filled with bloody light, appeared in front of Yang Feng. A thick smell of blood wafted out from the blood-red world. Once a powerhouse with strength below the Infinity Warlock rank gets close to this bloody world, all their blood will be extracted, and they will turn into a mummy. Yang Feng glanced at the bloody world and sneered. So that's how it is. God blood plane has been declining in order to provide for you, you old fart. God blood plane is one of the 36 primary material planes. True blood kindred are extraordinarily talented beings with lifespans far longer than humans. But after countless years, the entire God blood plane only had 9 true forefathers. In addition to the infighting between the true Ancestors, the first true Ancestor has extracted the entire God blood plane's origin, which nourishes his true body. Heaven Holy, I have integrated with God blood plane's origin. This is my domain. Unless an Empyrean awakens, you will never be able to break my domain. In the sea of blood, a ferocious head formed and roared at Yang Feng, full of resentment. What big talk! Yang Feng smiled coldly and spread the fingers of a hand. Countless runes flickered, and a huge black hole emerged and swept towards the bloody barrier. An immense devouring power emerged from the black hole, frantically devouring the power of the blood-colored barrier. Mysterious runes emerged and locked the power of the bloody barrier. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng can't devour any power. The fourth form, a blurry phantom, emerged from the god armor of dawn and merged with Yang Feng. He waved his halberd and slashed out. Countless heroic spirits appeared and unleashed all sorts of terrifying combat techniques towards the blood-colored barrier. A mysterious rune emerged from the scarlet barrier and absorbed the attacks of the martyrs in an instant. The blood-colored world surged for a moment before returning to normal, as if nothing had happened. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a touch of graveness. Amazing. This was the power of an ancient emperor. No wonder he dared to set up his lair here. The first true ancestor was a primordial emperor. Legend had it that he was an old monster who had survived from the Eternal Era. There were also rumors that he was a failed Eternal Realm cultivator. As the origin of the true blood race and the primogenitor of a race, he was definitely an invincible and tyrannical existence. If the first true ancestor was not asleep, Yang Feng would not dare to provoke him. With a thought from Yang Feng, countless runes flickered, and 100 holy gray Devour rulers appeared and pounced on the bloody barrier. The Devour sovereigns swallowed furiously, creating small holes in the blood-colored barrier. You actually have such a mechanical puppet. Break! The blood-colored world churned, and in an instant, a blood flame spear appeared, crossed the void, and stabbed the body of the Saint-class Devour ruler. Countless blood flames surged, and the Saint-ranked Devour ruler was incinerated by the terrifying blood flame spears, turning into ashes. Yang Feng frowned and waved his hand, and the Holy Step Devour rulers flew back and disappeared. Although the Saint-tier Devour dominators could devour the blood-colored barrier, they did not manage to devour it completely. They were about to be killed by the first true ancestor inside. Each Holy Grey Devour ruler requires a large amount of resources to refine. Even Yang Feng finds it difficult to manufacture them in large quantities. Heaven Holy, leave half of your blood essence behind. I can pretend that today's events never happened. Otherwise, when I wake up, it will be the day of your death. Even the one behind you won't be able to save you. The first true ancestor's threatening voice, full of killing intent, came from inside the blood-colored barrier. Yang Feng smiled coldly. With a thought, he issued one order after another. One after another, battle stars emerged from the void and covered the starry sky of God Bloodplane. One after another, mechanical fortresses flew out from the interstellar battleships. Countless machines extended from the mechanical fortresses, resonated with each other, and formed a huge seal barrier that sealed the void where God Bloodplane is located. Numerous level 6 mobile fortified strongholds appeared and activated their barriers. They frantically extracted the energy of the star field, draining it dry. What's going on? Heaven Holy, what are you doing? In the universe, holy rank powerhouses focused their curious gazes on this star field. Huge interstellar fleets entered God Bloodplane one after another. From the interstellar fleets, teleportation lights swept out and captured all the vampires, extraordinary life forms, and other intelligent life forms with blood in God Bloodplane. Countless fleets flew in God Bloodplane, and tens of billions of battle robots captured all intelligent life forms. 10 days later, all the creatures in God Bloodplane had been captured. The first true ancestor sneered, Heaven Holy, what you're doing is meaningless. As long as I wake up, a drop of my blood can create 10,000 true blood kindred, and they will continue to multiply and spread. Even if you kill all the true blood kindred, it won't shake my will. Yang Feng smiled coldly and said indifferently, Kill them? From beginning to end, the only person I want to kill is you, first true ancestor. Come out, Zero. The magnificent king of sovereigns, Zero, walked out from the back, followed by the 12 holy apostles of sovereigns. Every single one of the 12 holy apostles was devastatingly beautiful, but in front of Zero, they were like green leaves that served as a foil to Zero's beauty. The first true ancestor's eyes lit up slightly, and he revealed a look of excitement. They're the golems you made? How extraordinary! Your alchemy has surpassed that of the former warlock emperor Golem Lord. Heaven Holy, as long as you give me all these golems, I can pretend that nothing happened today. Moreover, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the human race's 9th warlock emperor. Besides, after I wake up, I can become your ally and help you promote to the 9th warlock emperor. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. Even for the first true ancestor, they are a force to be reckoned with. First true ancestor, today is the anniversary of your death. Zero sneered and swung the whip of ruler in his hand at the blood-colored barrier. Boom! The entire God-blood plane shook violently. Mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, gales rose, and islands sank, as if the end of the world has arrived. The bloody barrier collapsed and shattered in an instant. Empyrean, how is this possible? You're actually an Empyrean. How is this possible? How can anyone promote to an Empyrean in this era? How can a living Empyrean wake up in this era? Did you wake up ahead of time? No. If you wake up ahead of time, your aura will weaken and your soul will be damaged. Your soul is intact, and there is no aura of decay. How can this be? How can this be? The first true ancestor's voice, filled with horror, came from the sea of blood. Yang Feng smiled coldly and stepped into the bloody world, where a devour black hole formed and frantically devoured the bloody world's origin force. The bloody world is a product of the combination of God blood plane's plane origin force and the first true ancestor's power. Originally, it would be very difficult for Yang Feng to devour a grade 2 plane's plane origin force. However, since God blood plane's plane origin force has materialized, it is a great opportunity for him to devour it. Countless amounts of plane origin force poured into the small world inside Yang Feng, causing the small world to expand, become more vigorous, stronger, and the plane grade to rise. Go to hell. The first true ancestor's furious roar came from the bloody space. Blood flame, swords appeared and slashed towards Zero with enough power to slay a quasi-Empyrean powerhouse. Zero swung the ruler's whip and casually lashed out. Everything that the ruler's whip touched was shattered into pieces. Waves of terrifying, devouring power emanated from the whip of the ruler, madly absorbing all the energy in the surroundings. As a king of sovereigns cultivated by Yang Feng, Zero has mastered all the essences Yang Feng is proficient in. At the same time, he possesses power far beyond Yang Feng's. In the bloody space, countless extraordinary life forms, such as Bloody Feng Wang, Bloody Dragon, Bloody Flood Dragon, and Bloody Wolf emerged and attacked Zero. Chapter 1292. Ling brandished the whip of ruler in her hand and wantonly stirred like a violent, poisonous dragon. Wherever the whip of ruler touched, everything fell apart and was devoured by the whip of ruler. Layers of barriers set up by the first true ancestor collapsed under the whip of ruler. Taking a haughty and elegant step, Ling came to in front of the black coffin and swung the whip of ruler at the black coffin. Boom! The entire God blood plane trembled, and a terrifying sound shook the heavens and earth. Lightning flashed, thunder rumbled, gales blew, magma gushed, and all kinds of natural disasters erupted in God blood plane. Traces of black light emerged from the black coffin and blocked Zero's world-shaking strike. Stop! Heaven holy! This coffin of God source has integrated with God blood plane. If you destroy this coffin of God source, it's equivalent to destroying the entire God blood plane. This is one of the 36 primary material planes of our universe. It's hopeful to promote to a grade 1 plane in the future. The first true ancestor's voice came from the black coffin, filled with shock and anger. In the world of warlocks, there is only one grade 1 plane, the Zhangji plane. In the Eternal Era, the 36 primary material planes were grade 1 planes capable of giving birth to Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses. At present, only these 36 primary material planes have been discovered to be capable of promoting to a grade 1 plane. Once they are destroyed, it will be a huge loss to the universe. As long as I can kill you, then the destruction of God blood plane doesn't matter. Besides, it won't be in vain. I'll make sure it's worth it. A devouring black hole appeared in the blood-red space, frantically devouring the God blood plane's origin power. God blood plane's origin force poured into the small world inside Yang Feng and strengthened the small world's origin force. First true ancestor, rest in peace. Ling smiled sweetly, and the whip of ruler in her hand suddenly changed into a fearsome drill that stabbed at the black coffin. The black light curtain covering the black coffin only lasted for a moment before collapsing. Rumble! The whip of the ruler slammed heavily into the black coffin, causing a terrifying crack to appear on it. Traces of immortal emperor aura seeped out from the crack and enveloped the surroundings. Heavenly Saint, you're courting death. The lid of the black coffin flew open, and the handsome first true ancestor shrouded in bloody light stood up from the black coffin and stared at Yang Feng with an ominous glint in his eyes. A strange and twisted emperor's aura spread out from the first true ancestor's body and spread out in all directions. So powerful. This was a monarch at his peak. What a terrifying law of blood. Just suppressing the bloodline in my body requires 5% of my strength. At the moment when the black coffin lid was blasted away, Yang Feng had already left the scarlet space. Even so, he can still feel the blood inside him boiling restlessly, as if it could burn at any time. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and monstrous bloody light surged. He spread the fingers of a hand, and bloody light emerged and turned into a giant hand that slammed towards Yang Feng. The giant bloody hand is filled with the malice of God blood plane's plane origin. Any intelligent life form below the Empyrean realm that is hit by the giant bloody hand will have their blood essence drained and turn into a dried corpse. Yi second blocked in front of Yang Feng with the giant black shield. Countless runes flickered, and the giant black shield turned into a black mountain blocking in front of Yang Feng. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant black shield, it blasted Yi's second and the giant black shield into a passage and blasted open a bottomless hole. The 12 holy apostles flew up one by one, unleashing all sorts of offensive techniques against the blood-red hand. When the giant bloody hand slammed into the giant bloody hand, 5 holy followers were sent flying and embedded in a passage. Zero's figure fluttered, and she appeared behind the first true ancestor and whipped the whip of the ruler at the first true ancestor. Lightning fast and containing the spell of the law of karma. The whip of the ruler slammed into the first true ancestor in an instant and blasted open a bone-deep wound on the first true ancestor's body. Countless bloody lights flashed, and the bone-deep wound on the first true ancestor's body healed. A fierce ray flashed in the first true ancestor's eyes, and he extended his hand, and an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the ancestor's sword, appeared in his hand. The ancestor sword is a treasure the first true ancestor refined by consuming the blood essence of countless powerhouses and even extracting the essence of 16 Empyrean rank bones and countless Empyrean-grade treasures of heaven and earth. When the first true ancestor slashed out with the sword, boundless Empyrean might erupted, and a bloody sword ray that looks like it can split the universe slashed towards Zero. The complexion of Zero, who has always been full of confidence, finally changed. With a flick of her wrist, the shield of the ruler appeared in front of her, and a clear and powerful defensive cover opened. Boom! The clear and powerful defensive cover was instantly smashed by the bloody sword ray, and then slashed into the shield of the ruler and sent Zero flying, and she slammed into the passage. Yang Feng's eyes flashed gravely. Amazing. This is an Empyrean who is infinitely close to the invincible Overlord rank. Sure enough, he's hopelessly strong. The battle prowess displayed by the first true ancestor is simply heaven-defying. The seriously injured Red Caltrop Lord cannot compare to him. Go to hell. When the first true ancestor's gaze fell on Yang Feng, his eyes shimmered with frigid killing intent, and he slashed out with his sword. Bloody light condensed and formed a bloody sword ray that slashed towards Yang Feng with immortal Empyrean might. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes shone on him, and the God Bones fortress appeared. In the God Bones fortress constructed from countless bones, an Empyrean skeleton opened its eyes, and a fierce ray flashed in its eyes. It beckoned with a hand, and a huge bone shield formed from bones appeared and blocked in front of it. Boom! When the overbearing bloody sword ray slammed into the huge bone shield, it split it open and then chopped off the right hand of the Empyrean skeleton. Yang Feng brandished his halberd, and four phenomena, namely Torrent of Time, Spatial Portal, Four-Star, and Devour Black Hole, appeared and mercilessly slashed at the broken bloody sword ray. An overbearing force gushed out of the blood-colored sword ray and blasted Yang Feng hundreds of kilometers away. Chapter 1293. Yang Feng uttered flatly, "Then open your treasury now. Let me take a look and see if there's anything good inside. If there are treasures that satisfy me, then I can let you go." There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he took a deep look at Zero. If it wasn't for the fact that Zero, a king of sovereigns, possesses Empyrean rank battle prowess, the first true ancestor would have already killed Yang Feng. Okay. The fierce glint in the eyes of the first true ancestor receded. Then he spread the fingers of a hand, and a huge space emerged. Countless treasures of heaven and earth appeared in the space and radiated resplendent light. The first true ancestor is an old monster who has lived for countless years. He has even been active in the taboo imperial court era. Naturally, there are countless treasures in his treasury, and there is no lack of Empyrean-grade treasures of heaven and earth. A rune flew out of Yang Feng's hand, and he grabbed a large number of the most precious treasures in the treasury. When the first true ancestor saw that a large number of treasures disappeared from his treasury, his eyes flashed with pain, but he also heaved a sigh of relief. The first true ancestor said, "Heaven Holy, please stop extracting God blood planes, origin energy." Yang Feng uttered flatly, "First true ancestor, tell me the address of your treasury in the outside world." There was a flash of suspicion in the eyes of the first true ancestor, and he uttered, "As long as you stop extracting God blood planes, origin energy, I will tell you the address of my treasury." Yang Feng uttered coldly, "Do it." Zero walked out of the void, waved the whip of the ruler in his hand, and tore through the sky and barreled towards the first true ancestor. With a flash of anger in his eyes, the first true ancestor brandished his sword, and bloody light gushed out and erupted with fearsome Empyrean might that slammed into the whip of the ruler. Boom! The two supreme forces erupted and set off a fearsome energy storm in the endless scarlet space. Zero and the first true ancestor each retreated by 100 kilometers due to the fearsome impact. Large swathes of bloody light dispersed, and silver threads appeared on the first true ancestor's head. Although he was still as handsome as a young man, a decaying aura slowly spread out of his body. Any powerhouse, even the peerless geniuses of the human 8 warlock emperors, as long as they haven't advanced to the eternal warlock rank, will be eroded by time. Their soul will decay, and they will die. The first true ancestor was the origin of the true blood kindred and the ancestor of a long-lived species. He was a peerless monster who had dominated countless eras, but in the end, he wasn't an eternal being. His soul had already decayed, and he spent most of his time sleeping, waiting for the best time to awaken. The price the first true ancestor had to pay for his premature awakening was that every breath he took felt as if thousands of years had passed. He was rapidly aging, and his power was rapidly fading. Zero smiled sweetly and took a step forward, and the whip of the ruler in her hand turned into a terrifying poison dragon that blasted towards the first true ancestor. A drop of true blood. Sky Saint, I can give you a drop of my true blood. Let me go. I swear that from now on, I will never be an enemy of you again. The first true ancestor's face fell, and he frantically resisted Zero's attack and roared. In the past, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. However, his soul has decayed and aged, and he is extremely weak. The value of a drop of his true blood is astonishing. One drop can create a Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouse. If a Warlock Emperor rank powerhouse can get a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor, they can advance a step further. At the time, the taboo lord took a drop of true blood from the first true ancestor. It's too late. Yang Feng smiled coldly. In the starry sky, after the level 7 stronghold absorbed a tremendous amount of power from God Blood Plane, the 10-kilometer-long destruction cannon shone brightly. In an instant, a terrifying beam of destruction blasted out from the obliteration cannon, piercing through the ground and blasting into the blood-colored space. Boom! Following an earth-shaking blare, the scarlet space constructed from God Blood Plane's plane origin collapsed, and a tremendous amount of origin force collapsed and was absorbed by the perpetual motion energy furnaces. No! The first true ancestor let out a terrified roar. Countless blood-colored runes flew out of his body and locked onto the origin of the plane. Zero appeared behind the first true ancestor, slammed the whip of the ruler into the back of the first true ancestor, and smashed his defenses. The first true ancestor spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and the barrier protecting him collapsed. The countless blood-colored runes collapsed, and the God Blood Plane's essences dissipated. No! The first true ancestor let out a heaven-shaking roar. His soul weakened, and his hair turned white in an instant. His body swayed, and he fell to the ground. No matter how strong you are, as long as you aren't eternal, you can't resist the erosion of the river of time. Yang Feng looked at the scene of the previously invincible first true ancestor falling to the ground and sighed slightly. A devour black hole emerged, devoured the first true ancestor, and extracted his life origin frantically. Formidable origin force poured into Yang Feng from the first true ancestor and strengthened his fleshly body and soul. Boom, boom, boom. Along with fearsome tremors, God Blood Plane began to collapse. God Blood Plane collapsed. The heaven wholly destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. That's on the 36 primary material planes. The heaven wholly is just a quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse. How could he destroy God Blood Plane? In order to kill the third true ancestor, the heaven wholly destroyed the entire God Blood Plane. Isn't this a little too much? When the interstellar fleets scattered all over God Blood Plane withdrew the interference force field, the holy experts who have been paying attention to Yang Feng saw the collapsing God Blood Plane. Everyone's eyes flashed with shock. At this moment, the sole imprint engraved in the universe representing the essence of Blood Path collapsed. Once again, a path leading to the Empyrean path appeared. Like meteors, stars fell to the Tsangji Plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds condensed, and a rain of blood fell from the sky, sprinkling on the ground. Stars fell. A rain of blood filled the sky. An Empyrean has fallen. The path of blood is vacant. The first true ancestor has fallen. God Blood Plane collapsed. The first true ancestor has fallen. The heaven wholly actually slayed the first true ancestor. How terrifying. The first true ancestor has fallen. Looking at the various visions, the entire world of warlocks shook. The first true ancestor has fallen. What a ruthless method. Heavenly Saint, this little fellow was growing too fast. I can't let him find any traces of me. In a secret tomb, inside a transparent crystal, a 10-meter-tall being with a green face and fangs opened his eyes, and wisps of a mortal Empyrean might slowly diffuse from him. Traces of strange fluctuations flickered, and the transparent crystal disappeared. In the Tsangji Plain, in the deepest part of a black sea, with countless corpses floating, the first true ancestor has fallen. Another companion is gone. Even the first true ancestor has fallen in his hands. I can't let him find any traces of me. In the deepest part of the Black Sea, a giant black egg continuously extracted the corpse, chi emitted by the corpses, and a distorted voice diffused from it. The giant black egg twisted slightly and disappeared. One after another, the restless Empyreans erased all traces and disappeared without a trace. The heaven wholly destroyed God Blood Plane and slayed the first true ancestor. The 9 true blood, kindred true ancestors were wiped out. A piece of news appeared in the human weave and set off an uproar in the entire human weave forum. God blood plane was destroyed? That's one of the 36 primary material planes. Only an Empyrean can destroy it. Did the heaven wholly advance to the Empyrean realm? No, the heaven wholly hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm yet. There are no signs of him advancing to the Empyrean realm. The first true ancestor was slain by the heaven wholly? How is that possible? He's an old freak who survived from the eternal era. That's the first true ancestor. He's an old freak who fought against the taboo lord at the time. To die in the hands of the heaven holy, that's incredible. Without an Empyrean, who can compete with him? Even if an Empyrean appears, they may not be the heaven holy's opponent. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the heaven holy. It seems that we humans will be able to give birth to a 9th warlock emperor in the future. The first true ancestor died in the hands of the heaven holy. Who can be his opponent in the universe? At this time, the Empyreans will probably retreat, not daring to be enemies with the heaven holy. The human weave forum is in an uproar, and human warlocks are excited. Ever since the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, Dawn Dynasty, the Dawn Lord escaped by faking his death. The status of the human race in the universe has plummeted. Now that Yangfeng has appeared, he swept away the 9 true ancestors of God blood plane, and even the first true ancestor, known as an invincible overlord, died in his hands. It was just like how the 8 warlock emperors swept across the world in the past, which naturally made many human warlocks excited. Countless human geniuses have joined the Battle Demon sect, feeling proud to be a member of the Battle Demon sect. From a universe, various races have joined the Battle Demon sect and become vassals of the Battle Demon sect. There are even many superior races sheltered by Holy Spirit warlocks who joined the Battle Demon sect and became members of the Battle Demon sect. At every moment, the Battle Demon sect's power is expanding, and precious resources are pouring into the Battle Demon sect from all over the universe. Chapter 1294. The world of warlocks, in a celestial body shrouded by a mysterious barrier. There is a huge tower rising into the sky. There are countless source crystals inlaid on the tower, including 9 perfect grade source crystals and 1 eternal source crystal exuding eternal fluctuations. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the tower, and a resplendent beam of light shot into the sky from the tower. In accordance with the laws of Nether, the resplendent beam slammed into the void and blasted open a very distorted and unstable passage in the void. Wisps of the Gamana universe's aura came from the other side of the passage. A wing as large as the sky appeared on the other side of the passage, and countless feathers containing eternal fluctuations of aura flew out from the wing and landed on the distorted passage. As if a small world, each feather exudes fearsome fluctuations of power. Enveloped by the countless feathers, the constantly twisting passage became stable. A huge stone egg flew over from the other side of the passage like a meteor. A powerful repulsive force came from the passageway and crushed the huge stone egg. The stone egg exploded one after another, and powerhouses were forced to fly out of the stone egg and unleash various secret methods to protect the stone egg. Under the fearsome pressure of the universe, the powerhouses inside the stone egg exploded one after another, turned into a mist of blood, and became nutrients for the universe of the world of warlocks. Within a dozen plus breaths of time, more than 20 powerhouses flew out of the stone egg and exploded. In just a few breaths of time, the stone egg crossed a great distance, flew out of the passage, and descended into this universe. Crack! Following a crisp sound, the stone egg collapsed, and 9 Gamana universe's powerhouses exuding quasi-Empyrean rank breath walked out of the stone egg. The person in the lead has short silver hair and is badly mutilated. Yet, he is still handsome and has an extraordinary temperament. Among the 9 half-martial emperors, he was like a crane among chickens, giving off an otherworldly feeling. At the foot of the tower, origin crystals were piled up like a mountain. Each of the 9 quasi-empyreans exudes a fearsome, attractive force that shrouds the mountains of origin crystals. When the origin crystals flew towards the 9 quasi-empyreans, they were instantly drained of their power and turned into a pile of dust that scattered on the ground. Countless precious treasures of heaven and earth and top elixirs flew out and entered the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses. The power of the 9 quasi-empyrean rank powerhouses is increasing at an alarming rate. The powerhouse in the lead with short silver hair waved his hand, and a scroll containing the essence of fate flew out. A tremendous torrent of fate gushed out of the scroll, entered the void, distorted fate, and erased all traces of fate. The battle demons sect in a secret room on the branch floating continent. Yang Feng quietly sat cross-legged in the secret room, surrounded by bloody light. Countless treasures of heaven and earth flew to him, and then their power was devoured. 1,000 springs of immortality floated in the void, and a tremendous amount of holy spring of immortality poured into him. At every moment, Yang Feng's aura is growing, transforming, and evolving. In ancient times, the first true ancestor was an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. He is proficient in the essence of blood, and every drop of true blood inside him possesses mysterious and unfathomable power. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, he refined the first true ancestor's origin force and became even more terrifying. Originally, after Yang Feng advanced to the pinnacle quasi-empyrean rank, it would have been extremely difficult for him to advance further. Even if he devoured a holy powerhouse, it would only make him a little stronger. But after devouring the first true ancestor, he is getting stronger almost every day. The power he obtained from the Eternal Wall is constantly being released, making him more and more terrifying. This is the power of fate. The blue mirror of fate is warning me. Amid the endless bloody light, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, frowned slightly, and pointed with a finger, and the blue mirror of fate flew out. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the blue mirror of fate, and a tremendous breath of fate gushed out of the blue mirror of fate. There is a slight distortion in the blue mirror of fate, but there was no display or change. Yang Feng frowned slightly. There's no change. Could it be that a powerhouse proficient in the essence of fate took action? Or is there a guy in charge of the third treasure of fate concealing the traces of fate? No matter which it is, as long as that guy doesn't show up, I can't do anything about him. The best way is to improve my strength. Yang Feng pondered for a while, then no longer paid attention to him, closed his eyes, and began to refine the first true ancestor's tremendous life force. Powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate may not be the strongest in head-on combat, but they're definitely the most difficult to kill. If Yang Feng let Zero take action, then powerhouses proficient in the essence of fate will definitely avoid him, making it difficult for others to discover his traces. Greetings, sirs. A great holy with a wolf head and a human body bowed respectfully to the 9 Gamana universe's quasi-emperors. A beautiful quasi-emperor with long blue hair and 2 dragon horns on her head said with a sweet smile, "Wolf Demon Holy, you did a good job. This is what I should do." The Wolf Demon Holy responded. Then his gaze fell on the silver-haired powerhouse, and he hesitated for a while before asking respectfully, "Is this His Majesty the Silver Emperor?" A burly quasi-emperor with a ferocious face said coldly, "That's right. This is His Majesty, the Silver Emperor." The Wolf Demon Holy's eyes flashed with ecstasy, and he shouted, "Since His Majesty the Silver Emperor is here, he will be invincible in this universe." In front of His Majesty the Silver Emperor, a clown like the Heaven Holy can't withstand a single blow. He is destined to be a stepping stone for His Majesty the Silver Emperor. In the Gamana universe, there are 4 monarchs. Each of the 4 monarchs is invincible in the same rank, far stronger than ordinary quasi-emperors. They are only half a step away from the Emperor realm. Sky Sage. When the Gamana universe's quasi-emperors heard this name, their faces flickered and apprehension shimmered in their eyes. In the Gumana universe, the Red Caltrip Lord is an invincible figure, the master of the 18 sacred races, a genuine emperor. Be it battle prowess or status, they far surpass the four monarchs. For such an invincible character to die at Yang Feng's hands, the Gumana universe's quasi-emperors naturally felt apprehensive. On the other side of the universe, the heaven-holy Yang Feng has become the public enemy of the Gumana universe. If it wasn't for the universe barrier, the three eternal sovereigns would have killed Yang Feng at all costs. The Silver Emperor smiled faintly and said, "The heavenly saint was able to kill Master Hong Ling head-on, so his strength is far above mine. None of the Gumana universe's four emperors can compare to a heaven sage." An incomparably heavy atmosphere enveloped the area, and everyone's faces were shrouded in a layer of haze. However, now that I'm here, the Heaven Holy is destined to die at my hands. Full of confidence, the Silver Emperor spread the fingers of a hand, and a silver light, exuding fluctuations of eternal power, appeared in his hand. When the wolf demon Holy saw the silver light, he inhaled a breath of cold air and exclaimed, "Eternal origin, who is the one who severed a part of his eternal essence?" The other 8 quasi-emperors focused their gazes on the ball of silver light as well, and their eyes revealed traces of greed. The origin of eternity was the origin power of the Eternals, and it was their most precious source of power. Once it is cut off, it will cause irreparable damage and reduce the power of an Eternal forever. Almost no Eternal sovereign will cut off their eternal origin and give it to others. This is a part of his eternal origin that the great divine eyes eternal cut off and gave to me. With this eternal origin, I can take that step and advance to the Emperor realm in this universe. I'll block the path to the Emperor realm in this universe. An enigmatic ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he smiled and pressed the eternal origin against his chest. In an instant, countless runes emanated from the Silver Emperor's body, and a vast and terrifying aura gushed out of his body. The energy within a radius of several million light years was crazily drawn over. Under the guidance of the laws, it condensed into an emperor's door in the void. Who is it? Who set off such a fearsome energy storm? That's the Emperor Gate. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. How is this possible? In this era, the Heaven Holy is the most promising powerhouse to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is it? To be the first to advance to the Emperor realm. Who is that person? Why is he attacking the Emperor realm? Even those reincarnated old monsters haven't been able to attack the Emperor realm. Who is he? The energy storm in this star field attracted the attention of some holy ones. Soon, the attention of many holy ones, great holy ones, and even quasi-emperors of the world of warlocks was attracted by what's happening here. Someone is attacking the Emperor realm. In this era, apart from Yang Feng, this is the first time someone is attacking the Emperor realm. The Silver Emperor's aura rose steadily as countless silver runes flickered on his body. Under the nourishment of the eternal source energy, his immortal body had finally taken that critical step and become a perfect immortal body. He truly possessed a terrifying physical body comparable to an emperor. Chapter 1295. For a quasi-Empyrean step, powerhouses flew into the void and stood in 4 different directions. Each quasi-Empyrean step powerhouse has a 100-meter-long void flag in their hand. Countless dazzling runes poured out of the void flags and set off one void storm after another. The void within millions of light years in radius became chaotic, making it very difficult for any powerhouse to cross a great distance and come here through a spatial gate. The Silver Emperor took a step forward and stood proudly in the void. An incomparably resplendent silver beam of light pierced through the clouds, rushing towards the Emperor's door and fusing with it. The Emperor Gate shook and resonated with the Silver Emperor's path. Who is that? It's the Gumana universe's powerhouses. What a vicious method. They want to advance to the Empyrean realm here. They want to take away the only person in this universe who can advance to the Empyrean realm. They want to take away the Heaven Holy's spot to advance to the Empyrean realm. The holy and great holy powerhouses are very astute. They saw through the Silver Emperor in them at a glance. There was a lot of discussion in the void. Many saints were gloating, but more great saints looked anxious, and their hearts were filled with coldness. Once the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm, he will be invincible in this era when Empyreans are asleep. The battle demon Sek's branch floating continent. Someone is advancing to the Empyrean realm. Yang Feng opened his eyes, and fearsome light flickered and distorted the void. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from the secret chamber. At the edge of the chaotic starfield, a figure emerged. That's the Heaven Holy. So fast. He came so fast. How is this possible? This is a corner of the universe. Isn't the Heaven Holy still in the battle demon Sek's headquarters? How come he is here? When the eyes of the holy and great holy rank powerhouses fell on Yang Feng, many people revealed shock in their eyes. Heaven Holy! The Heaven Holy is here. He's here. When the Gumani Universe's powerhouses saw Yang Feng appear at the edge of the disordered starfield, their countenance changed dramatically, and their eyes shimmered with fear. The Gumani Universe's Empyrean Lord Hong Caltrip died at Yang Feng's hands, and even the Gumani Universe's 4 emperors, who are invincible under the Empyrean realm, admit that they are not Yang Feng's opponent. None of the Gumani Universe's powerhouses present is Yang Feng's opponent. Space rippled, and battle stars emerged from the void and formed a fearsome fleet that flew into the chaotic space. Beams of light flashed, and the interstellar battleships were enveloped in a layer of mysterious energy. They flew at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light and headed for the Silver Emperor. Sitting atop the battle star, Yang Feng stared coldly at the Silver Emperor in the distance. As expected, it's truly too difficult to advance into the Emperor realm in this universe. The Silver Emperor faintly sighed. His eyes flashed with countless mysterious runes and a look of decisiveness. He frantically burned the eternal source and soared into the sky, punching the Emperor's door. Boom! The surrounding millions of light years trembled. The Silver Emperor had punched a large hole in the Emperor's door, and endless laws and powers surged out from the Emperor's door, entering the Silver Emperor's body. A fearsome essence mixed with tremendous soul force entered the back of the Emperor's door, wanting to engrave his Empyrean brand in an obscure place in this universe. Once the Silver Emperor succeeds in engraving his Empyrean brand in the obscure place, he will truly become an Empyrean. You're courting death. Sitting aboard the flagship, Yang Feng frowned slightly and took a step forward. The surrounding space distorted, and spatial gates appeared and jumped in the chaotic starfield. Only a peerless powerhouse proficient in the essence of space like Yang Feng can jump in this chaotic space. Of course, even someone as tyrannical as him can only jump 10,000 light years. He can't jump millions of light years in one go and arrive at the area where the Silver Emperor is located. Heaven Holy, it is forbidden to pass here. A powerhouse of the Gumani universe, covered in black gas, twisted like a slime, and exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power, flew over. Countless runes flickered, and a black sea containing the essence of corrosion swept towards Yang Feng, covering an area of billions of kilometers. The quasi-Empyrean is called Sea Erosion Great Holy. His true form is a black sea that can corrode everything. As soon as he shows his true form, he erodes and devours countless powerhouses. There was once a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse who was eroded by him and turned into a corpse. You dare to stop me? A fierce ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes, and he spread the fingers of a hand, and a devour black hole, exuding devour light, suddenly appeared and swept towards the boundless Black Sea. A fearsome devour force erupted and devoured the Black Sea. With a flash of green light, a quasi-Empyrean rank assassin shrouded in the essence of speed appeared behind Yang Feng at a speed many times faster than the speed of light and stabbed at Yang Feng with a dagger in his hand. Go to hell. The eyes of a 10,000-meter-tall giant god race powerhouse shimmering with mysterious runes. With 3 heads and 6 arms holding a giant wolf tooth club in each arm flickered fiercely, and he brandished the 6 wolf tooth clubs and slammed them towards Yang Feng. A peerlessly beautiful woman with a pair of goat horns on her head and dressed in a silver warlock robe pointed at Yang Feng with a blue staff in her hand. Countless blue chains extended from all directions and stabbed towards Yang Feng. Originally, quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses are top powerhouses in the universe, and they disdain to join forces with others. But in order to deal with the peerless overlord Yang Feng, the 4 quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses joined forces and attacked Yang Feng. Dying, a cold look in his eyes, Yang Feng's fist slammed into the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin and blasted him to pieces. The Devour Black Hole inhaled and swallowed the remains of the quasi-Empyrean rank assassin. Yang Feng beckoned with a hand, and the green sun halberd appeared. He brandished the halberd, and 100 green suns appeared, combined into one, and turned into a green halberd ray that slashed down. The green halberd ray slashed at the quasi-emperor from the giant god race at an incredible speed. In an instant, the quasi-Empyrean's body was torn apart and turned into countless fragments that flew into the Devour Black Hole behind Yang Feng. Countless blue chains stabbed towards Yang Feng from the void. The Devour Black Hole that devoured the 3 quasi-Empyreans extended, devoured the countless blue chains, and swept towards the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with a pair of goat horns on the head. The complexion of the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with a pair of goat horns flickered, and she burned her bloodline. Surrounded by blue runes, she turned into a ray of blue light, tore through the sky, and fled into the distance. Yang Feng glanced at the beautiful quasi-Empyrean with the goat horns, and then his gaze fell on the Silver Emperor. He opened spatial gates and rushed towards the area where the Silver Emperor is located. So strong, for quasi-Empyreans besieged him. He had actually killed 3 of them and defeated 1. How terrifying! As expected of a monster who can slay the Red Caltrip Lord and the first true ancestor, the holy and great holy rank powerhouses inhaled a breath of cold air when they saw this scene. Each of the 4 quasi-Empyreans besieging Yang Feng is a top quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse, with battle prowess comparable to the star moon Heavenly Snake Great Holy. But despite being besieged by 4 powerhouses, Yang Feng easily defeated them. Even though the holy and great holy rank powerhouses know that Yang Feng's battle prowess is terrifying, but they are still shocked to see it again. Heaven Holy, the Silver Emperor has already entered the Emperor Gate and is destined to advance to the Empyrean realm. Surrender. There is no hope for your universe. Among the 4 quasi-Empyreans holding a void flag, a 100-meter-tall freak with countless horns on his head and a hammer-like tail uttered. The void flag runes in the hands of the 4 quasi-Empyreans shone and formed a void barrier around the Silver Emperor, protecting him. The Gamana universe's powerhouses are aware that only when the Silver Emperor advances to the Empyrean realm will they have a chance to survive. Once the Silver Emperor fails to advance to the Empyrean realm, everyone present will become dust in Yang Feng's Devour Black Hole. A spatial gate opened in the chaotic void, and Yang Feng slowly walked out, glanced coldly at the 4 quasi-Empyreans, and sent a fist barreling towards the void barrier. A torrent of time, a spatial gate, a power star, and a Devour Black Hole. 4 phenomena emerged and blasted into the void barrier. Boom! When the void barrier was hit by Yang Feng's fist, it burst apart. So strong. This is the Heaven Holy who suppressed the Red Caltrip Lord. Sure enough, he's a freak. The 4 void flags split apart, and the 4 quasi-Empyreans holding the void flag spewed out a mouthful of blood and revealed shock in their eyes. Ignoring the 4 quasi-Empyreans who suffered a backlash, Yang Feng took a step forward and entered the broken Emperor Gate. As soon as he entered the Emperor Gate, Yang Feng turned into a fearsome black hole and frantically devoured the power of laws and power of laws inside the Emperor Gate, and then walked towards the deepest part of the Emperor Gate. Heaven Holy, you're a step too late. In the deepest part of the Emperor Gate, the Silver Emperor shone with silver light, turned around and looked at Yang Feng, and immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from him and swept in all directions. Chapter 1296. In an area millions of light years in radius, a fearsome energy storm was set off. Countless mystical flowers containing all sorts of laws appeared. Half of the magical flowers exuded sacred light, while the other half exuded vicious curses. Fearsome immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the Emperor Gate and swept in all directions. Universe Flower. This is the phenomenon of someone advancing to the Empyrean realm. The Gamana universe's powerhouse has advanced to the Empyrean realm. What a vicious method! This is cutting off our universe's path to the Empyrean realm. Seeing this scene, the eyes of the holy and great holy flashed with despair. The divine eyes, great holy's eyes, shimmered with despair. Empyrean. That person advanced to an Empyrean realm. What a vicious method to completely cut off a heaven holy's path to the Empyrean realm. The myriad star great holy sighed faintly. What a vicious move. As expected of a high-energy level universe that has gone through several universe wars. What a vicious move. The energy level of the world of warlocks is one level lower than that of the Gamana universe. Before the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, only one Empyrean can be born in each era. When the origin source of the world of warlocks is fully recovered, multiple Empyreans can be born. But at that time, the Empyreans will recover and Eternals will descend. Once the Gamana universe's Eternals descend into this universe, and there are no Eternals born in this universe, it will only be a matter of time before the universe is destroyed. The Silver Emperor is advancing to the Empyrean realm. A majestic and mysterious ripple spread throughout the entire universe. In the world of warlocks, no matter where they are, all holy ones heard the strange fluctuations. Silver Emperor? Who is that? Silver Emperor? Why isn't it a heaven holy who is advancing to the Empyrean realm? Silver Emperor, why haven't I heard of this name? In the world of warlocks, many powerhouses above the holy step were alarmed and began to pay attention to this name, curious looks on their faces. According to the laws of the universe, countless flowers exuding holy light and vicious curses appeared in front of the Silver Emperor, entered his body, and made his aura rise and become more powerful. The Silver Emperor absorbed the countless universe flowers into his body and said with a faint smile, "Universe flowers, sea of power, ring of starshine." Normally, there would be 3 phenomenons when one advanced to the Emperor realm. Currently, only the cosmic sea had appeared, and there's also a strong curse. This universe really hates me. Originally, when an Emperor advanced, 3 or more phenomenons would appear. They would receive the baptism of the universe's origin source and undergo a perfect transformation and evolution from the soul to the body. As a quasi-emperor of the Gamana universe, the Silver Emperor carries the brand of the Gamana universe on his soul. Originally, it was almost impossible for the Silver Emperor to advance to the Emperor realm in the world of warlocks. However, he had used the eternal essence to break through in one go and become an emperor. No matter how much the origin will of the universe rejected the Silver Emperor, it could only follow the laws of the universe and create a phenomenon. A devouring black hole filled the strange emperor's space, madly devouring all sorts of extremely pure origin energy in the space. The Silver Emperor looked at Yang Feng and uttered, "Heaven Holy, surrender. Since I have already become an emperor, your universe has no hope anymore. It's not too late to surrender. As long as you submit to me, I can promise to protect your battle demon sex holy sovereigns. If it was the 3 eternal sovereigns, I could consider it. But you don't have the qualifications to make me submit. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he took a step and sent a fist barreling towards the Silver Emperor. How dare you? A cold light flickered in the Silver Emperor's eyes. He let out a fierce roar, causing the space to tremble. Endless silver light condensed, forming a terrifying giant sword that was thousands of miles long. The sword slashed down, slashing at the Star of Power. Boom! The void shook. Under the impact of that incomparably terrifying strength, the entire mysterious space within the Gate of Emperor shook and collapsed. The Power Star was slashed by the giant sword, and Yang Feng was blasted away 10,000 kilometers away. There was a bone-deep sword wound on his body, and drops of blood turned silver and fell into the sky. Heaven Holy, Silver Emperor. They're fighting. That's the Heaven Holy and the Silver Emperor. To attack the Silver Emperor. That's an Empyrean. Even if he just advanced, he's still an invincible Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. When the Holy Sovereigns and Great Holy Sovereigns saw this scene, they inhaled a breath of cold air. When the Red Caltrip Lord crossed the universe, she not only suffered a backlash from the universe, she was also blasted by Yang Feng's destruction cannon and was seriously injured, which was how Yang Feng killed her. The Silver Emperor is a flawless Empyrean. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm, his life essence is far superior to that of a quasi-Empyrean. Yet Yang Feng dared to attack him, which is simply unbelievable. So this is an Empyrean, so strong. Even if he just advanced to the Empyrean realm, but he's really strong. Second form. Yang Feng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade. The Dawn God armor he wore entered the second form, and he slashed at the Silver Emperor with the Green Sun halberd. What a powerful Empyrean grade secret treasure. So this is the Empyrean grade secret treasure you refined. Amazing, as expected of the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, no matter how strong you are only the strongest person under the Empyrean realm. With an indifferent expression on his face, the Silver Emperor released countless silver runes that turned into silver arrows shooting towards Yang Feng. With a dignified expression on his face, Yang Feng enveloped in a river of time. His speed increased by 300 times, and he brandished the Green Sun halberd at an extremely fast speed. When he slashed at the silver arrows, as if a fearsome storm, the silver arrows were blasted apart. Even though Yang Feng is already extremely fast, but there are still several silver arrows that pierce through his defenses, pierced through the Dawn God armor, and drops of silver blood dripped into the sky. What a pity! Although the Heaven Holy is extremely powerful, but he is still far from the Silver Emperor. After all, the strongest person under the Empyrean realm is no match for an Empyrean. A flawless Empyrean is really too powerful. When the saints and great saints saw this, a strange light flashed in their eyes. Some were excited, some were fearful, and some were taking pleasure in others' misfortune. At this moment, the huge interstellar fleet has already reached this star field, and a swarm of sixth-generation battle robots poured out like a tide and attacked the 4 quasi-emperors. A bunch of ants. Go to hell. The Silver Emperor frowned slightly and pointed at the huge battleship. A 1,000-kilometer-long silver spear appeared, tore through the sky, and slammed into the huge warship. A fearsome force tore apart the warship's barrier and blasted the warship into countless pieces. The 4 quasi-emperors rushed into the mechanical torrent formed by the 6th-generation battle robots, unleashed various offensive secret methods, and blasted the 6th-generation battle robots into pieces. Inside the mechanical torrent, 12 sharp-blade rulers split open, and 12 holy followers suddenly appeared and attacked the 4 quasi-emperors with various secret methods in groups of 3. As soon as the 12 holy followers were created, their battle prowess was not much different from Yang Feng's. After Yang Feng devoured the first true ancestor, his strength surpassed that of a holy follower. The 4 quasi-emperors were comparable in strength to the star moon heavenly snake Great Holy. But caught off guard, they were ambushed by the holy followers and were seriously injured. What's that? 12 quasi-emperors. How terrifying. Those are 12 quasi-emperors. Each of the 12 quasi-emperors is second only to the Heaven Holy in strength. They are invincible existences under the Empyrean realm. Where did the heavenly saint recruit such a powerful expert? 12 quasi-emperors. The Heaven Holy hasn't even advanced to the Empyrean realm, yet he already has 12 quasi-emperors following him. How terrifying. The death of the first true ancestor should be related to these 12 quasi-emperors. Astonishment flashed through the eyes of the saints and great sages when they saw the 12 overlord holy apostles. In the world of warlocks, a quasi-emperor rank powerhouse is the leader of a terrifying force like an eternal emperor race. A race generally can only give birth to one. Now that Yang Feng has 12 holy apostles with astonishing battle prowess under his command, this is simply shocking. Stop. When the Silver Emperor saw the Gumana universe's quasi-emperor cut into pieces by Yi and devoured by the holy followers, his eyes flashed with anger, and he released a fearsome Empyrean might and sent it barreling towards Yi. Fourth form. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly. Countless runes shone on the armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with him. An overbearing force gushed out of the Kunmo stone and entered Yang Feng's body. He beckoned with his hand, and a halberd appeared and slashed at the Silver Emperor. Countless martyrs emerged, cast countless battle skills, and barreled towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor's face flickered, and for the first time, a dignified look flashed across his face. With a wave of his hand, a silver shield appeared and blocked in front of him. Boom! Blocked by the Silver Emperor, countless silver arrows barreled towards Yang Feng like meteors. A river of time emerged, and Yang Feng brandished the halberd in his hand, turned it into a storm, and forcibly blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. He blocked it. He blocked the Silver Emperor's attack. Amazing. That was a strike from an Empyrean. The Heaven Holy is really scary. The eyes of the holy experts flashed with excitement, and they commented spiritedly. Chapter 1297. 12-star pagodas engraved with countless mysterious runes, such as the sun, moon, stars, and so on flew out, absorbed endless starlight force, and formed a completely sealed star seal boundary. The myriad star Great Holy is sitting in the center of the 12-star pagodas. There is a star cube floating in front of him, and wisps of immortal Empyrean might spread from the star cube. A star with a diameter of 1,000 kilometers, engraved with profound runes, appeared in the sky. Countless dazzling runes poured out of the star and formed another boundary around the star seal boundary. The god Great Holy is sitting in the center of the star seal boundary with his eyes closed. The vertical eye on his forehead opened and became the core of the boundary. Outside the barrier, countless space sovereigns appeared and set up layer after layer of sealing barriers. Yang Feng, you want to kill me here? How naive. The Silver Emperor scanned the three seals with his gaze and smiled coldly. Then, countless runes shone, and a silver torrent emerged from the void. The silver torrent, which seems to run through the past, present, and future, is full of mystery and conceals endless killing intent, and swept towards Yang Feng. A dignified shade flashed in Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes shone, and a devour black hole suddenly appeared and erupted with devour force in an attempt to devour the silver torrent. When a silver torrent slammed into the devour black hole, the devour black hole, which easily devoured several quasi-emperors, was strangely silver, and then merged with the silver torrent. Yang Feng's face fell. Countless runes shone and formed a shield in front of him. The dense crowd of Vajra rulers in the starry sky resonated wildly and opened a huge energy shield in front of Yang Feng. The terrifying silver torrent rushed forward and broke through the huge protective shield. When hit by the silver torrent, the dense crowd of Vajra rulers turned into silver statues that entered the silver torrent, rushed towards Yang Feng, and drowned him in an instant. So strong. This is the Silver Emperor. Amazing. This is the power of an Empyrean. Even someone as strong as the Heaven Holy is not the opponent of the flawless Empyrean. Once the Heavenly Saint is defeated, the Silver Emperor is destined to be invincible. The saints and great sages who were watching from the sidelines through magic felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this scene. The silver torrent churned and rolled in an attempt to silver Yang Feng, the boundless power eroding Yang Feng inch by inch. The armor of dawn has already covered Yang Feng's whole body, and runes flickered and devoured the erosive force contained in the silver torrent. The god armor of twilight blocked 70% of the corrosive force, while the remaining 30% of the corrosive force fell on Yang Feng and silverized his body inch by inch. Countless runes appeared on Yang Feng. At this moment of life and death, he stimulated his potential. A stream of life force essence that had devoured countless experts gushed out, causing his body to evolve continuously. Yang Feng devoured the life force essence of the Black Fur Ghost Emperor, the Red Caltrip Lord, and the first true ancestor. Coupled with the tremendous power he obtained from the Wall of Eternity, he is yet to fully refine it. This time, stimulated by the Silver Force, he finally broke out and frantically transformed his body and soul. As if the will of heaven is watching over him, Yang Feng made breakthroughs without any accidents. Under the nourishment of the powerful origin force, his body finally took that step and transformed to perfection. An incomparably terrifying aura emerged from the Silver Sea. A terrifying halberd light split the Silver Sea apart and slashed towards the Silver Emperor. To advance at this time, as expected of a universe child, a darling favored by the universe origin. There was a flash of jealousy in the Silver Emperor's eyes. Countless silver runes appeared in front of him and formed a silver shield exuding immortal Empyrean might. Boom! When Yang Feng slashed at the silver shield, the halberd split it apart and then slashed towards the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor extended his index finger and pointed at the green sun halberd, and fearsome silver light erupted and sent Yang Feng flying 10,000 kilometers away. The Heaven Holy isn't dead. He's actually still alive. He has become more powerful and terrifying than before. How could this be? Seeing this scene, shock flashed in the eyes of the holy and great holy powerhouses. To be able to injure me, that's amazing. The Silver Emperor looked at the drop of Empyrean blood on his finger, and his eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent. After advancing to the Empyrean realm, the Silver Emperor's combat power has evolved dramatically, and he has entered a completely different level. Originally, in his eyes, Yang Feng was just a relatively powerful ant. As long as he got serious, he would be able to crush the other party. But the small wound on his hand woke him up, making him take Yang Feng seriously. From now on, I will kill you seriously. Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes. Countless silver runes shone, an armor covered his body, and a silver bow appeared in his hand. Unfortunately, I haven't refined an Empyrean-grade secret treasure that belongs to me. However, it's enough to kill you. The Silver Emperor glanced at the bow in his hand. A fierce ray flashed in his eyes, and he pulled the bowstring and unleashed the strongest offensive secret method he has mastered, the silver brilliant sky evil arrow. In an instant, countless silver rays shone, the space shook, and the laws distorted. As if only the silver ray remained, it shot towards Yang Feng. With a flash of resplendent silver light, a large hole appeared on Yang Feng's chest, and silver blood flowed out of the hole and dripped into the sky. So strong. This is the full strength of a flawless Empyrean. How strong? Sharp pain came from his heart. The arrow not only severely injured Yang Feng's fleshly body, but also his soul and even his origin. As long as the Silver Emperor doesn't die, unless an eternal sovereign intervenes, even if Yang Feng advances to the Empyrean realm in the future, the wound on his chest won't heal. Yang Feng, submit to me. Otherwise, your wound will never heal. You're doomed to die here. After firing the arrow, the Silver Emperor's breath weakened slightly, and he looked at Yang Feng and uttered coldly, "Wishful thinking. Silver Emperor, the one who will fall here today, is destined to be you." Yang Feng smiled coldly. Countless runes shone on him, and his breath became more terrifying. He took a step and appeared in front of the Silver Emperor. With a wave of his halberd, countless braves emerged from the river of time and slashed at the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor frowned slightly and beckoned with his hand, and a huge silver sword appeared and clashed with Yang Feng. Countless silver rays shone. Even though Yang Feng went all out, but he is still at a disadvantage against the Silver Emperor's attacks, and wounds that are difficult to heal appeared on his body. In the fierce battle between Yang Feng and the Silver Emperor, a fearsome energy storm formed. As soon as the sixth-generation battle robots got close, they were torn to pieces, unable to affect the battle at all. In a fight between Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, only Holy Spirit Warlock rank powerhouses and above can affect the battle. But Yang Feng didn't let the Holy Step Mechanical Rulers join the battle. Each Holy Step Mechanical Ruler costs an astronomical amount of resources to manufacture. If they're all destroyed in this battle, Yang Feng will be very distressed. Yi Wen and the other 12 Holy Apostles locked their eyes on the Silver Emperor, ready to launch a shocking blow at any time. The Silver Emperor has to divide 20% of his attention to Yi Wen and the other 12 Holy Apostles. If it wasn't for Yang Feng's amazing battle prowess, he would have destroyed the 12 Holy Apostles one by one. Under the attacks of the Silver Emperor, the power hidden inside Yang Feng was stimulated bit by bit. He was evolving at every moment and becoming more and more terrifying. Countless wounds appeared on Yang Feng's body. His eyes became brighter and brighter, and his breath became more and more terrifying. The Heaven Holy is transforming, becoming stronger and stronger. How is this possible? When he was fighting with an emperor, he was actually continuously transforming and evolving. He devoured the life origin of many Empyrean powerhouses. Now he is truly absorbing their life origin. The eyes of the holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity as they watched Yang Feng transform and become stronger and stronger. A resplendent halberd ray flashed, knocked away the Silver Emperor's sword, and cut open a terrifying wound on the Silver Emperor, and a large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. The Silver Emperor was injured. He was finally injured for the first time. The Heaven Holy actually injured a flawless Empyrean in a head-on fight. What a terrible monster! The Heaven Holy is really terrifying. The spectating saints and great saints were dumbfounded by this scene, and they couldn't believe their eyes. A flawless Empyrean is an almost invincible existence. No matter how powerful a quasi-Empyrean is, it is impossible for them to injure an Empyrean. Yet Yang Feng, in a head-on fight, injured a flawless Empyrean, surpassing any existence recorded in the ancient records. Yang Feng, go to hell. An ashen face, the Silver Emperor slashed out with his sword, cut open Yang Feng's divine armor of dawn, and opened a huge wound on his chest. Not caring about the wound on his chest, Yang Feng frantically brandished the halberd in his hand, turned it into a series of afterimages, and stabbed at the Silver Emperor. Very well, let's see who dies first. A fierce ray flashed in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he fought Yang Feng covered in silver light. Chapter 1298. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Yang Feng is riddled with wounds, and a large amount of blood is dripping from his body. His left eye and left hand have been silverized, and silver blood is dripping from his body. The Twilight God armor he is wearing is also riddled with wounds. There were also countless wounds on the Silver Emperor's body, and drops of sovereign blood dripped from it. Its aura had also become much weaker. In the center of the battlefield, Yang Feng has been completely suppressed by the Silver Emperor and can only barely resist his attacks. It's over. The Heaven Holy can't stop the Silver Emperor after all. Now we can only hope that the sleeping Empyreans will wake up. The eyes of the Holy Spirit warlocks and great holies watching this side, through various spells, shimmered with worry. The Silver Emperor is an invincible Empyrean. Unless the Holy Spirit warlocks and great holies sacrifice their lives and burn everything to attack him, they may not be able to hurt him. Holy Spirit warlocks and great holies are the guardians of a race. Their life and death are related to the rise and fall of a race. Naturally, they can't attack the Silver Emperor lightly. The Silver Emperor smiled ferociously and sent Yang Feng flying with a sword strike. Yang Feng, you are very strong. Unfortunately, you're not an Empyrean after all. The one who is going to die today is you. No, Silver Emperor, the one who is going to die is you. A large amount of silver blood sprayed out of Yang Feng's mouth, and he laughed heartily. The 12 sovereign holy apostles, who had been watching silently from the side, suddenly moved and attacked the Silver Emperor at a terrifying speed that surpassed the speed of light. When the Silver Emperor was at his peak, the 12 holy apostles were not his opponent. Now that the Silver Emperor and Yang Feng are both injured, the 12 holy apostles may be able to defeat or even kill the Silver Emperor. Following flashes of light, the 12 Ruler Series battle robots that have been hiding flew out and flew towards the Silver Emperor. Yang Feng, you want to kill me? I want to kill you as well. Since you have a backup plan, how can I not be prepared? The Silver Emperor smiled coldly and waved his hand, and a silver ball of light flew out. The silver sphere of light turned into a 1,000-kilometer-tall, brilliant silver giant, exuding wisps of eternal aura. The area around the giant changed into a silver world and sucked in the 12 holy apostles and holy rank ruler robots. The radiant silver giant gave off an incredibly terrifying aura as it swung its greatsword, creating countless terrifying silver storms as it fought against the 12 divine apostles. The Silver Emperor smiled coldly and was full of confidence. This is the silver glory envoy that Lord Eternal Divine I refined for me. With him around, your subordinates won't be able to save you before I kill you. No, Silver Emperor, the one who's going to die is you. Covered in blood, Yang Feng smiled grimly. An array of light flew out from behind him, and Zero's figure appeared. The whip of the ruler flew out and smashed the Silver Emperor's magic shields like a poisonous dragon, slammed into the Silver Emperor, cracked his bones, and sprinkled his blood. Emperor, how could this be? How can you have an emperor as a guard? The Silver Emperor spewed out a large mouthful of blood and looked at the devastatingly beautiful Zero with a look of horror in his eyes, and he cried out. In the world of warlocks, there are many emperors with terrifying strength. However, virtually all of them are asleep, waiting for the time to wake up. Aware of this, the Silver Emperor dared to fight Yang Feng for a day and a night. He knows that apart from Yang Feng, no one else in the universe is his opponent. The fact that Yang Feng has an Empyrean guard by his side is beyond his expectations. An emperor? Who is that? How can a heaven holy have an emperor as a guard? That's an emperor, an invincible existence. How could he be willing to serve as a guard for Yang Feng? Who the hell is he? Haven't all emperors fallen into a deep sleep? How did an emperor suddenly appear? The eyes of the holy and great holy onlookers shimmered with incredulity. Many people were struck dumb, unable to believe their eyes. An emperor is an invincible existence at the pinnacle of the universe who can found a warlock dynasty. Even eternal sovereigns attach great importance to such an existence. For such an existence to become Yang Feng's guard is simply appalling. Seeing this scene, the Divine Eye Great Holy breathed a sigh of relief, and his eyes flashed with shock and joy. So that's how it is. He hid so deeply. There was a flash of excitement in the myriad star Great Holy's eyes. An emperor. He's willing to become his guard and obey his arrangements. This is simply a miracle. The Heaven Holy is really unfathomable. In the center of the battlefield, Zero brandished the whip of ruler and lashed at the Silver Emperor. Devour light flickered on the whip of ruler, crushed the Silver Emperor's barrier, and lashed at his body. With each strike, The Silver Emperor's flesh and blood were torn apart and devoured. Countless silver runes shone, and the Silver Emperor turned into a silver ray that soared into the sky and flew towards the outside. In an instant, the Silver Emperor flew hundreds of thousands of kilometers and turned into a huge silver sword that slashed at the astral boundary. Boom! An earth-shaking blare erupted, and the Star Seal barrier formed from 70% of the Star Imperial Court's Infinity Warlock rank power was slashed apart. The 12-star pagodas shook intensely, and cracks appeared on the bodies of the pagodas. The Myriad Star Great Holy's face turned pale, and he spewed out a large mouthful of blood, and his body burst open. The Myriad Star Great Holy smiled bitterly, so strong. Sure enough, every emperor is a freak among freaks. They're not on the same level as us at all. For the Heaven Holy to be able to fight with such a freak to this extent, how fearsome. The Silver Emperor has been seriously injured. But even so, he still smashed the seal barrier formed by countless human warlocks of the Star Imperial Court with one strike. This battle prowess is simply heaven-defying. However, the star barrier formed by the Star Imperial Court blocked the Silver Emperor for an instant, and then a poisonous dragon-like whip of the ruler took advantage of the moment when the Silver Emperor was blocked and whipped the Silver Emperor's back, shattering its spine. A fearsome devour force erupted and glued the Silver Emperor to the whip of ruler. Zero crossed the void, appeared in front of the Silver Emperor, and slammed a meteor-like fist containing the essence of power into the Silver Emperor. The Silver Emperor burst apart, and his Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Silver divine light enveloped him, allowing him to withstand Zero's attack. Scram! Eyes shot with blood, the Silver Emperor roared, countless runes shone on his body, and arrows shining with silver divine light shot towards Zero like meteors. Zero's eyes were cold. Without any intention of withdrawing the whip of ruler, he waved his small fist, slammed it into the silver divine light arrows, and smashed them one by one. The Silver Emperor gritted his teeth and waved his hand, and a dilapidated white jade disc exuding eternal aura appeared. Radiating dazzling runes, it flew out, and white jade divine light formed a white jade cage that locked Zero inside. The Silver Emperor is the hope of the Gamana universe. Since the divine eyes, eternal divided a part of his soul origin and gave it to him, he naturally didn't hesitate to give him a dilapidated treasure of eternity. Ling, who was trapped in the white jade cage, frowned slightly. He waved his fists and punched the white jade cage fiercely. Boom! Boom! Fearsome explosions reverberated in the white jade cage. Cracks appeared on the dilapidated white jade disc, and it tottered, ready to collapse at any time. Dilapidated treasures of eternity may be a powerful weapon against quasi-emperor step powerhouses, but for emperors, it is only a matter of time before they are destroyed. After the Silver Emperor sealed Zero for the time being, his blood boiled, and he turned into a giant silver sword that slashed at the defensive barriers set up by the Time Imperial Court. Boom! The defensive barrier set up by the Time Imperial Court was smashed by the Silver Emperor. The star engraved with countless runes crumbled and the earth quaked, looking like the end of the world. The divine eyes Great Holy felt pain in his forehead, and blood dripped down. Then his body burst open, and he became covered in blood. At this moment, the Level 7 stronghold hidden in the third line of defense emerged, and the destruction cannon shone and fired a dazzling beam barreling towards the Silver Emperor. I've been guarding against this move for a long time. Heaven Holy, no matter how powerful an attack is, it's useless if it can't hit its target. The Silver Emperor smiled coldly, and then was devoured and purified by the destruction cannon's beam. Ripples flickered, and the Silver Emperor emerged 10,000 kilometers away and evaded the destruction cannon's shocking strike. But in the next moment, the Silver Emperor's face turned unsightly. When the destruction cannon's beam slammed into the dilapidated white jade disc, it was blasted to pieces. Zero flew out of the white jade cage. Countless runes flickered, and the whip of the ruler slammed into the Silver Emperor, shattering his ribs in one blow. The ruler's whip coiled around the Silver Emperor's body like a terrifying serpent, and it shredded the Silver Emperor's body inch by inch. There was a flash in the Silver Emperor's eyes, and he roared, "Damn it! I refuse to accept this. Heaven Holy, do you dare to fight me fairly? As long as you can defeat me in a fair fight, I'm willing to swear to serve you for eternity." Chapter 1299. I don't need a slave like you. Yangfeng walked out of the void and stabbed the Silver Emperor with the Green Sun halberd, and a fearsome devour force erupted and frantically devoured the Silver Emperor's origin force. He also killed the Silver Emperor. Now is the time when the Heaven Holy is at his weakest, but also when he is at his strongest. What a pity! Why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? It would have been perfect if the Silver Emperor died together with him. Among the spectating saints and great holy, many of them stared at Yangfeng with malice in their eyes, their gazes drifting over zero from time to time. At this moment, Yangfeng was already close to the end of his rope. He was at his weakest. A great holy can slay him directly, but with Zero standing guard in front of him, she cut off everyone's greed and malice. In the universe, the sole imprint of the Silver Emperor imprinted in the depths of the universe collapsed. In an instant, the energy within millions of light years surged this way. Along with flashes of light, countless universe flowers containing various laws of the universe appeared and radiated resplendent light. The Silver Emperor died. The Silver Emperor was devoured by the Heaven Holy. Universe flowers. This is a phenomenon that only appears when an Empyrean promotes to a higher rank Empyrean. I didn't expect it to appear when the Silver Emperor died. It seems that our universe really hates the Silver Emperor. It seems that we love the Heaven Holy to the extreme. The eyes of the saints and great saints flickered with envy when they saw the universe flower appear in front of them. Originally, when an Empyrean dies, there should be a phenomenon of stars falling and a rain of blood. However, although the Silver Emperor advanced to an Empyrean in the world of warlocks, but his soul carries the mark of the Gamana universe, which is why he was rejected by the world of warlocks. The universe flowers turned into streams of light and entered Yangfeng. The large hole in Yangfeng's heart that was pierced by the Silver Emperor began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. In the Tsangji Plain and the 36 primary material planes, golden clouds churned and surged, and golden raindrops fell from the golden clouds to the ground. Gold Rain Sky. The Silver Emperor was slain. This is Gold Rain Sky. The Silver Emperor was killed by a sky saint. As expected of the Heaven Holy, our human race's future 9th Warlock Emperor. You're truly boundlessly powerful. This is the 4th Emperor that has fallen at the hands of the Heaven Saints. He hasn't even become an emperor, but he's already surpassed the King of Dawn. The Silver Emperor has fallen. That was an emperor. He actually died at the hands of a sky saint. Looks like the sky saint's strength is comparable to an emperor. In the Tsangji Plain, human warlocks were full of jubilation, full of excitement, and discussed spiritedly. The other races were silent. Apart from the races that were on good terms with the human race, not many other races were cheering. It's time. In a secret room on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, Regina opened her eyes, and saint-grade power fluctuations spread from her body. The golden rain within a radius of several million kilometers was swept away, turning into a vortex that entered Regina's body. Holy Spirit Warlock. The Battle Demon Sect has another Holy Spirit Warlock. The foundation of the Battle Demon Sect has become even stronger. When the forces monitoring the Battle Demon Sect saw the vortex rising above the Battle Demon Sect, their eyes shimmered with a complicated shade. These forces wished they could kill Regina, but because they were afraid of Yangfeng, none of them dared to do anything. Whirlpools rose in the Tsangji Plain, and the geniuses hiding in the Tsangji Plain broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. With the death of the other race emperors and the golden rain filling the sky, this is the best time to promote to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Breaking through to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm at this time will bring you great benefits. Golden clouds emerged above Yang Feng, and a large expanse of golden rain fell on Yang Feng, nourishing his fleshly body and soul. An incomparably terrifying, devouring black hole appeared and devoured the golden clouds in the sky in a frenzy. When Yang Feng opened his eyes, they blossomed with resplendent light. There's no chance. Curses, why didn't he die together with the Silver Emperor? The eyes of many holy and great holy flashed with hidden malice and disappointment, and they disappeared from this area. Along with flashes of light, the God I Holy and the Holy Ones of the Human Supreme Council flew to Yang Feng's side. Yang Feng looked into the void, and a cold glint flashed in his eyes. Except for you, no one else took action. Aren't they afraid that the Silver Emperor will wipe them out one by one after defeating me? When Yang Feng and the Silver Emperor fought fiercely, some powerhouses have already arrived nearby. But apart from the warlocks of the Human Supreme Council, no one came to support him. They just watched coldly from the sidelines. The God I Holy's eyes shimmered coldly. They have long been dissatisfied with our human race dominating the universe. I'm afraid that they are hoping that you and the Silver Emperor will die together. The Myriad Star Holy frowned slightly. The Gamana universe has 3 eternal sovereigns who unite the power of the entire universe, which is why they can send one expeditionary force after another to attack our universe. Our universe, on the other hand, is in a state of disunity. The future is not good. Since the human race dominates the universe and occupies many fertile lands, many races hope that the human race and the Gamana universe can fight to the bitter end. They are conserving their strength and waiting for an opportunity to rise. The Wind God Holy suddenly asked, "Heaven Holy, can you advance to the Empyrean realm?" The gazes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks focused on Yang Feng. I can't advance to the Empyrean realm in a short period of time. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he looked towards the depths of the universe and observed the laws of the universe. After devouring the first true ancestor, as long as he refines the first true ancestor's life source, Yang Feng is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm perfectly. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor advanced to the Empyrean realm in one fell swoop and occupied the only Empyrean realm position in this era. The eyes of many human Holy Spirit warlocks shimmered with regret. However, there was also a flash of joy in the eyes of some Holy Spirit warlocks. Yang Feng said flatly, 10 years later, I will establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty, the Devour Dynasty, in the Zhangji Plain. I will be the ruler of the Devour Dynasty, and I will integrate the power of the human race. After leaving this sentence, Yang Feng and the huge fleet disappeared into the distance. The Heaven Holy wants to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty. 10 years later, he wants to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty. Is he crazy? He hasn't promoted to the Empyrean realm yet. What qualifications does he have to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty? Empyrean. Isn't there an Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy? With the support of that Empyrean, he naturally has the qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty. After all, that Empyrean isn't from the human race. I refuse to accept a warlock supported by a different race Empyrean ascending to the Empyrean realm. Even without relying on the other race Empyrean, the Heaven Holy is already invincible. What's wrong with establishing the 9th Warlock Dynasty? The Heaven Holy is indeed invincible now, but when the sleeping Empyreans wake up, he is not the opponent of those Empyreans. They will only bring disaster to the human race. When the human race's 8 warlock dynasties were established, they went through countless battles. There were even Empyreans who wanted to destroy the human race's 8 warlock dynasties. What if the Heaven Holy isn't strong enough to resist the siege of those Empyreans? As soon as Yang Feng's words fell, the Zhangji Plains weave set off stormy waves. Countless human warlocks commented spiritedly. If Yangfeng established the ninth warlock dynasty after advancing to the Empyrean realm, then there would be no suspense. No one would be able to resist this momentum. But Yangfeng is just a quasi-Empyrean, after all. He is still half a step away from the Empyrean realm. If it wasn't for Zero's support, even a hardcore ally like the Divine, Great Holy wouldn't support Yangfeng establishing the ninth warlock dynasty. Once the ninth warlock dynasty is established, it will integrate the resources of the human race, occupy the essence of the world of warlocks, and expand outwards. There are only so many resources in the universe. If the human race occupies more, the other races will naturally occupy less. Once the ninth warlock dynasty is established, it will plunder the resources of the universe for its own use. Even the sleeping Empyreans will have to intervene. At the time, the 8 warlock emperors fought fiercely against the awakened Empyreans. The 7 warlock emperors defeated the awakened Empyreans and obtained the title of Invincible Overlord. The Dawn Lord was defeated and forced to retreat to the Zhangji Plain. 10 years later, when Yangfeng establishes the ninth warlock dynasty, it will surely attract countless powerhouses. There will even be Empyreans who will awaken and come to fight Yangfeng and Zero. In the world of warlocks, there is a mysterious, ancient celestial body hidden in layers of barriers. A group of 10-meter-tall, ancient apes covered in golden fur knelt in front of a golden altar and prayed devoutly. The golden-furred ancient ape in the lead exudes quasi-Empyrean rank breath. The golden altar shone with countless runes and radiated golden light. Above it, there is a twisted torrent. In the torrent, there is a black stone egg floating, and wisps of Empyrean might slowly diffuse from the black stone egg and suppress the surroundings. A dignified voice came from the black stone egg. Heaven Holy, you haven't even promoted to an Empyrean realm, yet you want to establish the ninth warlock dynasty. How arrogant! 10 years is enough for me to form a fleshly body that can walk in the world. Chapter 1300. In the universe where the world of warlocks is located, in the deepest part of a celestial body covered by endless sea water, there is a beautiful blue palace. In the center of the blue palace, there is a blue altar. Below the blue altar, there are millions of handsome, extraordinary life forms with fishtails who look 80% to 90% similar to mermaid powerhouses kneeling. In the center of the blue altar, there is a blue lake, and in the middle of the lake, there is a blue lotus in full bloom. In the center of the lotus was a peerless beauty with long blue hair. She was an extraordinary beauty that could cause the downfall of cities and nations. Wisps of immortal Empyrean might slowly spread from the beautiful woman. The ninth warlock dynasty. The Heaven Holy dares to establish the ninth warlock dynasty at this time. How bold! Unfortunately, he is doomed to fail. No one wants to see him establish the ninth warlock dynasty at this time. An incomparably powerful will reverberated in this area. The whole universe was shaken by the news that Yangfeng is about to establish the ninth warlock dynasty. The sleeping emperors began to struggle to wake up. Emperors like the primal chaos mother spider, who have lived since ancient times, cannot wake up from their slumber. If they are careless, they will be devoured by the backlash of the order of time, and their soul will decay and die like the first true ancestor. However, emperors from the archgod age who are closer to the modern era can barely wake up if they pay a certain price. After the Silver Emperor was slain by Yangfeng, the environment of the universe began to change dramatically. The whole universe is waking up. The Zhangji Plain and the 35 primary material planes are waking up, and the elemental energy in the air has become extremely rich. This is enough to wake up the emperors. After Yangfeng decided to establish the ninth warlock dynasty, the Human Supreme Council began to split. The Time Imperial Court, the Taboo Imperial Court, and the Star Imperial Court agreed to join the ninth warlock dynasty and become a part of it. The warlocks of the Transcendent Imperial Court, the Death Imperial Court, and the Magic Note Imperial Court chose to be independent, not planning to join the ninth warlock dynasty. The Human Supreme Council is a place where the 7 major forces negotiate with each other to deal with various matters. Even someone as strong as Yang Feng is not qualified to order a Holy Spirit Warlock of the Human Supreme Council to do things. However, once the 9th Warlock Dynasty is established, as the ruler of the 9th Warlock Dynasty, Yang Feng has the right to order any warlock subordinate to him. Even a quasi-martial emperor would not be able to disobey his orders. When many powerful human warlock groups heard that Yang Feng was going to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty, they sent emissaries to discuss with Yang Feng about joining the 9th Warlock Dynasty. In the boundless universe, there were countless stars. Many human warlock groups had no choice but to flee into the deepest parts of the universe to avoid being hunted down by their enemies due to their defeats and struggles. Among those warlock groups, there were even quite a few terrifying existences whose strength was second only to the 8 great warlock dynasties. In addition to human warlocks, there were also many powerful extraordinary races that sent envoys wanting to join Yang Feng's 9th Warlock Dynasty. In each of the human clan's 8 great warlock dynasties, there were large numbers of other races active. Many other race experts were loyal and devoted to the 8 warlock emperors. They were the most loyal subordinates and comrades of the 8 warlock emperors. Yang Feng didn't refuse the extraordinary races who came to seek refuge. Instead, he let Wu Meiying negotiate with them about joining the 9th Warlock Dynasty. The core world, a forbidden area shrouded in endless fog. The Fog Forbidden Area was one of the core forbidden areas of the core world. Without permission, even quasi-emperor rank powerhouses couldn't enter it. Ripples flickered, and a figure walked out of the void and stepped into the Fog Forbidden Area. This is the Fog Forbidden Area. Only human warlock emperors can enter. Who are you? A furious shout came from the Fog Forbidden Area, and a person dressed in a scarlet warlock robe and exuding great holy step fluctuations of power walked out of the void and barked. Heaven Holy, you are the Heaven Holy Yang Feng. When the great holy saw the figure, his face flickered and his eyes shimmered with dignity. He bowed to Yang Feng and said, Heaven Holy, I'm very sorry. I am the guardian of the Fog Forbidden Area, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy. This is the ultimate secret of the human race. Historically, only human warlock emperors can enter. Please forgive me. Yang Feng glanced at the Heaven Guardian Great Holy and said flatly, In 10 years, I will establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty. I want to go in now. You can't stop me. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy smiled bitterly. Heaven Holy! In the Fog Forbidden Area, there's a light demon battle ape sealed by the Time Lord. He has Warlock Emperor rank strength and has guarded the secret of the Forbidden Area for generations. If you want to go in, you have to defeat him. There is no other way. We Guardians guard this place because we don't want human elites to die in vain. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered brightly, and he exclaimed in admiration. To be able to seal in Warlock Emperor rank light demon battle ape, as expected of the Time Lord. Amazing. Any Warlock Emperor rank existence is an invincible existence in the same rank who has opened up their own path. Every single emperor was an extremely firm and resolute existence, and they were proud and arrogant existences. Yang Feng killed the Silver Emperor without hesitation because he knows that he can't subdue an Empyrean. As for Zero, she is an existence created by Yang Feng. As the creator, Yang Feng can trust her wholeheartedly. For the Time Lord to be able to subdue an Warlock Emperor and serve him for countless years, this is simply heaven-defying. Without any hesitation, Yang Feng stepped into the dense fog. The fog Great Holy smiled bitterly and followed him in. Sure enough, I can't stop him. How could I dissuade such an invincible figure? The fog contains a mysterious power. Even if it is a Warlock Emperor, they will be disturbed by the mysterious fog, unable to distinguish between north and south. Yang Feng's eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he looked at the fog and saw the truth behind it at a glance. In the thick fog, there was a path that led to a huge pagoda. The pagoda was engraved with countless profound runes that emitted a sacred and dazzling light. In front of the pagoda, there is a 10-meter-tall, transparent crystal. Inside the crystal, there is a white-furred, demonic ape exuding an overbearing aura. Light demon battle ape. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with scorching fighting spirit, and he strolled to in front of the pagoda. In front of the pagoda, the transparent crystal shone with countless runes, and then split into 12 pieces. The light demon battle ape opened its eyes, and overbearing Empyrean might diffuse from it. What a comfortable sleep. Are you the challenger of this era, human? What's your name? The light demon battle ape stretched its body, sat on the ground, and asked indifferently, without the demeanor of an Empyrean. Yang Feng replied with a smile, Senior light demon battle ape, my name is Yang Feng. I am the lord of the 9th Warlock dynasty, the Devour Lord. The light demon battle ape grinned and uttered, The lord of the 9th Warlock dynasty? Amazing. You are just a quasi-emperor, yet you can establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. That's amazing. The 9th Warlock dynasty has been established. According to the Time Lord's prophecy, this should be the end of the universe. According to my agreement with the Time Lord, I will help him guard the Origin Tower one last time. Yang Feng, if you want to enter the Origin Tower, you must defeat me. Are you sure you want to fight me here? I won't go easy on you. Yang Feng replied, Of course. But before that, I want to ask you something. Senior, if you leave this place, will you become an enemy of the human race? The light demon battle ape is an Empyrean, an invincible existence that can destroy a plane with a casual strike. If he becomes an enemy of the human race, it will be a disaster for the human race. The light demon battle ape uttered with a smile, If the human race doesn't provoke me. Naturally, I won't make things difficult for the human race for no reason. I have an agreement with your Time Lord. I will guard the Origin Tower for him. He will help me sleep until now, live to this era, and fight for the eternal opportunity. Since you are the 9th Warlock Emperor of the human race, apart from the eternal sovereigns, there is no one else in the world who is your senior. Just call me Luminous Demon. Although the light demon battle ape possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, but it isn't proficient in self-sealing spells. It can only rely on the Time Lord. In the long history of the world of warlocks, because many Empyreans aren't proficient in self-sealing spells, they can only exhaust their lifespan, and eventually their soul decays and turns into a pile of bones. Empyreans who can seal themselves and sleep in the river of time are extremely powerful and terrifying. Yang Feng uttered unhurriedly, but in this era, powerhouses are as common as clouds. There's only one eternal opportunity. The light demon battle ape's eyes radiated resplendent light, and a smile appeared on its monkey face. Even so, I still have to fight for it in this era. If I don't step into the eternal realm, once my lifespan is up, I will eventually turn into a pile of yellow soil. Even if I live for more than 100,000 years, what's the point? In any case, I will fight for the eternal opportunity and advance to the eternal realm. Besides, it feels great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Indeed, it's great to be able to compete with the supreme geniuses of countless eras. Light Demon, your first opponent in this era will be me. Infected by the light demon battle ape's boldness, Yang Feng's eyes flashed with scorching fighting spirit. Countless runes flickered on the twilight god armor, and he beckoned with his hand, and the green sun halberd appeared in his hand. Chapter 13:01. Boy, you're bold enough? I like it. Eat my fist. I won't show any mercy, don't die. A scorching shade flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape. Countless runes shone on its body, and a vast sea of light emerged. Anyone below the Infinity Warlock rank will be blinded once they see the sea of light. A terrifying fist that can run through the sky and easily destroy a world emerged from the mysterious sea of light and barreled towards Yang Feng. A copious amount of divine light radiated from the fist, blinding Yang Feng's eyes in an instant. The green sun halberd flew out, exuding a terrifying immortal emperor might as it slashed at the fist. Boom! Along with a loud noise, Yangfeng was blasted back 100 kilometers, and a fearsome shock wave spread in all directions. In front of the Tower of Origin, there is a small world that can accommodate a fierce fight between Empyreans. Countless runes diffuse from the Tower of Origin and absorb the shock wave from the fight between Yangfeng and the light demon battle ape. Hiding in a corner of the small world, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy watched this scene with shock in his eyes. How fearsome! The Heaven Holy is indeed the most peerless genius in the history of the human race. To be able to block an attack from the light demon battle ape in the quasi-emperor realm, it seems that the information that he can contend against Empyreans is true. What a monster! To be able to block my punch. That's the emperor of the human race's 9th warlock dynasty for you. Again, smiling excitedly, the light demon battle ape sent one punch after another barreling towards Yangfeng while riding a sea of light. Yangfeng brandished the green sun halberd to resist, but was blasted away again and again, and blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth. Too weak. Yangfeng, you're too weak. If this is all you have, then you can't even compare to the weakest Dawn Lord. For such a waste to want to establish the 9th Warlock Dynasty, what a pipe dream. I can guarantee that your 9th Warlock Dynasty will be torn to pieces at the moment of its establishment. The light demon battle ape frowned slightly, disappointment shimmered in its eyes, and it stopped attacking and uttered flatly. Light demon, let's start the second round. I will fight you in my strongest state. The fourth form. The god armor of dawn shone, and a vague phantom emerged from the armor and merged with Yangfeng. A terrifying level 4 desolation and invincible aura diffused from Yangfeng and suppressed the surroundings. This is an Emperor-grade secret treasure that perfectly matches your path. What a great treasure! It can actually raise your strength to this level. This is great. In this state, you have the qualifications to fight me with your full strength. There was a flash of excitement in the eyes of the light demon battle ape. Surging with fighting spirit, it sent a fist barreling towards Yangfeng while riding a sea of light. Blood-colored light revolved around Yangfeng, and a blood domain emerged. Restless bloodline, you've obtained the power of the first true ancestor. It was a pity that he was far inferior to him. When the first true ancestor was at his peak, he was able to force me to use 1% of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Your ability can only make me consume half of my power to suppress the agitation of my bloodline. Surprise flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it used a trace of power to suppress the agitation of his bloodline and sent a fist barreling towards Yangfeng. Yangfeng sent a fist flying, and a gold horn extended from his right fist and turned into a gold beam that slammed into the fist of the light demon battle ape. Boom! The two extremely powerful forces collided and exploded. The terrifying shockwave sent the light demon war ape flying hundreds of miles away. Yangfeng, on the other hand, only shook slightly. Dumbfounded, the Heaven Guardian Great Holy couldn't believe his eyes. Amazing. His strength surpasses that of the light demon battle ape. The light demon battle ape is an Empyrean with a perfect immortal body. Again, with a flash of excitement in his eyes, the light demon battle ape rode a sea of light and sent a fist barreling towards Yangfeng. Countless runes appeared on Yangfeng's body, and a vast, almost endless silver sea emerged and swept towards the light demon battle ape. The light demon warape's white fur started to turn silver as it was engulfed by the boundless silver ocean. What kind of essence is this? How weird. I've never seen it before. The eyes of the light demon battle ape shimmered, and countless mysterious runes appeared, and it slammed a fist into the silver sea. Fearsome light filled the sky and smashed the silver sea. At the moment when the silver sea was destroyed, the green sun halberd flew out and pierced the chest of the light demon war ape, piercing into its body and into its flesh. With a flash of madness in its eyes, the light demon battle ape punched the green sun halberd, and a fearsome force erupted and blasted the halberd away. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the wound on the chest of the light demon battle ape healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. A fierce ray flashed in the eyes of the light demon battle ape, and it brandished its fists and sent a sea of light barreling towards Yangfeng. No matter what spells Yangfeng cast, they were shattered by the sea of light controlled by the light demon battle ape. The eyes of the light demon battle ape flickered fiercely, and it barked and smashed Yangfeng's halberd ray with a punch. Yangfeng, what else do you have? If this is all you have, then you're doomed to be defeated by me today. A cold ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he turned into a black hole that could devour everything and swept towards the light demon battle ape. In an instant, the light demon battle ape was drawn inside. Essence of Devour. Open. A dignified look in its eyes. The light demon battle ape bellowed and sent its fists barreling towards the black hole that can devour everything. A sea of light erupted, as if to smash the black hole. Mysterious runes appeared in the middle of the black hole, devouring all power and the endless sea of light. Mysterious runes appeared on the luminous demon war ape's body, firmly locking its life source. It brandished its fists and sent out dozens of punches in a row in an attempt to smash the black hole. But no matter how the light demon battle ape attacked, it couldn't smash the black hole. The light demon battle ape stopped attacking, and its eyes shimmered with admiration. Amazing. Yangfeng, I admit defeat this time. The black hole collapsed and disappeared, revealing Yangfeng's figure. Yangfeng looked at the light demon battle ape shrouded in mysterious runes and uttered flatly, "You haven't lost." Keep fighting. I'm going all out. I just promised the Time Lord to test my qualifications. I don't intend to risk my life for this trivial matter. My contract with the Time Lord ends here. Goodbye, Yangfeng. The light demon battle ape smiled, turned into a ray of light, tore through the sky, and disappeared from this place. Yangfeng watched the light demon battle ape disappear into the distance with a dignified look in his eyes. Light demons can already walk in this world. It seems that it won't be long before all emperors awaken. The light demon battle ape is a powerhouse of the same era as the Time Lord. It is also one of the emperors closest to the modern era. It is because of this, coupled with the Time Lord's time manipulation spells, that he can walk in the world. However, this also means that some emperors very close to the modern era can already awaken and walk in the world. Yangfeng threw all his worries to the back of his mind. Looking at the Tower of Origin, his eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he strode towards it. Countless runes shone inside the Tower of Origin. Fearsome ripples diffused, and a powerful repulsive force enveloped Yangfeng. Even a quasi-Empyrean steppe powerhouse will be shrouded by the repulsive force, unable to approach the Tower of Origin. With a calm expression on his face, Yangfeng walked forward under the fearsome repulsive force and stepped into the Tower of Origin. The Heaven Guardian Great Holy's eyes flashed with shock. He went in. He entered the Tower of Origin that only warlock emperors can enter. Amazing. That's a Heaven Holy for you. Only warlock emperors of past dynasties can enter the Tower of Origin. In the history of the human race, there have been many peerless quasi-Empyreans who have attempted to enter the Tower of Eternity. Those quasi-Empyreans were seriously injured by the light demon battle apes guarding the tower. Only Yangfeng in the quasi-Empyrean realm can step into the Tower of Eternity. Inside the Tower of Eternity, there's a jade table with 13 jade plates placed on it. Rays of light flickered, and the projection of the Time Lord appeared in the Tower of Eternity. He held black stones that exuded the aura of eternity and placed them on the 13 jade plates. The Time Lord smiled and said, "I am the Time Lord. I searched the world and found 13 eternal source stones. They will be left here as the foundation of a human race. Future martial emperors could take these eternal origin stones. However, I hope that you can leave some treasures for the future emperors, so that we humans won't be bullied by other races without a foundation." Yang Feng's eyes flashed with bright light, and he praised, "As expected of the Time Lord, your bearing is extraordinary. Eternal Source Stones are rare treasures left from the Eternal Era. Only eternal sovereigns can create them. They are extremely precious and possess extraordinary power. For emperors who are already at the pinnacle of the universe, it is very difficult for them to extend their lifespan. Even some eternal fruits cannot extend their lifespan. However, eternal source stones are different. With an eternal source stone, even if the soul of an emperor has decayed and is extremely weak, they can still extend their lifespan by 100 years. Chapter 1302 of the Human 8 Warlock Emperors. The Time Lord has been alive for the shortest time. Since the Arch-God age, when powerhouses were plentiful, he slaughtered his way to the top. In the Arch-God age, powerhouses were plentiful. After the Time Lord advanced to an Empyrean realm expert, he suffered many origin injuries. After he refined the Wheel of Time, he became invincible, defeating, suppressing, sealing, and killing opposing Empyreans one by one. Although the 13 Eternal Source Stones cannot heal the Time Lord's origin injuries, but they can let him live for another 1,300 years. With the Time Lord's proficiency in the essence of time, he can even live for another 10,000 years like a zombie in a half-asleep, half-awake state. However, the Time Lord has an extraordinary bearing. He left the 13 precious Eternal Source Stones for the benefit of future generations. Yang Feng feels ashamed of his inferiority. Ripples flickered, and the Taboo Lord, who is covered in armor and whose face cannot be seen, appeared and took away the 13 Eternal Source Stones without a trace of politeness. After the projection disappeared, another projection appeared. The Taboo Lord picked up the 10 Eternal Source Stones and placed them on a jade plate. At the same time, he placed 3 black ores on the jade plate. An extremely arrogant voice came from the Taboo Lord's projection. I used 3 of the 13 Eternal Source Stones. The parts that I use will be replaced with these 3 True Dragon Raw Dragon Stones. True Dragon Raw Dragon Stones are a kind of universe treasure. According to legend, the first true dragon in the world was born from a True Dragon Raw Stone. In theory, a True Dragon Stone can cultivate an Empyrean rank True Dragon. Of course, even with the means of human warlocks, it is almost impossible to cultivate an Empyrean rank True Dragon with True Dragon Stones. But even so, True Dragon Stones are one of the most precious ores in the universe. Any one of the 3 True Dragon Stones can become an invincible Empyrean secret treasure or even an eternal treasure core material. After the Taboo Lord's projection disappeared, another projection flickered. The heroic and domineering demonic lord walked over. Looking at the treasures on the jade plate, he smiled proudly. Even without the gifts from the predecessors, I can still be invincible in this world. There was a flash of green light, and the handsome Star Lord dressed in a green star warlock robe walked out, arrived in front of the jade plate, and said with a bitter smile, "My talent can't compare to that of the predecessors. I'll accept these treasures." The Star-Lord didn't hesitate to take all the treasures on the jade plate, and then he turned around and left. Not long after, a Lord of the Stars appeared in the projection once again. However, this time, he was in high spirits, exuding the confidence and elegance of an invincible overlord. Of the 10 Eternal Origin Stones, I used 6 to repair my foundation. I also used a True Dragon Raw Stone to create my exclusive artifact. I wandered the world these past few years, and I've gained some things. I've come to find them and leave them for future generations. The Star-Lord smiled slightly, put the 4 Eternal Origin Stones and the 2 True Dragon Raw Stones back, and then placed 20 precious treasures of heaven and earth on the jade plate. Although the value of each of the 20 treasures of heaven and earth couldn't compare to that of the Eternal Origin Stones, but their combined value far exceeded that of the Star Origin Stones and True Dragon Raw Stones the Star-Lord used. With a flash of distorted light, the Death Lord, shrouded in the aura of death and with a gloomy expression, walked in. Although the treasures are good, but they aren't what I want. 2 life flower. Where is it? The Death Lord swept the treasures on the jade plate with a glance, sighed faintly, and strode away. With a flash of light, the magic note lord, who is covered in all kinds of mystical secret treasures, came to the jade plate and looked at the materials on the jade plate. His eyes lit up and revealed a look of excitement. Eternal Origin Stone, True Dragon Raw Stone, True Phoenix Blood Essence, Immemorial Flower, Ice Realm Tear. These are all alchemy materials that are already extinct in the outside world. That's great. With a look of excitement in his eyes, the magic note lord swept the treasures on the jade plate clean, turned around, and left. With a slight flash of light, the projection of the incomparably handsome magic note lord, who was exuding the light of a secret treasure, appeared again. Of the 4 eternal origin stones, I used one and dissected one for research. The other one and the true dragon raw stone, along with various treasures of heaven and earth, refined this unbreakable shield. This is my greatest masterpiece, an emperor-grade secret treasure refined with countless treasures of heaven and earth. My descendant, this is my greatest masterpiece, a secret treasure with the potential to advance to the eternal realm. Its value is far above those materials. With this shield, you will have an extra life. If we can meet in the future, you must thank me. Ha! The magic note lord laughed heartily and placed an eternal origin stone and a palm-sized platinum shield inscribed with countless mysterious runes on the jade plate. Sure enough, the Golem Lord and the Dawn Lord aren't here. The Dawn Lord might have been blocked by the Light Demon. But why is the Golem Lord nowhere to be seen? Yangfeng waited for a while, but no other projections appeared. His eyes shimmered with doubt. And then he stepped forward and took the Eternal Origin Stone and the Platinum Shield, Unbreakable Shield. As soon as the Eternal Origin Stone fell into Yangfeng's hand, a steady stream of power poured into him and healed the injuries to his body and soul. In the fight with the Silver Emperor, Yangfeng was seriously injured, a serious injury close to the origin. That injury hasn't fully healed, but was hidden as an internal injury. Now, under the nourishment of the Eternal Origin Stone, Yangfeng's internal injury began to heal slowly. When Yangfeng grasped the Unbreakable Shield, a fearsome will came from the Unbreakable Shield and crushed towards Yangfeng. The fearsome will contained in the Unbreakable Shield surpasses that of any Empyrean grade secret treasure Yangfeng has ever come into contact with. Ordinary quasi-emperors can't resist the will of the Unbreakable Shield. They will be crushed and become prisoners of the Unbreakable Shield. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and Yangfeng operated a secret method recorded in the Eternal Soul text, condensed it in his sea of knowledge, and unleashed a powerful offensive secret method barreling towards the giant shield formed from the Unbreakable Shield. Boom! 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 Loud sounds erupted in Yangfeng's sea of knowledge, and the giant shield formed from the Unbreakable Shield trembled and flickered with ripples. After Yangfeng devoured the Silver Emperor, his battle prowess is comparable to that of an ordinary Empyrean, and his spirit offensive secret method is even more terrifying. But no matter how he attacks, he can't smash the giant shield formed from the Unbreakable Shield. Although the Unbreakable Shield's defense is heaven-defying, but without a master to control it, it can't provide a steady stream of power. For hours later, traces of taming intent came from the Unbreakable Shield, acknowledging the existence of Yangfeng as its master. Holding the Unbreakable Shield in his hand, Yangfeng's eyes flashed with joy. What the Magic Note Lord said is true. With this Unbreakable Shield, it's equivalent to having an extra life. The Magic Note Dynasty is also known as the Secret Treasure Dynasty. The Magic Note Lord is the most powerful alchemist among the 8 Warlock Emperors. In terms of fighting strength, the Magic Note Lord is not a match for the other 6 invincible overlords. But in terms of alchemy, the other 6 invincible overlords are no match for him. If it weren't for the limitations of the universe's energy level and various materials, The magic note lord might even be able to refine an eternal treasure. The unbreakable shield is one of the magic note lord's greatest masterpieces. Not only does it have a terrifying defense, but it also has the potential to advance to an eternal treasure. Yangfeng was just about to put away the unbreakable shield when it shrank, turned into a platinum ring, and flew to Yangfeng's index finger. Yangfeng said with a smile, "What a treasure with a personality! Many treasures with a spirit don't like to be put away in the storage space. Instead, they like to be carried by their masters or put in places with abundant life, magic energy, or elemental energy. In this way, they can absorb life, magic energy, elemental energy, and the power of their masters to evolve. As Yangfeng's exclusive secret treasure, the god armor of Twilight will only leave his body under very few circumstances. The god armor of Twilight continuously absorbs universe energy to strengthen Yangfeng, and at the same time, it will also absorb his power to strengthen itself. Behind the jade table, there is a gate made of white jade. Yangfeng pushed the gate open and walked inside. Behind the gate, there is a world filled with tremendous origin force. The Time Lord used a heaven-defying method to refine this Tower of Origin by locking a small part of the universe origin force. This divine pagoda contained traces of the terrifying power of the origin source of the universe. Yangfeng looked into the distance and saw that there are 6 stars in the void, each of which has countless mysterious runes suspended in the air, which contain traces of the path of the 6 invincible overlord rank human Empyrean path. Yangfeng's figure fluttered, and he turned into a huge devour star and appeared in the void at once. A steady stream of universe origin force was devoured by Yangfeng and repaired the hidden injuries he suffered during the fight with the Silver Emperor. The universe's favor on Yangfeng disappeared continuously. At the same time, with every breath of time, he is evolving and transforming, becoming more and more terrifying. A figure flew out from behind Yangfeng and revealed itself. It is Zero. Countless mysterious runes appeared in her eyes, and she evolved into a star and frantically absorbed the universe origin force contained in the Tower of Origin. At the same time, she is evolving and transforming. Chapter 1303. Time passed, and 7 years passed in the blink of an eye. In a desert of the Tsangji Plain, blue seawater suddenly gushed out, filled the blue desert, and formed a blue sea. Countless powerhouses who are 70% similar to mermaid powerhouses are active in the sea. The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened and descended upon the world. A peerlessly handsome half-step emperor powerhouse walked out of the ocean and announced to the world, causing a huge storm in the world. The Blue Moon Sea Empress is an empress from the Archgod Age. The Sea Empress of the Blue Moon was an emperor from an era before the Lord of Time, and she was an empress. An empress has finally descended upon the world. It turns out that Lady Shui isn't the Blue Moon Sea Empress. I thought that Lady Shui was the reincarnation of the Blue Moon Sea Empress. When the Blue Moon Sea Empress emerged, she shocked the world. In the weave, a terrifying storm was set off, and countless powerhouses discussed animatedly. A different race powerhouse said, "The Blue Moon Sea Empress has awakened, and the other emperors are not far from awakening. This era is no longer the era of the human race." A different race powerhouse also spoke in the human weave. In this era, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only spot to advance to the Emperor realm. If the Heaven Holy can't advance to the Emperor realm, then no matter how strong he is at most the strongest person under the Emperor realm. A human powerhouse retorted, "The human Heaven Holy is not only powerful, but also has an emperor assisting him. Even if he isn't an emperor, but he surpasses an emperor enough to establish the human race's 9th warlock dynasty." A different race powerhouse said, "That emperor is just another person. After all, the Heaven Holy is too weak to be the human race's 9th warlock emperor. If he establishes the 9th warlock dynasty, he will only bring disaster to the human race." In the weave of the human race, countless experts of the foreign races and the human race were arguing with each other endlessly. Although the other races are hostile to the human race, but the human race has Yang Feng and Zero, two terrifying existences after all. Moreover, Yang Feng is ruthless. Along the way, who knows how many powerful enemies he has killed. Countless saints and great saints had become his stepping stones, and most of the outsiders' faces had changed at the mention of Tiansheng's name. Before the Blue Moon Sea Emperor had made a move, no one had dared to make an enemy out of him. The experts of the other races quarreled with the humans in the weave. Many experts from different clans chose to submit to the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, making the Blue Moon Sea tribe's power grow day by day. Time flew, and a year passed in the blink of an eye. In an extremely vast mountain range, the ground suddenly shook violently and split open. A gigantic mountain range that was tens of thousands of miles tall and seemed to pierce through the clouds appeared, emitting a brilliant golden light. At the very top of the enormous mountain range that was like a star was a layer of dense fog that was filled with a divine aura, and a sacred ancient tree that was covered in golden leaves and inscribed with countless mysterious runes was rooted at the top of the mountain. Countless golden-haired primates were jumping happily in the sacred ancient tree. Golden-furred ape emperor revives the world. A pseudo-emperor golden-haired ancient ape spoke, causing a terrifying storm in the universe once again. The gold-fur ape emperor was a fearsome emperor of the arch-god era. According to legend, he once killed a true spirit-ranked Qilin. Another emperor has awakened. The position of overlord of the human race is finally going to be shaken. Finally, someone can restrain the heaven holy. With the awakening of the Empyreans, this era is no longer the era of the heaven holy. When the other race experts heard that the gold-fur ape emperor had awakened, their eyes flashed with excitement, and they cheered. The human 8 warlock dynasties suppressed the universe and plundered countless resources from it. The human warlocks cover the universe, forcing the other races to make concessions. It is because of this that when the human race faced danger, the other races just watched with folded arms. They let the humans and the Gamana universe's powerhouses fight. After the collapse of the 8th warlock dynasty, the human race declined. But after Yang Feng's rise, the other races felt suffocated again. Now that all the monarchs had awakened and experts had risen, the weaker races had the chance to take advantage of the situation and rise up. At the time, under the leadership of the Time Lord, the human race took advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to fight and reap benefits, and finally rose. Many other races have the same idea, eager to take advantage of the contradictions between the Empyreans to rise. 2 Empyreans have awakened. Will the Heaven Holy still dare to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty? Those are 2 Empyreans. If the Heaven Holy doesn't establish the 9th Warlock dynasty, they can coexist peacefully with the Heaven Holy. But once the Heaven Holy establishes the 9th Warlock dynasty, they will never allow it. Those are 2 Empyreans. Even if the mysterious Empyrean beside the Heaven Holy can block one of them, but who can block the other? In the Magic Net Forum, countless powerhouses discussed spiritedly, and many of them revealed worry in their words. Some powerhouses who had been supporting Yang Feng before wavered. After all, 2 Empyreans have awakened. Each Empyrean is a terrifying existence who is invincible in the same rank and can run amok in the universe. When the Silver Emperor just advanced to the Empyrean realm, he defeated Yang Feng. If it wasn't for Zero, Yang Feng would have been killed by the Silver Emperor. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Gold-Fur Ape Emperor are both veteran Empyreans. Although they aren't invincible overlord rank existences, but they are still fearsome existences who are stronger than the Silver Emperor. At the time, the Silver Emperor has just advanced to the Empyrean realm and has yet to fully grasp the power of an Empyrean. As for the Blue Moon Sea Emperor, they're old freaks who have lived for countless years. They can even seal themselves and survive to this day. Their strength is simply terrifying. Under the attention of countless powerhouses, the preparations for the 9th Warlock dynasty are still going on. A year passed in a flash. On September 13th next year, the human race's ninth warlock dynasty will be officially established. A piece of news came from the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent and spread throughout the universe at an astonishing speed. He actually dares to establish the human race's ninth warlock dynasty. He's just a quasi-Empyrean. That's crazy. He's probably the weakest warlock emperor in the history of the human race. He's even weaker than when the Star Lord established the Star Dynasty. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor occupies the only position in this era to advance to the Empyrean realm. Otherwise, he would be able to advance to the Empyrean realm and become a fearsome Empyrean. Discussions emerged in the human weave. Many other races aren't optimistic about the ninth warlock dynasty founded by Yangfeng. Even among the humans, there are many dissenting voices. However, no matter how much quarrels there are in the weave, the establishment of the ninth warlock dynasty is still proceeding in an orderly manner. In the center of a mysterious ancient celestial body, there's a beautiful and luxurious palace. An old man in a silver warlock robe stared at the weave with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes. Exuding quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power, he said in a low voice, "The ninth warlock dynasty. The Heaven Holy is really bold. If the ninth warlock dynasty can really be established, then we humans may have hope to survive the universe's end tribulation." There was a flash of light, and the old man dressed in a silver warlock robe disappeared from where he stood. In a mysterious ancient celestial body, there is a dense jungle full of poisonous insects exuding fearsome fluctuations of power. Among them, there is no lack of 100-meter-long poisonous insects shuttling through the jungle and fighting each other. A 1,000-kilometer-long golden bat that covers the sky flew over from afar, opened its maw, and golden ripples enveloped the earth. The extraordinary venomous insects exuding terrifying fluctuations of power above the glorious sun realm were directly swallowed by the golden bat. The ninth warlock dynasty. Heaven Holy, even if you're in existence invincible under the Empyrean realm. In the end, you're just an Empyrean. To dare to establish the ninth warlock dynasty, let's see how you die. The eyes of the golden bat shimmered fiercely, and it turned into a stream of light and disappeared. In the vast universe, countless rays of light shone, and one holy expert after another used various secret methods to cross the void and fly towards the Tsangji Plain. Only holy experts, who are pinnacle powerhouses of the universe, can cross millions or even tens of millions of light years and arrive at the Tsangji Plain with the help of secret treasures. The establishment of the ninth warlock dynasty is related to the changes in the forces of the universe. Once the ninth warlock dynasty is established, the human race will gain the upper hand and receive more favor from the universe. After all, the universe needs a powerful unified force to contend with the Gamana universe. Time passed, and 1 year went by in a flash. September 13th. The battle demon Sek's branch floating continent. Bell tolls came from the continent and spread in all directions. The entire Tsangji Plain heard the magnificent bell tolls. It's begun. The founding ceremony of the ninth warlock dynasty. This is the day that will decide the fate of the universe. Whether the human race can continue to dominate the universe or be knocked down to the mundane world will depend on this day. The human race is bound to fail. The collapse of the ninth warlock dynasty would be for the best. We can take this opportunity to take a bite out of the human race. The gazes of countless experts in the Tsangji Plain focused on the weave, paying attention to the live broadcast of the ninth warlock dynasty's founding ceremony. Only holy experts or the leaders of major forces and major races are qualified to enter the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent to participate in the official founding ceremony. Ordinary powerhouses, even warlock monarch rank powerhouses, are not qualified to enter the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent. Chapter 1304. In the center of the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent. In the center of a huge palace that covers an area of tens of thousands of square kilometers, there is a magnificent Devour Temple engraved with countless mysterious runes. In the Devour Temple, there is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure thrown, the Magic Note Throne. There is a person sitting on the throne. It is Yangfeng. Wisps of incomparably terrifying emperor might permeated the Magic Note Throne, blooming with incomparable brilliance. After the Great Cloud Dynasty withdrew from the stage of history, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure finally fell into Yangfeng's hands. Inside the Devour Temple, the leaders of the major warlock groups looked at Yangfeng sitting on the Magic Note Throne with enigmatic light in their eyes. Once the 9th Warlock Dynasty is truly established and recognized by the universe, the Magic Note Throne, this Empyrean-grade secret treasure, will be able to exert terrifying power. When a Warlock Dynasty is at its strongest, the Magic Note Throne can even confer the title of an Empyrean for Quasi-Emperors, 16 Great Holies, and 48 Holy Spirit Warlocks. Although the Empyreans conferred the title of Magic Note Throne are far inferior to true Empyreans in terms of lifespan, use of power, and other aspects. But after all, they're Empyrean-rank powerhouses with fearsome battle prowess that can threaten true Empyreans. The Magic Note Lord's alchemy is known to be unparalleled in the world. He is recognized as the #1 alchemist of the human race. Not only does he surpass the human warlock emperors, but he also surpasses any human alchemist. Only the legendary Eternal Sovereigns can surpass him in alchemy. It is thanks to all kinds of incredible and powerful secret treasures that the Magic Note Lord was able to run amok in the world and remain invincible for an era. I didn't expect that a minor character of the Great Cloud Dynasty in the past would become a legendary warlock emperor. In a corner of the Devour Temple, the former emperor of the Great Cloud Dynasty Bai Wuqing looked up at Yangfeng sitting on the Magic Note Throne with a complicated look in his eyes. At the time, Bai Wuqing was the emperor of the Eastern world's Great Cloud Dynasty, a fearsome pinnacle infinity warlock rank powerhouse. When Yangfeng first rose to prominence, he was just a moonlight warlock. But now Yangfeng is the founder of the 9th Warlock Dynasty, while the ambitious Bai Wuqing is just a warlock monarch rank powerhouse. In the past, a warlock monarch rank powerhouse was virtually invincible. But in the universe war, a warlock monarch doesn't even have the qualifications to participate in a fight between two emperors. The huge difference naturally caused Bai Wuqing to feel extremely complicated. Below the Magic Note Throne sat Mykelia and Shiryu. Below them, there are quasi-emperors subdued by Yangfeng. Below the quasi-emperors, there are great sages and holy ones subdued by Yangfeng. Incomparably terrifying auras emanated from the bodies of those experts, pressuring many experts to the point of suffocation. Huang Yihe sat between the great sages and sages, looking down at the experts below with an incomparably joyous smile on his face. Among the experts below, many of them were legendary existences to Huang Yihe. But now, those legendary human almighty beings could only sit below the throne and look up at him, which made him feel extremely good. So strong. There's so many quasi-emperors, great sages, and holy ones. To subdue so many powerhouses, as expected of the Heaven Holy. In terms of the number of holy ones alone, the 9th Warlock Dynasty doesn't lose to the 8 Warlock Dynasties of the past. Unfortunately, the position of Emperor of this era was occupied by the Silver Emperor. If the Heaven Holy can ascend to the position of Emperor, he will be able to become the 9th Warlock Emperor. Inside the temple sat the leaders of the universe's various human warlock groups. They looked at Yangfeng sitting on the throne with regret in their eyes. After Yangfeng returned from the Eternal Path, he became invincible and swept away all enemies. Even Empyreans, such as the Red Caltrip Lord and the first true ancestor, died at his hands. Both enemies and allies admit that as long as Yangfeng doesn't die, he will be able to surpass everyone in the universe, advance to the Empyrean realm, and become the 9th Warlock Emperor. But no one expected that the Gamana universe's divine eyes eternal would be willing to split his eternal origin and let the Silver Emperor cross the universe, descend to this world, and forcibly advance to the Empyrean realm and occupy the position of Emperor in this era. Even though Yang Feng has the support of the Empyrean rank Powerhouse Zero, but not many people are optimistic about the 9th Warlock dynasty he founded. The Transcendent Dynasty's Wind God Holy is here. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations to the Devour Lord for establishing the Devour Dynasty. This is a small gift. Please accept it. The Wind God Great Holy came in with 2 Great Holy and 8 Holy Ones of the Transcendent Imperial Court, bowed to Yang Feng, presented him with a big gift, and then sat down on a seat. The Death Dynasty's Heavenly Corpse Holy is here. A Heavenly Corpse Great Sage, who is shrouded in a dense death chi and looked like a corpse, but emitted a trace of quasi-emperor power fluctuation, walked into the hall with a Great Sage and 2 saints from the Death Empire. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour Dynasty. With an expressionless face, the Heavenly Corpse Holy saluted Yang Feng, offered a big gift, and then sat down on his seat. The Magic Note Dynasty's 1,000 Treasures Holy is here. A handsome young man dressed in countless secret treasures, looking 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, stepped into the hall, followed by 1 Great Sage and 6 Holy Ones. The Magic Note Lord? When Yang Feng saw the handsome young man, his eyes congealed slightly, and for the first time, he revealed a dignified look, and stormy waves set off in his heart. In the Eternal Wall and the Tower of Origin, Yang Feng has seen the soul projection of the Magic Note Lord twice. He is very familiar with the soul fluctuations of the Magic Note Lord. The soul fluctuations of the handsome young man, who looks 60% similar to the Magic Note Lord, are 90% similar to the Magic Note Lord's soul fluctuations. Greetings, Devour Lord. Congratulations on the establishment of the Devour Dynasty. This is a small gift from the Magic Note Dynasty. I hope you like it. This is the last component of the Magic Note Throne. The 1,000 Treasures Holy smiled and spread the fingers of a hand, and a blue crystal appeared, turned into a stream of light, and flew into Yang Feng's hand. Yang Feng took the blue crystal and looked at it carefully, and his eyes shimmered with admiration. The blue crystal contains endless mysteries, and it is completely compatible with the Magic Note Throne. Once the blue crystal was added to the Magic Note Throne would be upgraded to the next level. Originally, the Magic Note Throne can only confer the title of an Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptor. Once the blue crystal was fused, the limit of the Magic Note Throne would be able to confer the title of 2 Emperor-level Imperial Advisors to the Empire. 2 Empyrean rank Imperial Preceptors are enough to contend against an ordinary Empyrean. Yang Feng replied, "Thank you. It's nothing. Besides, only you can use this treasure." The 1,000 Treasure Great Sage smiled and led the experts of the Magic Note Dynasty to their seats in a carefree manner. The Nebula Patriarch is here. After the quasi-emperors of the 3 Warlock dynasties entered, the leaders of powerful races appeared in the Devour Temple and presented Yang Feng with congratulatory gifts. Myriad races gathered. The Dawn Lord is here. A voice suddenly rang out, and Ahimiro, who was giving off traces of Emperor's might, stepped into the Devouring Temple. A boundless and terrifying immortal Emperor's might slowly spread out from his body and swept out in all directions. Behind Aximiro, there are 2 blazing angels, 1 male and 1 female. Each blazing angel exudes quasi-Empyrean rank might. The Dawn Lord, the 8th human Warlock Emperor, the Dawn Lord. He finally awakened through a secret method. The Divine Son Aximiro is indeed a vessel for the resurrection of the Dawn Lord. It's the 9th human Warlock Emperor versus the 8th human Warlock Emperor. This is going to be a world-shaking collision. There can't be 2 tigers on the same mountain, Since the Dawn Lord is here, it seems that there's going to be a good show. The two invincible human warlock emperors are finally going to collide. Inside the palace, the eyes of many human warlocks shimmered with worry. The experts of the foreign races all revealed looks of schadenfreude. The eyes of the Dawn Lord flickered, and he uttered, "Yang Feng, you haven't promoted to an Empyrean realm yet. You aren't qualified to sit on that throne. End this farce and come down. As long as you join the Dawn Dynasty, I can promise to make you the sole heir of the 8th Warlock Dynasty and help you ascend to the Empyrean realm in the future." Yang Feng spoke. "Dawn Lord, I appreciate you very much. As long as you join my Devour Dynasty, I can give you the position of an Imperial Preceptor. Your position will be just below Zero and me." So the name of the Emperor behind him is Zero. Zero? Who was he? How come I've never heard of this name? Zero. Could it be that he is an emperor that has not been recorded in the ancient books? When the powerhouses in the Devour Temple heard Yang Feng's words, they speculated in their hearts. There was a flash of anger in the eyes of the Dawn Lord. An immortal Empyrean might far beyond that of the Silver Emperor spread from him and swept in all directions. Human warlock emperors must be Empyreans. Otherwise, it would only bring disaster to the human race. Yang Feng, if you don't end this farce. As such, I have no choice but to suppress you and save the human race from a calamity. Chapter 1305. Sitting on the magic note throne, Yang Feng uttered domineeringly, "Then let's go to the battlefield of Empyreans. Let's see who suppresses who." The Dawn Lord smiled coldly, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. "What big talk! I hope you won't regret it." Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he entered the void. In a vast void without any life stars within millions of light years, two rays of light flickered, and two figures appeared. They are the Dawn Lord and Yang Feng. Numerous, terrifying sage wills descended and hid in the distance, watching the battle from afar. The Dawn Lord radiated dazzling divine light of dawn and said indifferently, "Yang Feng, the fight between us is a fight between men, a one-on-one duel in a struggle for the position of Empyrean. Outsiders are not qualified to participate. The Empyrean rank Powerhouse Zero, who suppressed the Silver Emperor together with Yang Feng 10 years ago, showed extremely terrifying battle prowess. The Dawn Lord doesn't want to be enemies with Yang Feng and Zero at the same time." Yang Feng said indifferently, "No problem. It's a fair one-on-one duel. She won't interfere." "Very well. In that case, you're going to lose." A cold ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he silently recited an incantation. Countless wisps of dawn divine light emerged and formed a giant hand that stretched for 10,000 kilometers and pressed towards Yang Feng. The void was filled with the power of all kinds of loss. The entire void was frozen, and all kinds of evasive secret techniques were restricted. Only powerhouses most proficient in the essence of speed may be able to escape the strike of the giant hand. "Dawn Lord, you're too weak." Yang Feng's eyes shone brightly, and he smiled coldly and beckoned with his hand. Silver light shone brightly and formed a boundless silver sea, and a dense swarm of silver arrows barreled towards the 10,000-kilometer-long giant hand like meteors. Under the bombardment of the terrifying silver arrow, the terrifying giant hand that was thousands of miles long was directly smashed into pieces. The silver light that filled the sky turned into silver arrows that shot straight towards the King of Dawn. That's the essence of silver of the Silver Emperor. So strong. The Heaven Holy actually grasped the essence of silver of the Silver Emperor. How terrifying. This was the peak of the devouring power Upanishad. It can devour the power of the one being devoured for its own use. As expected of the Master Devourer, that's a terrifying power comparable to an emperor. The spectating saints and great saints stared at the boundless and terrifying silver ocean with their mouths agape and eyes filled with shock. Any human warlock emperor will master countless secret methods to deal with all kinds of complicated situations. However, their strongest secret technique was still a secret technique that was compatible with their own path. Only a secret technique that was compatible with one's own path could unleash the terrifying power of an emperor. Yang Feng can freely control the essence of the Silver Emperor and exert Emperorian rank power. This is simply heaven-defying. A look of anger flashed in the King of Dawn's eyes. He spread his fingers, and the divine light of dawn that filled the sky formed a terrifying boundary of dawn in front of him. The countless silver arrows struck the glimmer of dawn boundary, causing ripples to form. Open. Among the countless silver arrows, Yang Feng suddenly appeared and slashed down with the green sun halberd. Carrying an overbearing aura, the halberd split open the glimmer of dawn boundary, and then slashed towards the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord's face fell, and he cast countless secret methods, and defensive barriers appeared one after another. The green sun halberd pierced through the sky, destroying everything in its path. It shattered the terrifying defensive barrier and slashed at the Dawn Lord's body, leaving behind a terrifying wound. It was as if the Dawn Lord was going to be split apart, and a large amount of Emperor's blood dripped from the wound into the sky. The Dawn Lord was actually injured first. How is this possible? That's the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. That's terrifying. The Heaven Holy has undergone such a terrifying evolution in the past 10 years. That's terrifying. His battle prowess is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. That's terrifying. As expected of a peerless genius who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's so powerful. Devourer Lord. The eyes of the surrounding holy and great holy experts shimmered with incredulity. At the time, when Yang Feng contended against the Silver Emperor as a quasi-emperor, it was already unbelievable. But now, Yang Feng can even suppress the Dawn Lord, the 8th Warlock Emperor of the human race. This is simply a miracle. In the starry sky, countless rays of dawn light shone and sent the green sun halberd flying. As if an invincible god of war, Yang Feng brandished the green sun halberd and slashed at the Dawn Lord from all directions. The Dawn Lord cast various top-notch secret methods that have been lost, yet they were still broken by Yang Feng one after another. Wounds appeared on his body, and drops of Empyrean blood dripped down. Amazing. Even the legendary Empyrean, like the 8th Warlock Emperor, isn't his opponent. That's amazing. Inside the Devour Temple, Bai Wuqing looked at the projection in the hall with shock in his eyes. Amazing. So strong. Worthy of the ruthless person who founded the 9th Warlock dynasty. That's the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor. In the hall, the leaders of the human warlock groups looked at the scarred Dawn Lord bathed in Empyrean blood with an enigmatic gleam in their eyes. Although the Dawn Lord is known as the weakest warlock emperor among the 8 warlock emperors. But after all, he is an Empyrean who can suppress the universe. When the Dawn Lord was alive, no other race Empyrean set foot on the Tsangji Plain. This shows how powerful he is. But now the legendary 8th Warlock Emperor is being suppressed by Yang Feng, which naturally shocked everyone. Yang Feng, give up. A fierce ray flashed in the Dawn Lord's eyes, and he took out a scepter full of holy fluctuations. Countless runes flew out of the scepter and entered the void. The void split open, and a holy mountain filled with the light of dawn and filled with countless angels and light life forms. Mountain Paradise emerged. Dazzling divine light of dawn burst out from Paradise Mountain and pressed down on Yang Feng. Mountain Paradise, the ultimate secret treasure of the Dawn Lord. Legend has it that Mountain Paradise is a broken eternal treasure. At the time, the Dawn Lord obtained this broken eternal treasure, which is why he chose dawn as his path, became invincible, and advanced to the Empyrean realm. The Dawn Lord is really going all out. Inside the Devour Temple, when many human warlocks saw Mountain Paradise, Their eyes shimmered with enigmatic light. Mountain Paradise is the core secret treasure for the Dawn Lord to advance to the Empyrean realm, as well as his most powerful trump card. It was because they were afraid of the power of Mountain Paradise that many Empyreans acquiesced to the establishment of the 8th Warlock dynasty. As soon as Mountain Paradise appeared, the light of dawn sprinkled the sky, and the space within millions of years turned into a huge dawn divine country. Amidst the dazzling light of dawn, countless angels of dawn formed from divine light attacked Yangfeng from all directions. At this moment, Yangfeng feels like he has broken into the divine country of a supreme god. He is suppressed by the divine country in various ways. At the same time, he has to face an endless stream of divine legions. In the divine country of a supreme god, even an Empyrean will be suppressed by the power of the divine country. At the same time, it is difficult to absorb outside force, and there is the possibility of being exhausted to death. At the Time Lord once suffered a great loss in the divine country of an ancient supreme god. What an amazing, secret treasure! This eternal treasure has been repaired by 80%. Unfortunately, it was repaired with Faith Force, which has huge flaws. Yangfeng's eyes flashed coldly, and the Dawn God armor shone, and he entered the second form. Countless runes shone, and Yangfeng turned into a black hole and flew towards Mountain Paradise in the center of the divine country. Countless dawn angels flew out, were swallowed by the black hole, and then spat out and fell into the distance. The dawn angels, which are made of dawn divine light, are highly toxic to Yangfeng. When Yangfeng devours a dawn angel, he needs to consume more power to refine it before he can truly use it. Otherwise, he will hurt himself. Sure enough, I can't stop you, Yangfeng. However, you gotta lose. Standing on Mountain Paradise, the Dawn Lord's eyes shone coldly, and he silently recited an incantation, and countless mysterious runes appeared on his body. On Mountain Paradise, countless mysterious runes shone, fearsome dawn divine light gathered, and a heaven battle spear capable of slaying Empyrean powerhouses appeared on the mountain, turned into a stream of light, and shot towards Yangfeng. Countless runes shone on Yangfeng, and he brandished the green sun halberd, and 1,000 green suns appeared and merged into one that slashed at the heaven battle spear. Boom! Along with a heaven-shaking blare, the heaven battle spear was smashed by Yangfeng's halberd. A torrent of time emerged, and Yangfeng appeared on Mountain Paradise in a step and slashed with his halberd. Boom! Following a loud explosion, empty Paradise trembled slightly, and a huge hole appeared halfway up the mountain. The entire divine kingdom was trembling at a terrifying rate. Seeing this scene, the Dawn Lord's eyes flashed with pain, and he shouted, "Stop! Devour Lord, I lost this fight." Hearing that, Yangfeng stopped his attack on Mountain Paradise. Countless rays of dawn divine light shone, and Mountain Paradise crossed the void and disappeared. "I lost this fight. I wish you good luck." The Dawn Lord took a deep look at Yangfeng with complicated emotions in his eyes, and then sighed, turned into a stream of light, and disappeared. Chapter 1306. The Dawn Lord has been defeated. The Devourer Lord defeated the Dawn Lord. From today on, the Heaven Holy is the true Devourer Lord. To defeat an Empyrean as a quasi-emperor, that's really terrifying. The Devourer Lord. In the world of warlocks, countless people watch the battle between Yangfeng and the Dawn Lord through various spells, and their eyes shimmered with shock. As expected of the Devourer Lord, the strongest warlock emperor of the human race in the future, the Devourer Lord can contend against Empyreans now. When he steps into the Empyrean domain in the future, he will definitely be an invincible overlord rank existence. The Devourer Lord is really strong. The establishment of a human race's 9th warlock dynasty will be smooth. In the human webs, countless human warlocks cheered for Yangfeng's victory. The defeat of the Dawn Lord means that the human race has given birth to an even more terrifying powerhouse. The human Ninth Warlock dynasty will only become more powerful and awe the world. The eyes of the other race experts shimmered with disappointment, and they kept silent, not daring to speak carelessly. Once the human Ninth Warlock dynasty is truly established, the entire universe will belong to the human race, and the human race will become more prosperous and occupy more resources. The other race experts who have emerged now will become the focus of the human Ninth Warlock dynasty's attack in the future. There was a flash of light, and Yang Feng's figure appeared on the throne of the Devour Temple. Many other race leaders came here with the intention of watching a good show. As such, they don't really respect the quasi-emperor Yang Feng. After the Dawn Lord was defeated by Yang Feng, the hearts of the other race leaders turned cold, and they looked at him with awe in their eyes. Lan Yu, the Sea Emperor has arrived. A slightly trembling voice came from outside the door. A boundlessly vast and terrifying aura that was like a sea of stars surged over from the outside world. Amidst a wisp of blue divine radiance, the peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary bearing stepped directly into the palace. This peerless empress with a peerless appearance and extraordinary temperament was an incomparably powerful empress, the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. She was also known as the strongest expert in this world. In terms of appearance, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor was slightly inferior to the Charmed Demon Queen, but she had an emperor's aura around her. Overall, she exuded an amazing charm that far surpassed the Charmed Demon Queen. Behind the Blue Moon Oceanic Emperor was a man and a woman from the Blue Moon Oceanic race. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. Blue Moon Ocean Emperor. He really did come. Of course, once it was devoured, the dynasty would be established. The human race has taken over this universe. Just the demon note throne alone can give the human race another emperor-level expert. Coupled with Lord Devourer and Lord Zero, there are 3 emperors. When the foreign race powerhouses saw the Blue Moon Poseidon, their eyes revealed traces of excitement. A copious amount of blue sea water intertwined and formed a blue throne in the void. Sitting on the blue throne, the Blue Moon Poseidon looked at Yang Feng. In the Devour Temple, only the Blue Moon Poseidon has the same position as Yang Feng. Before the establishment of the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty, emperors were on equal footing with Yang Feng, or even higher. But after the establishment of the 9th Warlock dynasty, even emperors are inferior to Yang Feng in the Devour Temple. Yang Feng spoke. Blue Moon Poseidon, what brings you here? The beautiful eyes of the Blue Moon Poseidon flickered with bright light, and she uttered flatly, Lord Devourer, I don't think the human race's 9th Warlock dynasty should be established here. After you promote to an emperor, it'll be the best time to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. Yang Feng looked at the Blue Moon Poseidon with an enigmatic smile. What if I want to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty now? Then I'll destroy your 9th Warlock dynasty. A ruthless voice erupted above the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, and a huge star 100,000 kilometers in diameter dropped from the sky and barreled towards the Devour Temple. Standing behind Yang Feng, Zero's figure fluttered, and he appeared in front of the celestial body and punched the huge celestial body 100,000 kilometers in diameter. Boom! Accompanied by an earth-shattering explosion, the huge star with a diameter of 50,000 kilometers was shattered by Zero's punch. Countless fragments shot back like cannonballs towards the golden-haired Ape Emperor, who was radiating golden divine light. The gold for Ape Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly, and he waved his hand, and resplendent golden light shone and sent the golden fragments flying. Yang Feng, do you dare to fight me in the eternal duel arena? If you don't dare, then immediately cancel this nation's founding ceremony. A quasi-emperor like you can't establish a dynasty. The gold for Ape Emperor's eyes radiated a fierce ray, and he barked. Fearsome sound waves reverberated on the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent and suppressed in all directions. Within the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent, countless warlock towers shone brightly and activated a powerful barrier to resist the gold fur ape emperor's sound waves. Without the barrier, all existences below the great warlock rank on the battle demon Sek's branch floating continent would be shaken to death by the gold fur ape emperor's roar. Yang Feng said frigidly with a cold look in his eyes, "What will you do if I don't agree?" The gold fur ape emperor's eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "If you don't agree, every day I will destroy a planet that you humans live on until all of you are dead." When the gold fur ape emperor's ferocious words came out, a chill welled up in the hearts of the human powerhouses. If an Empyrean disregarded face and put aside all dignity, they could destroy a celestial body every day. Any grade 4 plane or below can't withstand an all-out blow from an Empyrean. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent, and he uttered frigidly, "Fine, I'll fulfill your wish. I'll kill you in the eternal duel arena." With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the Devour Temple. The Eternal Path collapsed, and the Eternal Path merged with the world of warlocks. Various eternal relic sites on the Eternal Path appeared in the world of warlocks. The Eternal Duel Arena is the most famous one. In a duel to the death in the Eternal Duel Arena, even if it is two Warlock Emperor rank powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. With a flash of blue light, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch disappeared and flew towards the Eternal Duel Arena. The Devour Lord and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor will enter the Eternal Duel Arena to fight to the death. The Eternal Duel Arena. This is a fight to the death. Of the two powerhouses, only one can survive in the end. The one who can survive must be the Devour Lord. He is an existence who defeated the Dawn Lord. The Dawn Lord reincarnated through a secret method and was reborn in this era, but he was suppressed by the Devour Lord. He hasn't recovered his full strength, which is why he was defeated by the Devour Lord. The Gold Fur Ape Emperor is at his peak. His battle prowess is heaven-defying, far surpassing that of ordinary emperors. I'm afraid that the Devour Lord is in grave danger this time. Unfortunately, the Silver Emperor has occupied the only seat of Emperor in this era. Otherwise, the Devour Lord is bound to advance to an Emperor and become invincible. Many human warlocks on the Weave discussed spiritedly, their words revealing traces of unease and unwillingness. If the Silver Emperor hadn't occupied the only seat of Emperor in this era, Yang Feng will definitely advance to an Emperor. With Yang Feng's underlying strength, once he advances to an Emperor, he will be comparable to an invincible overlord like the other 7 Warlock Emperors. An invincible overlord rank Emperor, even if other Emperors awaken, can suppress other Emperors and forcibly establish a Warlock dynasty. The Eternal Duel Arena, surrounded by starlight and exhaling cosmic energy, exudes a mysterious and mighty aura. This is a relic site refined by an eternal sovereign. If an emperor wants to destroy the Eternal Duel Arena, they will have to go to great lengths and spend 1,000 years. Once they enter the Eternal Duel Arena, even an emperor won't be able to escape the shackles of the Eternal Duel Arena. 2 terrifying figures appeared in front of the Eternal Duel Arena. It is Yang Feng and the Gold Fur Ape Emperor. The two looked at each other, and their eyes shimmered with frigid, killing intent. Without saying any nonsense, they turned into 2 streams of light and entered the Eternal Duel Arena. Yang Feng, you're doomed to die here today. Do you think you can hide the act you put on with the King of Dawn from the world? For a trifling quasi-emperor like you to be able to defeat a veteran emperor like the Dawn Lord, that's too fake. Go to hell and become a stepping stone on my path of evolution. The eyes of the Gold Fur Ape Emperor shone fiercely, and countless golden rays shone brightly, and he took out a 100-meter-long, crystal-clear eternal leg bone and barreled towards Yang Feng. Countless runes shone, and sacred voices emanated from the eternal leg bone. Containing the essence of power, the eternal leg bone crushed everything in its path and crushed towards Yangfeng. Although the 100-meter-long eternal leg bone is not an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, but its power is not the slightest bit inferior to that of many Empyrean-grade secret treasures. Only invincible Empyrean-grade secret treasures can surpass it. A play? What a fool. It's you who's going to die. A cold ray flashed in Yangfeng's eyes, and he brandished the green sun halberd in his hand. The halberd tore through the sky, and 1,000 suns merged into one, and slashed at the resplendent eternal leg bone. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the golden-furred ape emperor was blasted thousands of miles away. Chapter 1307. The eyes of the gold-fur ape emperor shimmered with incredulity, and he exclaimed, "How can you be so strong? The silver emperor has already occupied the only Empyrean position in this universe. The gold-fur ape emperor has determined that Yangfeng hasn't advanced to the Empyrean realm, which is why he came to fight Yangfeng. But Yangfeng is far more powerful than he imagined. Gold-fur ape emperor, thank you for coming to die today. I'll use your head to shock the world." Yangfeng's eyes flashed fiercely. Countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and he entered the second form. With a flash of an afterimage, Yangfeng appeared in front of the gold-fur ape emperor as if teleporting, and green halberd rays stabbed towards the gold-fur ape emperor like a storm. Boom! 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 The golden-haired ape emperor's body shone with golden divine light as he brandished the eternal leg bone violently, forcibly blocking the green halberd light. However, the terrifying power of the halberd continued to send him flying. Within the green halberd radiance, there were traces of the terrifying, devouring ultimacy that continuously devoured the energy of the golden-fur ape emperor. Yangfeng died. The eyes of the gold-fur ape emperor flickered fiercely. Countless runes shone, and he blurred into motion and grew 3 heads and 6 arms. Each of the 6 arms is holding 6 eternal bones. Countless runes shone, and the gold-fur ape emperor brandished his 6 arms and controlled the eternal bones to attack Yangfeng. In an instant, thousands of collisions erupted in the eternal battlefield, and the gold-fur ape emperor tore apart Yangfeng's defenses and slammed a blow into his left shoulder, causing the Twilight God armor and Yangfeng's left shoulder to collapse. Amazing! True Empyreans are really powerful. However, you're going to die here today. Yangfeng spewed out a mouthful of blood, and a cold ray streaked past his eyes. The gold-fur ape emperor with 3 heads and 6 arms possesses heaven-defying battle prowess, surpassing that of the Dawn Lord. Fourth form, countless runes shone on the divine armor of dawn, and a blurry projection emerged and merged with Yangfeng. The Kunmo Dusk Stone, which has never stopped absorbing energy, spewed a tremendous amount of power into Yangfeng. Yangfeng beckoned with his hand, and the halberd of the god of battle appeared and slashed towards the gold-fur ape emperor. In an instant, 2 emperors appeared from the river of time. One of them had a green face and fangs. He was 10 meters tall and carried a terrifying saber on his back. The other emperor was 2 meters tall. He looked really handsome and gave off an extraordinary aura. He held a giant spike club in his hand. As soon as the 2 Empyrean rank projections appeared, they frantically extracted the energy inside Yangfeng. If it wasn't for the Kunmo Stone supplying him with power, Yangfeng wouldn't have been able to withstand the arrival of the 2 Empyrean sovereigns. I never thought that I would see this world one day. Old ape, eat my blade. A wisp of emotion flashed in the emperor's eyes. He drew the saber in his hand, and a burning gaze flashed in his eyes. He burned his life force and slashed down. In an instant, the only thing that was left in the world was that dazzling saber light. It brought with it a terrifying might that could destroy and pierce through everything as it slashed towards the golden-furred ape emperor. Not good. A hair-raising feeling welled up inside the golden-furred ape emperor, and he waved the bone of eternity to block. With a flash of a fearsome saber ray, the golden-furred ape emperor was split in two, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled. Countless runes flickered, and one of the golden-furred ape emperor's heads exploded, and the severed body automatically healed in an instant. The 3 heads and 6 arms secret method is an origin secret method of the golden-furred ape emperor race. Once it is cast, it is equivalent to having 2 more lives. Along with flickering afterimages, the handsome Empyrean rank projection jumped out of the shadows, silently brandished the giant spiked club, and slammed it into the back of the golden-furred ape emperor. A terrifying force erupted in an instant, and stars containing shadow energy erupted and broke the golden-furred ape emperor's spine, and a large amount of Empyrean blood spilled in the sky. Go to hell. The eyes of the golden-furred ape emperor shimmered fiercely, and he slammed the bone of eternity into the Empyrean rank projection that jumped out of the shadows and smashed it into pieces. The law of karma extended along the way and slammed into Yang Feng, causing him to tremble slightly and spit out a mouthful of blood. Countless drops of bloody light mixed with the river of time, looking strange and mysterious. Riding the strange river of time, Yang Feng appeared in front of the golden-furred ape emperor and brandished his halberd to attack the golden-furred ape emperor. The golden-furred ape emperor roared and brandished the bone of eternity to fight Yang Feng. Mysterious runes flickered, and the wounds on the golden-furred ape emperor's body can hardly heal. Drops of Empyrean blood entered the void and disappeared. When the golden-furred ape emperor saw this scene, shock flashed in his eyes. Essence of blood, you actually grasp the ability of the first true ancestor. Your essence of devour has reached this level. After the essence of devour evolves to the apex, it can easily grasp the essences of those it devours. This has always been a legend, because no powerhouse who has grasped the essence of devour has ever reached this level. Yang Feng smiled and pointed with a finger, and silver arrows shot towards the golden-furred ape emperor like raindrops. The golden-furred ape emperor brandished the bone of eternity and smashed the silver arrows one by one. However, his gold fur has been strangely silverized, and his body has been eroded by the silverized force, weakening him continuously. Like an invincible god who descended into the secular world, Yang Feng suppressed everything and unleashed all kinds of incredible essences barreling towards the golden-furred ape emperor. The eyes of the gold-fur ape emperor shone fiercely, golden light shone, and he roared again and again. Exuding a domineering and invincible aura, he exchanged blows with Yang Feng, exchanging blow for blow. In the eternal arena, the earth cracked, the stars shattered, and fearsome fluctuations spread in all directions. A large amount of Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. Golden-furred ape emperor, you're really amazing. That's an Empyrean for you. I really want to have a fair fight with you. However, today is a great day for me to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. If I can't take care of you as soon as possible, how can I show the means of the 9th Warlock Emperor? A cold ray streaked past Yang Feng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and spatial portals appeared. The 12 holy followers walked out of the spatial portals and attacked the golden-furred ape emperor with various offensive secret methods. Although the 12 holy followers have soul fluctuations, but in fact, they are mechanical creations which fall under the category of alchemy. As such, they can be brought into the eternal arena. Countless spaces flickered, and holy step mechanical rulers appeared and resonated with the mechanical rulers who have advanced to the quasi-Empyrean rank. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he joined the battle and besieged the golden-furred ape emperor together with the 12 holy followers. Spatial blades, lightning spears, fearsome blade rays, and other attacks barreled towards the golden-furred ape emperor, riddling him with wounds. Yang Feng, you're despicable and shameless. To use golems, what kind of hero are you? Do you still deserve to be the ninth Warlock Emperor? If you have the guts, then fight me fairly." Furious, the golden-furred ape emperor roared wildly and tried to blast the 12 holy followers and holy step mechanical rulers to pieces. Although the 12 holy followers are far weaker than the golden-furred ape emperor in terms of strength, but they cooperate with each other to block the golden-furred ape emperor's attack. I'm proficient in alchemy, and these golems are part of my strength. Just like the golem lord, every time he fights, there will be countless golems. Yang Feng smiled coldly. Taking advantage of the moment when the golden-furred ape emperor was distracted, he slashed down with his halberd and beheaded the golden-furred ape emperor. Countless gold runes shone, and the golden-furred ape emperor recovered, and the severed heads grew back one by one. It was just that the heads that grew out no longer had the extraordinary power that could take the place of death. Riding a torrent of time, Yang Feng brandished his halberd and slashed at the golden-furred ape emperor. Besieged by the 12 holy followers and 1,000 holy step mechanical rulers, the golden-furred ape emperor destroyed more than 30 blade rulers, and then was cut in two by Yang Feng's halberd. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the golden-furred ape emperor, and fearsome life force gushed out of the golden-furred ape emperor and nourished Yang Feng's body and soul. The golden-furred ape emperor died. The devourer lord actually killed the golden-furred ape emperor. Outside the eternal arena, the blue moon sea monarch's beautiful eyes shimmered with shock when she saw this scene. The golden-furred ape emperor is a veteran Empyrean with tyrannical strength. Yet Yang Feng killed him, which is completely beyond the blue moon sea monarch's imagination. The devourer lord killed the golden-furred ape emperor. We humans are destined to be invincible in the world. A message was sent in the weave and set off another uproar. The golden-furred ape emperor died. That's great. He's so stupid. The devourer lord is an invincible overlord who defeated the dawn lord. For him to go to the eternal arena to fight the devourer lord, he's simply courting death. After today's battle, we humans will rise again and become invincible in the universe. The Devourer Lord is eternal. There was jubilation in the weave. Most of the human warlocks were excited. Once the 9th Warlock dynasty is established, the power of the human race will take a terrifying leap. Just a magic note thrown alone will enable the human race to produce many venerables and great holies. Chapter 1308. Countless stars fell from the sky and landed on the Tsangji plain. Countless blood-colored dark clouds emerged and rained down on the 36 primary material planes. Stars fell, a rain of blood filled the sky. The Golden Ape Emperor really died. Another emperor has fallen in our universe. Why can't they get along? Fight against the Gamana universe's powerhouses together? Get along? That's too difficult. In this era, our universe only has one chance to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. How can emperors unite in order to compete for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm? The experts in the cosmos sighed when they saw the falling stars and the rain of blood filling the sky. If it wasn't for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era, the emperors wouldn't have fought with a powerhouse like Yang Feng for no reason. However, countless prophecy masters and warlocks have prophesied that there will be an opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm in this era. Naturally, the emperors can't unite. They are fighting endlessly for the opportunity to advance to the Eternal Warlock realm. Yang Feng founded the 9th Warlock dynasty in order to use the general trend of the human race to gather the power of all human warlocks and make himself stronger and more perfect. All of a sudden, the infernal planes separated from the endless abyss shook violently. The infernal planes exploded and mountains crumbled and the earth cracked, as if the end of the world has arrived. Looking at the collapsed plane, a Devil Grand Duke's eyes shimmered with panic, and he roared wildly. What happened? An ancient devil as large as the sky, blind in one eye, and ferocious as hell slowly crawled out of a plane, and terrifying demonic might suppress the surroundings. That's the legendary Sky Devil Gu, the primogenitor of our race, the emperor of our devil race. In the hell plane, the eyes of many devil overlords flashed with excitement when they saw the devil overlord, who was covered in countless shackles and exuded a fierce aura. The Sky Devil exuding a fearsome aura is Gu, who once defeated Taboo Lord, who is yet to ascend to the Empyrean realm. This is an extremely fearsome Sky Devil. At the time, he was once chased by the invincible Taboo Lord, yet he managed to escape from him. His battle prowess is heaven-defying. Gu struggled wildly, and the countless shackles entangling him collapsed. In the instant that the countless shackles collapsed, the entire hell plane collapsed. Gu opened his mouth and inhaled. A terrifying black aura came out of his mouth and swept towards the layers of hell. No, no. A Grand Devil Duke's expression suddenly changed. All of the energy in his body was sucked dry, and he turned to ash and disappeared. Why? Aren't you the ancestor of us demons? A devil Viscount roared in G's direction. In a single breath, he was sucked dry and turned into ashes. That's right. I'm your ancestor. Therefore, your lives are bestowed by me. Now, return all of your lives to me and become nutrients for my recovery. A cruel and domineering voice echoed in the layers of hell. Rays of black demonic light sprinkled down from the clouds of the hell plane, descending upon the hell plane. Enveloped by the black demonic light, the god-ranked devil overlords had their bloodline power sucked away without any resistance. They turned to ashes and disappeared without a trace. A copious amount of black light entered Nagu and restored his aura, making him fearsome. I'm here, Devourer Lord. G's eyes shimmered with a ferocious gleam, and he tore apart space with his hands and rushed into the spatial rift. In the blink of an eye, a humongous portal appeared in the outer space of the eternal battle arena. When the portal opened, Gu walked out of it. Sky Devil Gu. When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw the Sky Devil Gu exuding distorted demonic light, her pretty face flickered at once. Every single emperor was a monster amongst monsters. They were peerless geniuses of an era and were boundlessly strong. But at the same time, there are different ranks among emperors. The strongest are naturally invincible overlords like the Time Lord and the other 6 warlock emperors. The weakest is the Silver Emperor, who has just advanced to the Emperor realm. The Sky Devil Gu is an emperor infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank, his strength far surpassing that of the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. Gu glanced coldly at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, then his figure fluttered, and as if a demonic star descended, he fell into the eternal arena in an instant. Devourer Lord, come and fight me to the death. The winner can plunder everything from the loser. I'm going to kill you, plunder all your treasures and resources, and set foot in eternity. If you don't fight me, I'll destroy the stars you humans rely on in the outside world. Ge's eyes flashed fiercely, and he radiated demonic light. Like a demon ancestor, a fierce and berserk aura slowly spread from him. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered coldly, and he uttered decisively, "Fine, I'll fight you to the death." Countless mysterious runes appeared, and the eternal duel arena, which had just opened, closed again. Countless runes flickered on Yang Feng's god armor of dawn, and a blurry projection merged with him, allowing him to enter the 4th form in an instant. In an instant, a terrifying silver ocean appeared and swept towards Gu. Silver transformation. Don't use such petty tricks. Gu glanced at the silver sea, which can easily silver a star, smiled coldly, and blurred into motion. He turned into a beam of light, tore through the silver sea, appeared in front of a holy rank blade ruler, and slapped the blade ruler. In an instant, the sharp blade ruler was blasted into pieces by Gu. Boom, boom, boom. Gu was like an invincible devil, his entire body emitting black demonic light. He casually bombarded the Saint-class mechanical rulers, tearing them apart one by one. Ji's battle experience was extremely rich. He immediately attacked those sacred-grade mechanical rulers, destroying them one by one. Although the attacks of the holy rank mechanical rulers can't be fatal, but they can still injure him and pose a certain threat to him. Yangfeng's eyes flickered coldly, and he brandished his halberd, and 2 Empyrean rank brave souls emerged from the river of time and attacked Ge. The 12 hegemonic apostles launched their own attacks at Ge. It's no use. The brave souls summoned from the river of time are nothing but dead people. How can dead people be my opponent? Ge smiled ferociously, shone with demonic light, and sent a punch flying. In an instant, the soul phantoms of countless devils, fiends, angels, elves, dragons, and other powerful extraordinary life forms appeared, roared mournfully. Their eyes shot with blood, and unleashed various offensive secret methods barreling towards the 2 Empyrean rank brave souls and the 12 holy apostles. Besieged by the endless soul phantoms, the 12 holy apostles were blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The 2 Empyrean rank brave souls were entangled by the countless extraordinary life forms soul phantoms, and they fought each other. Ge shone with demonic light, chased after the holy rank mechanical rulers, and smashed them one by one. He didn't even let their core microchips escape. So strong. This is the ancestor of the devils, Sky Devil Ge. As expected of a fearsome existence who once fought Taboo, Lord, and didn't die. A cold ray streaked past Yangfeng's eyes. Countless runes flickered, and he frantically extracted the power of Kunmo Dusher and slashed at Ge with his halberd. A torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, suppressed the void, and slashed towards Ge. Devour Lord, are you finally going all out? Unfortunately, you're too weak. You're too weak. Even if you go all out, you'll be the one to die. Ge smiled ferociously. His remaining demonic eyes flickered with countless mysterious runes, and a fearsome demonic head composed of countless eyeballs flew out. The eyeballs opened, shone with demonic light, converged, and barreled towards the 4 images in the sky. Under the bombardment of the terrifying demonic light, the torrent of time disintegrated, the spatial portal collapsed, the power star shattered, and the devour black hole was annihilated. The remaining demonic light slammed into Yangfeng. In an instant, Yangfeng felt a sharp pain in his head, weakness in his limbs. The flow of power in his body became sluggish, and all kinds of incredible curses entangled him. Yangfeng's fleshly body has evolved into a perfect immortal body, which is comparable to that of a true Empyrean. Only his soul is slightly inferior to that of a true Empyrean. Originally, it will be difficult for any curse to hurt him. However, devils are innately proficient in all kinds of curses. As the ancestor of devils and one of the 6 sky devils, Ji's curses have reached the pinnacle. Even an Empyrean can't resist his curses. Go to hell. Ji's eyes shone fiercely, and he appeared in front of Yangfeng with a teleport and sent a claw stabbing at Yangfeng's heart. Now that Yangfeng is at his weakest, it is a great opportunity for Ge to inflict a heavy blow on Yangfeng in one fell swoop. Ripples flickered behind Yangfeng, and Zero emerged from behind him and slammed the whip of the ruler in her hand into Ge like a poisoned dragon capable of tearing apart the sky and suppressing everything. Boom! Along with an earth-shattering blare, Ji's body caved in, and blood sprinkled in the sky. Chapter 1309. Ji's countenance changed dramatically, and he roared wildly. It's you. You're Zero. How can you appear here? Even though he was asleep, Ge split off a wisp of his consciousness to walk the world and collect all kinds of information. Naturally, the information on the Empyrean rank powerhouse Zero couldn't escape his collection. He never thought that he would see Zero here. Golem, You're a secret treasure golem refined by the Devourer Lord. After all, Gu is one of the 6 sky devils. He's extremely smart. With a thought, a chill welled up in his heart, and he roared wildly. A cold look in his eyes, Zero didn't say a word. He brandished the whip of the ruler, tore apart the sky, and lashed at Gu. G's bones cracked, and Empyrean blood sprinkled in the sky. If Zero entered the Eternal Arena, then who is this? When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch saw this scene, a chill welled up in his heart, and he looked at the other Zero standing not far away. The other Zero smiled at the Blue Moon Sea Monarch, and fearsome Empyrean might exuded from him. A second Empyrean. The Devourer Lord has 2 Empyrean followers. That's terrifying. Moreover, the 2 Empyrean rank powerhouses are golems he refined. How heaven-defying! When the Blue Moon Sea Monarch thought of this fact, a chill welled up in his heart. Any Empyrean rank powerhouse is an invincible existence in the universe. It is virtually impossible to refine them with alchemy. At the time, the Golem Lord used the Living Golem secret method to transform the Empyrean rank powerhouses he suppressed into Empyrean rank golems. The Magic Note Lord was the #1 alchemist of the human race, yet he had never refined an Emperor-grade alchemy golem. For Yangfeng to refine an Empyrean rank mechanical golem with alchemy, this was simply incredible and beyond everyone's imagination. Within the Eternal Arena, countless mysterious runes flickered on the divine armor of Don Yangfeng, and devour black holes emerged and devoured the curses on him. In an instant, Yangfeng recovered his full strength and slashed at Gu with the halberd of the god of battle. A torrent of time appeared, containing countless mysterious runes that enveloped Zero and Gu. In the torrent of time, Zero's speed was increased by 300 times, while the time around Gu slowed down by about 2 times. All of a sudden, Zero seemed to have split into 300, leaving behind countless afterimages as he controlled Whip of the Ruler and lashed out at Gu from all directions. Countless mysterious runes shone, and a hexagram barrier appeared around Gu. The Whip of the Ruler shattered the hexagram enchantments one after another, and it lashed at G's body, leaving one wound after another on his body. Countless rays of demonic light flickered, and the wounds on G's body strangely healed at a rapid pace. The Devil Race's regenerative abilities were second only to the true blood races. Even if some Grand Dukes were beheaded and only their hearts were left, they could still be reborn. Some saints of the Devil Race could even be reborn with a drop of devil blood. As the ancestor of the Devil Race, G's defense and recovery ability can be rated as heaven-defying. Even though he was continuously injured, but he still healed his injuries at an astonishing speed. "Lord!" Zero barked, and Yangfeng flew out from the side, brandished the halberd of the god of battle, and slashed at Gu. A cold look in his eyes, demonic light surged all over Gu, and he brandished his fists. Fighting 1 versus 2, he forcibly blocked the siege of Yangfeng and Zero like a fortress with invincible defense. In the void, ripples emerged, and the level 7 stronghold emerged. The destruction cannon locked on Gu, flashed, and fired a beam capable of destroying Emperors barreling towards Gu. Shit! G's face fell, and he was just about to cast a spell to escape, when he found that the void has been sealed by Zero and Yangfeng, making it impossible for him to escape. G's eyes flashed fiercely, and his remaining eye shone, and a strange head formed from countless eyes appeared, radiated strange light, and blessed him. Boosted by the strange light, G's fluctuations of power suddenly doubled, and he sent a fist barreling towards the beam capable of destroying Emperors. Boom! Amidst an earth-shattering explosion, the beam of light that could annihilate Emperors was shattered by G's punch, and his right hand was vaporized by the blow and completely disappeared. For visions of a torrent of time, a spatial portal, a power star, and a devour black hole emerged, and Yangfeng walked out of the river of time and slashed at G's back with his halberd. Gu, who smashed the destruction cannon's attack head-on, is at his weakest. When the halberd slashed at him, his body split open, and a large amount of blood spilled on the ground. Zero also brandished the whip of the ruler and slashed at Go, and his body caved in. Countless twisted, devilish heads flew out of Ji's wounds, opened their bloody maws, and mercilessly bit at Yangfeng and Zero. "Die!" Go bellowed, and a fearsome demonic head formed from countless demonic eyes flew out of a single eye, radiated fearsome demonic light, and barreled towards Yangfeng and Zero. Yangfeng appeared in front of Zero, and an unbreakable shield appeared in his hand. Countless mysterious runes flickered, and the unbreakable shield activated a formidable barrier that absorbed the light of the curse of the demonic eye. Zero retreated behind Yangfeng, and the 12 holy apostles flew to his side. Countless mysterious runes appeared on the 12 holy apostles, radiated resplendent light, and entered Zero. The level 7 stronghold floating in the void radiated resplendent light, and a steady stream of power entered Zero's body. This is a very powerful spell. I can't let it finish. An ominous glint flashed in Ji's eyes, and he no longer consumed power to repair himself. Instead, he frantically burned his origin force and poured it into his remaining eye. Ji's remaining demonic eye burst out with fearsome demonic light. The power absorbed from the sacrifices of countless devils over the past hundreds of millions of years erupted and turned into a beam that can destroy everything and even seriously injure eternal sovereigns barreling towards Zero. With the unbreakable shield in hand, Yangfeng used all his power to activate a powerful barrier and blocked in front of Zero. Boom! The demonic light that erupted from Ji's demonic eye slammed into the barrier of the unbreakable shield, causing the barrier to tremble unceasingly, as if it would collapse at any time. Yangfeng clenched his teeth and frantically extracted the power of the Kunmo stone and the small world inside him to maintain the unbreakable shield's barrier. Zero, floating in the void, opened her eyes, which are filled with majesty. She brandished the whip of the ruler and tore through the sky and barreled towards Ge. Damn it! With a flash of anger in his eyes, Ge clenched his teeth, brandished his remaining left hand, and sent a fist barreling towards the whip of the ruler. The whip of the ruler, which is surrounded by countless mysterious runes, mercilessly slammed into Ji's right hand, smashed it, and then devoured it. After smashing Ji's right hand, the whip of the ruler slammed into Ji's head, and a fearsome power erupted and blasted Ji's head apart. Boom, boom, boom. The ruler's whip was like a terrifying, poisonous dragon as it smashed into Ji's body. Ji's bones cracked, and his demonic blood splattered everywhere. After being struck tens of thousands of times in a row, Ji's body is twisted, and there isn't an inch of good bone left. The source of your power is this demon eye. Since the taboo Lord destroyed one of your eyes, I'll destroy the second one. Floating in the void, Zero's pretty face shimmered with enchanting charm, and she uttered coldly. The whip of the ruler flew out and stabbed towards Ji's remaining eye. No! Ge roared, and the remaining eye erupted with a fearsome aura, and countless runes flickered and formed a black barrier. The progenitor eye is the name of Ji's remaining eye, and it is one of the most powerful eyes in the world of warlocks. Even an Empyrean cannot escape the curse of the progenitor eye. According to legend, even eternal sovereigns will be affected by the progenitor eye's demonic light. As the source of Ji's power, the progenitor eye is extremely powerful. The black barrier it formed forcibly blocked Zero's whip of the ruler. Amazing. Unfortunately, there are two of us. With a flash of light, Yangfeng appeared in front of Ge, slashed with his halberd, and cut Ge in two. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed Ji's lower body, and frantically devoured Ji's origin force. No! Seriously injured, Ge issued a miserable scream, and the barrier in his right eye collapsed. The whip of the ruler stabbed into Ji's right eye and dug out his progenitor eye. A devour black hole appeared, swallowed Gu, and frantically devoured his life origin. Gu is a fearsome existence infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. Even though he was seriously injured by Yang Feng, but he still struggled frantically in the devour black hole. After a quarter of an hour, Ji's soul was completely obliterated, and a tremendous amount of life origin poured into Yang Feng. Chapter 1310. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch looked at Yang Feng in the eternal arena with a flash of coldness in his eyes. He died. He is one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race. Gu was one of the 6 heavenly devils, the ancestor of the devil race, and the most powerful devil. At his peak, he could even compete with the Taboo Lord. Gu revived ahead of schedule, but he devoured all the devils of the infernal plane and turned them into his nutrients. The Blue Moon Sea Monarch admitted that he was not the opponent of Gu. Yet such a fearsome demon ancestor was slain and devoured by Yang Feng. This was simply shocking. Stars fell from the sky like a meteor shower and landed on the Tsangji plain. Blood-colored clouds gathered in the sky, and a rain of blood fell. Another Empyrean died. Who is it? Who is it that has fallen? Could it be the Blue Moon Sea Monarch? Looking at the vision in the sky, many human warlocks made guesses. The devil ancestor Gu of the 6 heavenly devils challenged the Devourer Lord and was slain by the Devourer Lord in the eternal arena. A piece of news appeared in the weave and set off an uproar. Gu was slain by the Devourer Lord. How is that possible? He was an invincible overlord rank existence in the past, the ancestor of the devil race. Even though Taboo Lord dug out an eye, but he shouldn't have been slain by the Devourer Lord. That's the 6th heavenly devil Gu. The Devourer Lord hasn't promoted to an Empyrean yet, so how could he be his opponent? Although Gu had an eye dug out by Taboo Lord and his origin was injured, but he was still in existence infinitely close to the invincible overlord rank. How could he be defeated by the Devourer Lord? That's impossible. Many human warlocks in the weave didn't believe this piece of news. As one of the 6 heavenly devils, Gu was definitely a pinnacle existence in the universe. In the distant past, he was once an invincible overlord-level powerhouse. However, after the Taboo Lord dug out one of his demon eyes, he was knocked down from his divine altar. His origin was injured, and his strength declined. Even so, as a devil ancestor, Gu was definitely the most powerful existence in the universe. It is impossible for him to be defeated by Yang Feng, who has yet to advance to the Empyrean realm. The devil ancestor dagger tore apart hell and devoured the power of all the devils in hell. He went to the eternal duel arena to fight the Lord Devourer to the death. Lord Devourer and his alchemy soul puppet, Zero, joined forces and killed Gu with the help of 1,000 Saint-Tier mechanical marionettes. A more concrete piece of information was transmitted through the weave. Zero is the emperor beside Lord Devourer. He was actually an alchemical creation of the Lord Devourer. It's too heaven-defying. Lord Devourer is merely a quasi-emperor, so how could he possibly refine an emperor? This is unbelievable. 1,000 Saint-class mechanical puppets. Truly terrifying. His puppeteering technique has already surpassed that of the Golem Lord. It was actually able to refine an emperor. I'm afraid that the Devourer Lord's alchemy has already surpassed the Magic Note Lord's. Within the weave, all the races were blasted out, and discussions were going on. Everyone's eyes were filled with disbelief. That pseudo-emperor level puppet had once appeared in history. This is the first time that a human warlock has refined an emperor-rank alchemy golem has appeared. Terrifying existences that had emperor-level power from birth could only be those true spirit-level transcendent beings that were born when the universe first appeared. The most powerful life forms created by humans are quasi-emperor level existences. There's only one mechanical golem that possesses emperor rank power from the moment they were born. If Zero and the rest of the Saint Tier mechanical marionettes besieged them, they would indeed have a chance to kill Ge. After all, Ge was seriously injured by the Taboo Lord and seized an ancestral demon eye. He is no longer an invincible overlord rank existence. It's not impossible for him to be besieged by the Lord Devourer. No wonder the Lord Devourer dares to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. He's really fierce. Within the Weave, everyone finally believed that Ge was killed by Yangfeng. All the human warlocks were excited, knowing that no one can stop the establishment of the 9th Warlock dynasty. The other races, on the other hand, were uneasy, knowing that their good days are coming to an end. Outside the Eternal Arena, the Sea Monarch Blue Moon looked at Yangfeng inside the arena with an enigmatic gleam in her beautiful eyes. She is well aware that after the 2 battles of Emperors, Yangfeng has consumed a lot of energy. Although the Empyrean origin is a supreme treasure, but it takes time to devour and refine it. Yangfeng is now at his weakest. Inside the Eternal Arena, Yangfeng opened his eyes. His eyes flickered with brilliant light, and he stared at the Sea Monarch Blue Moon and said flatly, "Sea Monarch Blue Moon, would you like to fight me and verify my qualifications to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty?" The Sea Monarch Blue Moon hesitated for a while, then took a deep look at Zero standing quietly next to Yangfeng and said unhurriedly, "Lord Devourer, your alchemy is unparalleled in the world. You are qualified to establish the 9th Warlock dynasty. I congratulate you on establishing the 9th Warlock dynasty. This is my congratulatory gift." A blue jade box flew out and fell into Yangfeng's hand. "I won't disturb you any longer. Goodbye." A blue light flashed, and Blue Moon Poseidon disappeared from where he stood. Inside the Devour Temple, the complexion of the 2 Blue Moon Merfolk quasi-emperors changed dramatically. Their arrogance was suppressed, and they became well-behaved. Standing quietly in the Eternal Arena, countless Devour runes shone on Yangfeng, and 1,000 springs of immortality containing holy force poured on him and nourished his fleshly body and soul. Nourished by the springs of immortality, Yangfeng's fleshly body and soul are recovering and becoming stronger and stronger. An hour later, Yangfeng showed a faint smile. It seems that no one came to throw away their lives. What a pity! The hearts of the terrifying existences hidden in the void suddenly shook slightly, and several of them rejoiced. With a flash of light, Yangfeng appeared on the magic note throne of the Devour Temple. This time, the founding ceremony of the 9th Warlock dynasty proceeded smoothly. The Devour dynasty is officially established. After the last procedure was completed, a voice reverberated throughout the Tsangji Plain. All extraordinary life forms above the Moonlight Warlock rank heard the fearsome voice reverberating in their minds. On the Demon Note's sovereign throne, countless rays of light shone, and majestic and mysterious power gathered on the Demon Note's sovereign throne, making it even more dazzling and full of mysterious power. Sitting on the Magic Note throne, strengthened by the mysterious power, Yangfeng became more terrifying and powerful. "I hereby appoint Shiryu as the teacher of the Devoured dynasty." Yangfeng's voice reverberated in the Devour Temple, and a mysterious and powerful force separated from the Magic Note throne and entered Shiryu. A boundless and terrifying emperor's ripple spread out from Shiryu's body. Empyrean. The teacher of the Devour dynasty is really an Empyrean. The Demon Note throne is indeed a treasure of the human race. The Magic Note Lord is indeed the strongest alchemist of the human race. What a treasure! False Empyrean. Even if he is a false Empyrean, he can suppress all enemies. When the many powerful races saw the Empyrean aura exuding from Shiryu, their eyes shimmered with envy and jealousy. Even if Shiryu is a false Empyrean blessed by the Magic Note throne, she is definitely an Empyrean rank powerhouse. Any powerhouse under the Empyrean realm is not her opponent. Moreover, as a false Empyrean, she has limitations. She can only possess Empyrean rank power in the Tsangji plane. Once she leaves the Tsangji plane, she will lose Empyrean rank power. In addition, once the Devour dynasty collapses, she will suffer a backlash and suffer an injury to her origin. Thank you, Your Majesty. Sure, you stepped forward, bowed to Yang Feng, and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. I hereby appoint Mykelia as the teacher of the Devour dynasty. A mysterious power flew out of the magic note throne and entered Mykelia, causing her cultivation base to break through and promote to the Empyrean rank. Thank you, Your Majesty. Mykelia bowed to Yang Feng in a well-behaved manner and then retreated to Yang Feng's side. One after another, powerhouses came to the reception hall to accept Yang Feng's title, and their cultivation base improved by a large margin. Huang Yihe originally only possessed a warlock monarch rank cultivation base, but after he obtained the title of Grand Preceptor and was blessed by the Magic Note throne, he promoted to a Holy Spirit warlock. This made him smile from ear to ear. After being strengthened by the power of the Magic Note throne, the Devouring dynasty gained a huge amount of power as soon as it was established. The 9th Warlock dynasty of the human race has finally been established. Henceforth, it is the era of the human race. The human race will continue to dominate the universe in this era. For Empyrean rank powerhouses, the Devour dynasty has 4 Empyrean rank powerhouses guarding it. Even if an invincible Overlord rank powerhouse wakes up, we can still fight them. For Empyrean rank powerhouses, this has already surpassed the Dawn dynasty and is infinitely close to the other 7 Warlock dynasties. The Devour Lord is really amazing. In the Tsangji Plain, all the human territories were in jubilation. The establishment of the 9th Warlock dynasty shows that the following era will still be the era of the human race dominating the universe. Chapter 13:11. In the following days, countless races and human warlock groups joined the Devour dynasty, making the Devour dynasty even more powerful. The Devour dynasty strengthened at a terrifying speed, and countless treasures of heaven and earth entered the Devour dynasty. When the Devour dynasty was established, the human race was favored by the universe, and powerhouses emerged in large numbers. In the 5th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Zhou Ruoling advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In the 9th year after the Devour dynasty was established, Shi Yu advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of a strange stone. 15 years after the Devour dynasty was established, Mykelia advanced to a quasi-Empyrean with the help of an ancient Angel Empress heart crystal. Apart from that, an extremely outstanding human genius, Mo Ning, also appeared in the Devouring dynasty. He experienced dangers in secret realms and broke through. At the same time, he entered worlds with an abnormal flow of time and stood out against other human geniuses. 20 years after the Devour dynasty was established, he advanced to a Holy Spirit warlock. In addition to Mo Ning, geniuses and powerhouses emerged in the Devour dynasty. Under the leadership of countless human powerhouses, the Devour dynasty expanded and occupied one celestial body after another. Under the deterrence of the Devour dynasty's 4 Empyreans, the major forces could only concede and endure. The Devour dynasty has been around for 50 years. In a secret room on the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, Yang Feng slowly opened his eyes, and a vast and terrifying aura slowly spread from him. With a flash of light, Yang Feng appeared in the void. Countless mysterious runes appeared in his eyes, and he looked towards the void. Wisps of universe laws emerged in Yang Feng's eyes. There was a flash of disappointment in Yang Feng's eyes. Not good. Sure enough, the only Empyrean position in the universe has been blocked. At this time, Yang Feng already has enough strength and a perfect great immortal body. He is confident that he can advance to the Empyrean realm and let his soul undergo another perfect transformation. However, The Empyrean position has indeed been blocked by the Silver Emperor. With Yang Feng's current strength, he still can't break through the barrier and advance to the Empyrean realm. Of course, as time goes on, the barrier left by the Silver Emperor will become weaker and weaker. When the sleeping Empyreans fully awaken, the barrier will collapse. But at that time, Yang Feng's enemies will become more and more powerful. None of the invincible overlord rank Empyreans are willing to see a powerhouse like Yang Feng set foot in the Empyrean realm. However, invincible overlord rank Empyrean realm Yang Feng established. However, my ninth warlock dynasty was not established for nothing. With a flash of light, Yang Feng disappeared from the void. Zero stood in front of the level 7 base and looked at it with envy in his eyes. An Empyrean spirit eye. Zero stood in front of the base and looked at it with a hint of jealousy in her eyes. In the control center of the rank 7 stronghold, there was also a mysterious and profound seal filled with mysterious runes. Yang Feng appeared in front of the level 7 stronghold and slashed with his hand. The void split open, and a boundless sea of souls emerged from the void and entered the center of the level 7 stronghold. Under the nourishment of the boundless soul power, the mysterious rune shone brightly and slowly condensed. An incomparably terrifying suction force spread out from the mysterious seal, madly absorbing the surrounding heavenly materials and earthly treasures. A fearsome energy storm set off in an area millions of light years in radius, and a fearsome energy pillar entered the base. Devour Dynasty has another warlock who broke through. How prosperous! This era is destined to be the era of the humans. Seeing the fearsome energy storm, the other race powerhouses became somewhat numb. After the human Devour Dynasty was established, countless resources gathered in the Devour Dynasty. With the universe's favor, various human warlocks broke through and advanced to the Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Many pinnacle Holy Spirit warlocks broke through to the great Holy Spirit Warlock realm. Almost every few years, a fearsome energy storm will be set off. The other race powerhouses have become accustomed to it. A level 7 base shone and opened, revealing a devastatingly beautiful woman with long blonde hair and a fiery figure. When the beautiful woman opened her eyes, brilliant light shone, and wisps of Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from her. This blonde, sexy, and peerless beauty is the king of sovereigns born in the 2nd level, 7 stronghold Yang Feng refined. After the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng's influence in the universe skyrocketed. His tentacles spread all over the universe, and countless powerhouses found all kinds of rare materials for him. Moreover, after the establishment of the Devour Dynasty, it was favored by the universe. The warlocks of the Devour Dynasty had many fortuitous encounters, and it monopolized most of the eternal relic sites. When all kinds of treasures appeared, they fell into the hands of the Devour Dynasty. Under such circumstances, Yang Feng gathered the rare materials needed to build a 2nd level 7 stronghold and refined it with the power of the entire imperial court. Greetings, my lord. The blonde woman jumped out of the level 7 base, showed a provocative smile to Zero, knelt on one knee in front of Yang Feng, and uttered respectfully, "Whether it is Zero or this newly born king of sovereigns, their creator is Yang Feng. Their soul as well as their cores are branded with Yang Feng's soul brand. As such, they cannot betray or disobey Yang Feng's orders." Yang Feng looked at the blonde king of sovereigns and showed a satisfied smile, saying, "Very good. From today on, you are called Shade." Shade stood up from the ground and showed a charming smile. "Yes, my lord." Shade looked at Zero with a provocative gleam in her eyes and said with a smile, "Is this little sister Zero? You're really beautiful. It's just that your performance is a bit lacking. You're not from the same era as me. Follow me from now on, and I will take good care of you. Little sister Shadow, let big sister teach you how to be a good little sister." Zero smiled sweetly Her beautiful eyes shimmered fiercely, and she waved her lily-white hand, and the ruler's whip appeared in her hand. Yang Feng looked at the hostile Zero and Shadow with a glance, and very rationally shut his mouth. Originally, according to the Shizu's design, only one king of sovereigns will command all battle robots, which is the most efficient. However, Zero and Shade are both kings of sovereigns. Since they are essentially the same, it is natural for them to compete for the sole throne. Two incomparably terrifying spherical level 7 bases appeared and resonated with each other, directly distorting the void and creating a space with extremely shocking defensive power. Shade extended her lily-white hand, and an invisible and unperceivable Empyrean-grade secret treasure ruler shadow spear appeared in her hand. In an instant, 1,000 shades appeared in the void, each of them exuding powerful Empyrean breath, making it impossible to distinguish which is the real one. Amazing! Even I can't tell which one is the real one. Countless mysterious runes appeared in Yang Feng's eyes, and he used the spell Eyes of Truth to look at the figures one by one. Originally, under the spell of True Sight, any illusion spell would be seen through. Unfortunately, as strong as Yang Feng is, he can't see through which one is the real one. Little Sister Shadow, your magic sucks. You're only suitable to be an assassin. Zero smiled proudly and brandished the ruler's whip. In an instant, the ruler's whip turned into stars of power that shot towards the void. Under the extremely domineering and terrifying power, the phantoms in the void directly collapsed and shattered one by one. Found you! Along with Zero's proud smile, the ruler's whip whipped towards the void like a poisonous dragon. Boom! Along with an earth-shaking blare, the shade holding the ruler's shadow spear was blasted away by 10,000 kilometers. The ruler's whip is terrifying. It's like a true spirit poison dragon. It doesn't show any mercy as it lashes its shadow. Although Shade unleashed all kinds of exquisite martial skills, but they were still blasted apart by the ruler's whip, and bone-deep wounds appeared on his body. I admit defeat. Big Sister Zero, you have an extra Kunmo stone. You're really much stronger than me. After exchanging thousands of blows, Shade stopped attacking decisively, gritted her teeth, and glared at Zero with unwillingness in her beautiful eyes. As the first monarch of sovereigns Yang Feng refined, Zero consumed all the precious materials at his disposal and added Kumida's stone, an eternal gem, to make it so powerful. Shade's battle prowess isn't inferior to that of the gold fur ape emperor, but Zero is too powerful, which makes him look weak. After the establishment of Devour Dynasty, Zero devoured and refined a lot of precious materials and became more terrifying and powerful. Naturally, the newborn Shade isn't an existence that he can contend with. Zero uttered with a smile, Little Sister Shadow, my lord will set foot in the eternal realm in the future. We will only get stronger and stronger. In the future, you may surpass me. A beautiful smile welled up on Shade's face. Big Sister Zero, you jest. How can Shade surpass Big Sister Zero? Yang Feng looked at the beautiful Zero and Shade with a satisfied smile in his eyes. In this way, my Devour Dynasty will have 5 Empyrean rank powerhouses. Chapter 13:12. Unfortunately, 2 Monarch of Sovereigns is almost the limit. Yang Feng looked at the 2 Monarch of Sovereigns Zero and Shadow with regret in his eyes. Each of the treasures of heaven and earth required to refine a level 7 stronghold is extremely precious. They're the main materials for refining Empyrean-grade secret treasures. As the ruler of the Devour Dynasty, Yang Feng can get most of the materials. However, there were some treasures that could only be chanced upon and not sought after. Every time one was used, there would be one less. It was extremely difficult to refine another king of sovereigns. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. Sure enough, it's hard to advance any further. On the Battle Demon Sect's branch floating continent, in a secret room, Yangfeng slowly opened his eyes, and disappointment shimmered in them. The universe where the world of warlocks is located is recovering, and all kinds of universe treasures are collected by the Devour dynasty and delivered to Yangfeng. But even so, Yangfeng's cultivation base seems to have stagnated, and his progress is extremely slow. From an earthling with poor aptitude, Yangfeng has evolved into a peerless genius with perfect soul aptitude. His soul aptitude is comparable to that of an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. But he is still trapped in the quasi-Empyrean realm, unable to improve his cultivation base any further. At Yangfeng's realm, even devouring Holy Spirit warlocks won't have much effect. Only by devouring Empyrean rank powerhouses can he have an obvious improvement. Yangfeng's eyes shimmered coldly. In that case, let's proceed to the next step. The Endless Abyss. In a luxurious palace, Yangfeng's abyssal lord avatar opened his eyes, and quasi-Empyrean rank fluctuations of power diffused from him. With the resources of the Devour dynasty, Yangfeng's abyssal lord avatar has advanced to a quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouse. Chloris, Yangfeng's abyssal lord avatar uttered flatly. Greetings, master. A beautiful succubus queen with blonde hair, blue eyes, a hot and sexy figure, dressed in black leather clothes, and exuding amazing charm appeared in the palace and knelt in front of Yangfeng's abyssal lord avatar. The succubus Chloris was the first succubus youngling Yangfeng encountered. Over the years, she has become his pet and housekeeper, handling various chores for him. Under Yangfeng's full nurturing, the succubus Chloris has evolved into a powerful beauty queen with warlock monarch rank cultivation base, only slightly inferior to the succubus empress. She was the second most beautiful succubus in the Endless Abyss. Yangfeng said coldly, "Pass down my order. I command all the lords of the Abyss to submit to me and hand over their territories." "Yes, master." There was a flash of excitement in Chloris' beautiful eyes, and her pretty face flushed. She exuded an amazing charm. Unifying the Endless Abyss was a peerless feat that only the Abyssal Demon Lord had achieved in the past. Ever since the Endless Abyss appeared, the number of Abyssal Demon Masters who could unify the Endless Abyss could be counted on one hand. The Endless Abyss runs through countless planes. In terms of area alone, it is much larger than the Tsangji Plain in its heyday. There are countless treasures in the Endless Abyss. Once Yangfeng unifies the Endless Abyss, Chloris can get more resources and become stronger. The Devourer Lord's avatar wants to unify the Endless Abyss. Is he crazy? What does the Devourer Lord want to do? In the Endless Abyss, the hearts of the powerful existences shook, and they commented spiritedly. The 2,341st floor of the Endless Abyss. A burst of spatial ripples flashed through the air, and a series of devilish battleships constructed from skeletons and souls flew out of the void, descending upon this level like raindrops. Onloin Skeleton Monarch, submit to my lord, or die. On top of a warship, Chloris, dressed in a black armor and revealing a large patch of snow-white skin, berated coldly. In one of the palaces, 100-meter-tall skeleton king, whose entire body was made of golden skeletons, stepped out of the palace on a black dragon-bone horse. The skeleton monarch is followed by a group of 3,000 skeleton dragon knights, each of whom is riding a bone dragon and exudes glorious sun warlock rank fluctuations of power. This is my territory, Devourer Lord. I can submit to you and work for you. However, please allow me to keep my territory. The Onloin skeleton monarch raised his head and issued a heaven-shaking roar. Then go to hell. A giant hand that seemed capable of tearing apart the heavens descended from the sky, slamming into the Onloin skeleton king and blasting him to smithereens. Then, the hand continued on to the 3,000 skeletal dragon riders. With a flash of gold radiance, more than 1,600 of the 3,000 skeleton dragon knights were smashed to pieces by the giant hand. Greetings, mighty Devourer Lord. We are willing to submit to you and work for you. When the remaining skeleton dragon knights saw this terrifying scene, a chill welled up in their hearts, and they knelt on the ground and uttered respectfully. When the Onluin skeleton monarch died, his abyssal fief turned into a bone ring that flew into the void. When the white bone ring was absorbed by Yangfeng's floor lord avatar, the 2,341st floor trembled and flew towards the floor controlled by Yangfeng, along with loud rumbles. Boom! Along with a loud noise, the floor exploded, and an abyssal sage flew out and tried to escape elsewhere. A terrifying demonic claw descended from the sky and slammed into the devil's saint, piercing his heart. A fearsome black hole emerged and devoured the abyssal sage. After killing the abyssal holy, the floor was directly devoured by Yangfeng's abyss. Boom! Boom! Along with loud noises, the floors of the abyss cracked open, and abyssal sages were forced to wake up from their slumber. The 12 holy apostles and the enormous saint-class mechanical ruler appeared one after another and clashed with the abyssal fiend sages, blasting them apart one after another. Boom! The 1,999th floor of the abyss burst open, and an abyssal lord, who has a pair of goat horns on his head, is engraved with countless black runes, is as big as a star, and exudes a fearsome aura. Open his eyes, and fearsome empyrean might spread from him and swept in all directions. Over the long years, the endless abyss has never been unified. It is this abyssal lord who manipulates everything in the dark. The whip of the ruler tore through the sky, crushed everything, and slammed into the back of the abyssal lord. The bones on the abyssal lord's back cracked, and blood sprinkled. A torrent of time emerged from the torrent of time, and Yangfeng slashed the abyssal lord with the halberd of the god of battle and cut off the right hand of the abyssal lord who has just awakened. Devour Lord, do you want to fight me to the death? The abyssal demon king's eyes flashed with rage as he roared in a frenzy. Countless runes appeared on the abyssal lord, and the entire abyss went berserk, and fearsome abyssal force surged towards the abyssal lord. Every single abyssal demon lord was the darling of the abyss. In the boundless abyss, they could even fight invincible overlord rank emperors, and they could even fight invincible overlord rank emperors until both sides suffered heavy injuries. With a cold look in her eyes, Zero whipped the whip of the ruler at the abyssal lord and covered the abyssal lord with wounds. Yangfeng silently recited an incantation, and countless runes flickered and turned into a black hole that can devour everything and frantically devoured the fearsome abyssal force. The abyssal force of the endless abyss is a condensation of dark and negative force in the universe. It can even slowly erode an empyrean. It is impossible for Yangfeng to completely devour the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord. When the abyssal force was devoured, a small part was refined and absorbed by Yangfeng, while a large part was poured into Yangfeng's floor lord avatar. Yangfeng's floor lord avatar frantically absorbed the abyssal force drawn over by the abyssal lord, and his aura rose steadily, becoming more and more terrifying and powerful. When the abyssal lord saw that he couldn't draw over abyssal force, he knew that the situation is far from good. He cast a secret method, turned into a black beam, soared into the sky, and fled into the distance. A black magic box flew over from the void. The black magic box is an Empyrean-grade secret treasure, the sealing magic box refined by the Magic Note dynasty, and it has the power to seal the void. When the black sealing magic box appeared, the projections of Shiryu, Mykelia, and countless human warlocks of the Devoured dynasty appeared behind it. This is the sealing magic box that gathered the power of the Devoured dynasty's human warlocks to cross planes and activate. A terrifying black barrier opened and sealed the abyssal lord, Zero, Yangfeng's true body, and the 12 holy apostles in the void. When the abyssal lord slammed into the black barrier, he was sent flying back, and a large amount of blood flowed out of his body. Zero brandished the whip of the ruler. Yangfeng attacked the abyssal lord together with the halberd of the god of battle and the 12 holy apostles. Fearsome explosions rang out in the sealed void. In the end, the Abyssal Lord was beheaded and devoured by Yangfeng's halberd. The Devourer Lord slayed the fifth Abyssal Lord. How savage! What do we do? Since the fifth Abyssal Lord was slain, we can only submit to the Heaven Holy. When the Abyssal Lord was slain, a chill welled up in the hearts of the Abyssal Lords in the endless abyss, and they no longer have the will to resist. Chapter 13:13. On the Tsangji Plain, meteors fell, and a rain of blood fell from the sky. The Devourer Lord swept through the endless abyss and slayed the fifth Demon Lord. He's invincible. A piece of news quickly spread through the weave. The abyssal force of the endless abyss can even erode Empyreans. For the Devourer Lord to slay the fifth Demon Lord, that's heaven-defying. How is this possible? Even if the fifth Demon Lord isn't a match for the Devourer Lord, he should still be able to escape, right? How could he be slain by the Devourer Lord? I experienced it myself. The warlocks of the Devourer dynasty joined hands to operate the sealing magic box and sealed the fifth Demon Lord in the void. The Zero Emperor and the Devourer Lord acted together and slayed the fifth Demon Lord. The Zero Emperor took action? If she took action, she can indeed quell the fifth Demon Lord. That's right, the Zero Emperor is invincible. The human warlocks discussed excitedly on the human weave. Zero, on the other hand, was praised by countless human warlocks. The peerlessly beautiful Zero, who is even stronger than Yang Feng by 30%, has been respectfully called the Zero Emperor by everyone in the world of warlocks. Her popularity is many times higher than that of Yang Feng, who is the Devourer dynasty's lord. He finally took action. The Devourer Lord. He slayed the fifth Demon Lord with a thunderous move. The Devourer Lord has become more powerful. However, he has reached his limit. If he doesn't advance to the Empyrean realm, his strength will never improve by a large margin. He's very particular about who he chooses. Things like the Abyssal Demon Lord are capricious and a malignant tumor of our universe. No one knows which side they will stand on at the most critical time of the war. It seems that the Devourer Lord is making arrangements for the future war. Many powerful beings were hiding in different mysterious places, watching all of this quietly. They had no intention of interfering. The endless abyss is a body formed from the negative force of the universe. The Abyssal Lords born in the endless abyss are cruel, temperamental, and do whatever they want. No one knows which side they will stand on in the universe's decisive battle. Yang Feng forced the fifth Demon Lord out in advance and slayed him. The powerhouses of the world of warlocks looked on indifferently and didn't intervene. If Yang Feng dared to attack the Blue Moon Sea Monarch for no reason, then the hidden powerhouses might jump out and make him an enemy. When the fifth floor lord died, the Abyssal Lords in the endless abyss were terrified. They no longer dared to refuse Yang Feng's orders. They swore allegiance to Yang Feng's floor lord avatar and unwillingly handed over the floor lord authority in their hands. In the endless abyss, floor after floor flew over, fell into Yang Feng's floor lord avatar, and began to fuse with the floor. With each floor of the abyss it accommodates, Yang Feng's floor lord avatar becomes stronger. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Layers upon layers of the abyss exploded, and demon sages awakened from the abyss and fled frantically. The abyssal saints have just woken up when Zero blasted them into pieces with a whip of the ruler. Part of the abyssal saints became food for Yang Feng's true body, and the other part became food for Yang Feng's clone. An endless abyss plain split open, and a skeleton devil sage emerged from the ground, knelt on the ground, and shouted, "Zero Emperor, spare my life. I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Lord Devourer. Please spare my life. Open your soul, or die." Zero's cold and dignified voice came from the void. Abyssal demons are chaotic and ferocious beings. They are capricious. If you don't have a way to control them, you will definitely be devoured by them. The skeleton devil sage hesitated for a moment. Once he opens his soul, Yang Feng will plant a restriction on him, and he will become Yang Feng's slave for the rest of his life. The skeleton wholly gritted his teeth and uttered, "We can make a contract. I will serve the Devourer Lord for 10,000 years. After 10,000 years, please return me my freedom, Devourer Lord." The whip of the ruler tore through the sky and crushed everything in its path. It slammed into the skeleton devil saint's body and blasted the skeleton devil saint to pieces. A devouring black hole appeared and swallowed the skeleton devil sage. So savage, as expected of the Zero Emperor. Sure enough, he has the same origin as the Devourer Lord. Seeing this scene, the demons hidden in the abyss inhaled a breath of cold air and dispelled all hope. Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to swear allegiance to the great Devourer Lord. Don't kill me. An abyss floor split open, and an abyssal demonic dragon exuding great holy step demonic might flew out. Countless rays of soul light shone, and his soul emerged. The ruler's whip emerged from the void, and a black thread shot out, pierced into the abyssal demonic dragon's soul, and set up a rune. An opportunity. In the endless abyss, floors split open, and 20-plus demons flew out and fled towards the outside of the abyss. Although the strength and lifespan of these abyssal demons will be reduced by more than half after they escape from the abyss, and there is almost no possibility of them advancing further in the future. But it's better than staying here and becoming Yang Feng's slaves. Zero smiled coldly. Idiot! 1,000 holy-grade mechanical rulers suddenly appeared and, commanded by the 12 Quasi-Empyrean step mechanical rulers, barreled towards the 20-plus demons. Stop! I surrender. No, don't kill me. I am willing to submit. When the 20-plus demons saw the 1,000-plus holy-grade mechanical rulers, their complexion changed dramatically, and they begged for mercy. The 1,000 Saint-class mechanical rulers completely sealed off the demon sages' escape routes, frantically killing the fleeing demon sages. One after another, the holy-grade mechanical rulers blew up the demons. Watching this, the great holy step abyssal demonic dragon's back broke out in a cold sweat, and he rejoiced. Originally, it is a good thing for any dynasty to have a Holy Spirit Warlock rank demon lord join them. However, Yang Feng's ability to refine mechanical weapons is unparalleled. He can even refine Holy Spirit Warlock rank mechanical rulers. As such, he doesn't care about ordinary demons joining him. Zero Emperor, spare me. I am willing to submit to the Devourer Lord. The earth cracked open, and a lich exuding Holy Spirit Warlock rank fluctuations of power flew out and roared. A mysterious phylactery flew out of the nether space and floated above his head. The existence of a lich could be said to be an unkillable existence to ordinary people. As long as their phylactery isn't destroyed, they can be reborn indefinitely. But for Zero, Holy Spirit Warlock rank liches are existences that can be whipped to death with a whip. The whip of the ruler emerged from the void, extended a tentacle, and pierced into the phylactery of the lich and left a mysterious soul brand in the phylactery. After the lich surrendered, various powerful existences flew out of the endless abyss, surrendered to Yang Feng, and allowed Zero to set up restrictions on their souls. One floor after another fell into the plane, where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located, and merged with the plane where Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar is located. A tremendous amount of abyssal origin force poured into Yang Feng's Floor Lord Avatar, making it more terrifying and powerful. Boom! Amidst a heaven-shaking explosion, an ancient, mysterious, and terrifying black coffin flew out of a planet like a bomb. It radiated an immortal emperor's might as it tore through the sky and flew off into the distance. You want to escape? Stay. Yang Feng's figure fluttered, and he emerged from the river of time and slashed at the black coffin with the battle god's halberd in his hand. It was a black coffin. The lid of the coffin opened, and a demonic hand covered in black scales stretched out and flicked its finger. An extremely condensed abyssal light shot out, absorbed the merciless force, and blasted Yang Feng 10,000 kilometers away. Zero flew over and brandished the whip of the ruler, barreling towards the black coffin. The demonic hand, covered in black scales, extended a finger, and ancient and mysterious runes appeared. The runes flickered, and the abyssal origin force of the endless abyss surged and formed a fearsome barrier blocking in front of him. Zero's attack slammed into the fearsome barrier and set off ripples on it, yet it didn't break. An indifferent and cold voice came from the black coffin. "Devour Lord, I am the first demon lord of the endless abyss. Let me go. I owe you a favor. You can do whatever you want in the endless abyss. If you insist on devouring me, then I can die together with your mechanical golem." Yang Feng's eyes narrowed. First Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord is the first Empyrean in the endless abyss, as well as an invincible overlord rank existence. In the long history of the endless abyss, his figure can be seen from time to time. According to legend, the first Demon Lord is an old monster who has lived since the Eternal Sovereign era and has countless trump cards. If it wasn't for the fact that he hasn't fully awakened yet, Yang Feng and Zero would not be his opponent. Not enough. I still want these ores. Yang Feng flicked his finger, and a black ray entered the black coffin where the first Demon Lord is located. Go to this place, and you can get what you want. The first Demon Lord flicked his finger, and a black ray entered Yang Feng's hand. Chapter 13:14. Yang Feng nodded and waved his hand, and the barrier covering the abyss dispersed, allowing the first Demon Lord to fly out of the abyss and enter the void. How smart, as expected of the Devour Lord. Curses, why doesn't he fight the first Demon Lord? It would be great if they both suffered. In each of the secret places, the terrifying existences all had a look of pity in their eyes. They all want to see Yang Feng and the first Demon Lord fight to the death. If it was before the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans awakened, Yang Feng would have been able to suppress the first Demon Lord unscathed. But now that the world has awakened, the Blue Moon Sea Monarch and the other Empyreans have emerged. Under these circumstances, an invincible overlord like the first Demon Lord can, in fact, awaken for a short period of time. Of course, he has to pay a huge price. Whether it is the first Demon Lord or Yang Feng, neither of them is willing to fight to the death under these circumstances. Layers of the abyss merged into the abyss controlled by Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar. When half of the abyss was merged, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar shone with gold light. A gold bone spur grew from his back, and a breath infinitely close to the Empyrean rank diffused from him. A false Empyrean. The devoured dynasty gained another false Empyrean. Fortunately, there are no more Empyrean positions in this universe, or else the devoured dynasty would have gained another Empyrean. In secret places, the eyes of the powerhouses flashed with apprehension. In the abyss, there is a huge plain that is even larger than the Tsangji plain. In the center of the plain, there is a magnificent and luxurious palace. Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar is sitting on the throne, and Empyrean rank might diffuses from him. After refining the origin force of countless abyssal saints and merging half of the abyss, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar finally broke through the limit and reached a new level. In this endless abyss, he can display Empyrean rank battle prowess, and even the Blue Moon Sea Monarch may not be his opponent. However, once he leaves this plane, Yang Feng's Floor Lord avatar will be a relatively powerful quasi-Empyrean, and his fighting strength will only be comparable to that of the 12 holy followers. Those who could only unleash the power of an emperor in a special environment were called false emperors. In the system of gods, most of the supreme gods were false emperors. Only a few over-gods who had lived for countless years, almost since the primordial era, had the power to truly fight against emperors. After Yangfeng's floor Lord Avatar merged with half of the abyss, it has reached its limit. It can no longer merge with the abyss. Only an invincible overlord like the first demon lord could fuse with the endless abyss almost limitlessly. According to the legends, when the first demon lord was still alive, the endless abyss was a huge plain. In the complete endless abyss, the first demon king was a supreme existence, an invincible existence. Later, according to the legends, the first demon lord offended a terrifying Eternal One, and was personally defeated by that Eternal One. He was seriously injured, and had no choice but to enter a deep slumber. When the second demon master and the other demon masters were given the opportunity to rise to power, in the long river of history, the first demon master was one of the strongest emperors. This was why Yangfeng made way and let him leave. At this time, he wasn't sure if he could defeat the first demon lord. After the first demon lord left, the endless abyss no longer had the power to contend with Yangfeng. Countless human warlocks and battle robots poured into the endless abyss to develop it. A steady stream of abyssal materials poured into the Tsangji Plain, making the Devour Dynasty's alchemists excited. The Tsangji Plain, a sea shrouded in endless blue water. With a flash of light, Yangfeng appeared above the blue sea. The Devour Lord requests an audience with the Blue Moon Sea Emperor. A voice reverberated in the blue sea. The Devour Lord. Why is he here? Is he going to attack the Blue Moon Sea race? Below the blue sea, the Blue Moon merfolk powerhouses looked at Yangfeng in the sky with apprehension and dread in their eyes. When Yangfeng's Devour Dynasty took control of the Endless Abyss and slayed the fifth Demon Master, his might shook the universe. Naturally, the Blue Moon Sea race powerhouses were apprehensive. The blue sea suddenly churned and roiled, and countless azure extraordinary plants, blue sea narcissus, emerged and bloomed, and bursts of mysterious fragrance filled the air. Dozens of beautiful blue moon sea narcissus dressed in splendid attire stood on both sides with smiles on their faces. Among the countless beauties, there stood a peerless empress with an extraordinary temperament. Her aura was overwhelming, and her beauty surpassed all the beauties. She was the Blue Moon Ocean Empress. Devour Lord, please. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and extended her lily-white hand, and the blue sea parted. A staircase full of sacred aura emerged and led to a beautiful, dreamlike, mysterious palace. Yangfeng smiled faintly and stepped onto the staircase full of sacred aura. Inside a beautiful palace, the Blue Moon Sea Emperor and the Devour Lord sat down. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, "Devour Lord, what brings you here?" Yangfeng answered, "I came to conclude an alliance treaty with you. If the Gamana Universe's powerhouses attack, please join me in fighting the Gamana Universe's powerhouses." The Gamana Universe's several invasions have been fought with the humans as the main force. The human race's powerhouses suffered heavy casualties, and they paid a huge price. When Yangfeng fought the Red Caltrip Lord and the Silver Emperor, many other race powerhouses were watching from the sidelines, wanting to see him and the two powerhouses suffer mutual destruction. Yangfeng must change this situation. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor smiled sweetly and said, "I understand the principle of interdependence when the lips are gone. Devourer Lord, rest assured, if the Gamana Universe's powerhouses attack, my Blue Moon Sea race will definitely take action. As for the treaty, there's no need to sign it." Yangfeng said flatly, "If you don't sign the treaty, then please take your Blue Moon Sea race and leave the Tsangji Plain. The Tsangji Plain only allows those who are willing to fight the Gamana Universe's powerhouses to live there." When this statement came out, the atmosphere in the palace became cold. As the core of the world of warlocks, the Tsangji Plain is constantly recovering. There are all kinds of treasures and tombs of Empyreans emerging one after another, and new eternal relic sites are emerging. Only in the prosperous holy land of the Tsangji Plain can a race become stronger. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor asked, "Must all powerhouses living in the Tsangji Plain sign this treaty?" Yang Feng replied, "That's right. Anyone who is unwilling to sign this treaty must leave the Tsangji Plain, or they will be hunted down by the Devour dynasty." The Blue Moon Sea Emperor pondered for a while, and then uttered decisively, "Okay, I'll sign it." With a wave of Yang Feng's hand, a Styx emerged, intercepted wisps of Styx's will, and formed a gold contract. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor looked at the contract carefully for a while, and then signed his name decisively. The restricted area, Li Gui Province. Ever since Yang Feng left the Li Gui Province, he has never set foot in this area again. The stronger he is, the more he can feel the terror hidden in the Li Gui Province. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is one of the most dangerous places in the Tsangji Plain, where even saints will die. There were ripples in the void, and Yang Feng appeared in front of the Li Gui Demon Mountain. The Li Gui Demon Mountain is shrouded in dense demonic fog and exudes a mysterious and dangerous aura. "Devour Lord, please come in." The dense demonic fog churned, and a passageway leading to the deepest part of the Li Gui Demon Mountain emerged. In the deepest part of the demonic fog, there is a huge palace 1,000 kilometers tall, engraved with countless mysterious runes. Yang Feng smiled faintly, stepped into the passageway, and entered the huge, mysterious palace. "Hello, Devour Lord. I am the Li Gui Lord. I'm sorry, but it's not time for me to wake up yet. I can only come to see you in this form." On the throne of the gigantic Devil Hall, there was a black devil stone. Within the devil stone, there was a sculpture of a handsome devil cultivator. The stone sculpture is vivid and lifelike, and it exudes Empyrean rank fluctuations of power. "Lord of Rage Ghosts, I'm here to sign an alliance treaty with you." Yang Feng repeated what he said to the Blue Moon Sea Monarch. The Lord of Violent Ghosts frowned slightly and said, "It's not time for me to come out yet. Do I have to participate in such a battle?" Yang Feng said, "You can send an Emperor-rank combatant, or you can leave the Tsangji Plain and go to another plane to wait for an opportunity to recover." Vicious Ghost Lord thought about it for a moment and said, "Then I will send out an Emperor. The Tsangji Plain is the center of the universe. Only Emperors who awaken here can recover in advance and recover their full combat power. At the same time, they can obtain the favor of the universe. No one would give up easily." Tsangji Plain's Barbarian God Mountain Range. The Barbarian God Mountain Range was covered in an extremely powerful magic restraining region, and any expert that entered it would be unable to utilize any techniques. Even saints were no exception. Ripples flickered above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, and Yang Feng appeared above the Barbarian God Mountain Range. "Lord Devourer requests an audience with Barbarian Ancestral God." A voice reverberated in the Barbarian God Mountain Range. "Lord Devourer, he's here. Lord Devourer, the human race's 9th Warlock Emperor." In the Barbarian God Mountain Range, barbarian race powerhouses with tyrannical, fleshly bodies looked at Yang Feng with curiosity in their eyes. Chapter 13:15. Above the Barbarian God Mountain Range, ripples flickered, and a star emerged from the void and appeared in this world. A 100-meter-tall barbarian ancestor god with bronze skin and a rough expression on his face emerged from the star and laughed heroically. "I am the barbarian ancestor god. Devour Lord, come, let's have a drink." Yang Feng smiled and entered the celestial body. A few days later, Yang Feng flew out of the star. In the following days, Yang Feng visited the Empyreans hidden in the Tsangji Plain one by one. Most of the Empyreans chose to sign an offensive and defensive alliance with Yang Feng, agreeing to take action when the Gumana universe attacks. There were also several Empyreans who chose to leave the Tsangji Plain. At the same time, there were also several Empyreans who chose to leave without even meeting Yang Feng. Time elapsed, and 20 years elapsed in a flash. Central Starfield. At the location of the sealed passage, two powerful forces of distortion surged, and a gorgeous flower that looks like it has gathered the essence of the universe suddenly bloomed. As soon as the gorgeous flower bloomed, it shone with dazzling light and doubled in size with every breath of time. In less than a quarter of an hour, the gorgeous flower became as big as a star, and it continued to expand until it was twice the size of the Tsangji Plain before stopping. On a spiritual mountain in the Tsangji Plain, the blue mirror of fate in Yangfeng's hand suddenly trembled, and wisps of mysterious heat flowed out of the blue mirror of fate. It finally appeared, the opportunity for me to promote to an Empyrean realm expert. Yangfeng's eyes radiated resplendent divine light, and he revealed a smile of joy. His figure fluttered, and he disappeared from where he stood. Along with flashes of light, one Empyrean after another appeared in the central starfield. What's this? When Yangfeng appeared in the central starfield, he looked at the gorgeous, huge, and vast flower that surpasses even that of the Tsangji Plain, and his eyes shimmered with doubt. Even Yangfeng doesn't know the origin of this mysterious flower. This is a twin universe flower. It is an existence that will only appear when the universes devour each other. It contains a sliver of an opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. See Monarch Lan Yu walked out from the void. Her beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light as she slowly said, "Twin universe flowers. This is one of the opportunities to enter the eternal realm. This is one of the opportunities for our universe to advance to the eternal realm. This is also the greatest danger. No matter what, we have to stake it all." Many extremely terrifying emperors were hidden in the void. Looking at the gigantic flower, their eyes flashed with excitement. Yangfeng asked the Blue Moon Sea Emperor curiously, "What is twin universe flower?" "That is a flower that can only be born during the end of the universe. It needs to absorb the origin energy of two universes to be born. The twin cosmos flowers connect two universes. Other than eternal sovereigns, any expert can enter the twin cosmos flowers. Once the twin universe flowers appeared, they would wither within 3 years. At that time, a stable passage that can allow emperors to pass through will appear between our two universes." The Blue Moon Sea Emperor's beautiful eyes flashed with a dignified shade, and she said slowly. Yangfeng's eyes flashed with a scorching shade, and he asked, "What is the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm in the twin universe flowers?" The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides is relatively low. Even if the entire universe recovers, only one powerhouse can advance to the eternal realm. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor sighed. "I don't know. In the twin universe flowers, the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm is uncertain. However, one thing is certain. As long as we encounter the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, we will know what it is." Yangfeng pondered for a while, and then nodded. Any emperor has the ability to transcend perception. As long as they see the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, they will be able to sense it. A black coffin appeared in the distance and flew into the void. The lid of the coffin was pushed open, and a peerlessly handsome expert covered in terrifying abyssal devil chi slowly walked out of the coffin. He had a devil horn on his head and a pair of devil wings on his back. He exuded a terrifying devil might from all over his body, and his appearance was peerlessly handsome. First Demon Lord. The first Demon Lord of the Endless Abyss. He actually recovered at this time. He is an invincible overlord rank powerhouse. It seems that he is going all out this time. For the sake of the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm, he can't care about anything else. Now is not the time for invincible overlord rank powerhouses to recover. Once he recovers, he will die if he doesn't get the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. He's going all out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the first Demon Lord, shock appeared in their eyes. The energy level of the universe in which the world of warlocks resides can accommodate the awakening of ordinary emperors. However, invincible overlord rank emperors have to pay a huge price to recover. As soon as the first demon lord appeared, his gaze fell on Yang Feng, and his eyes flickered with ferocious light. The Blue Moon Sea Emperor silently walked away from Yang Feng. His friendship with Yang Feng hasn't reached the point where he wants to fight an invincible overlord rank emperor together with him. At the time, the Devourer Lord swept the endless abyss. Now, there's a good show to watch. At the time, the first demon lord was driven away from the endless abyss. This time, a war is bound to break out. The eyes of the powerhouses in the void are full of expectation. They are eager to see the fight between the first demon lord and Yang Feng. No matter who wins, they will have one less powerful opponent to compete for the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. Ripples flickered, and Zero walked out of the shadow behind Yang Feng, stood quietly beside him, and looked the first demon lord in the eye. Zero Emperor. It's Zero Emperor. Sure enough, Zero Emperor is always following him. Gazes of envy and jealousy focused on Zero. Zero's existence makes Yang Feng's position as the Devourer Lord as stable as a mountain. After the establishment of Devour Dynasty, wherever Yang Feng went, all Empyreans gave way because of Zero's existence. When the first demon lord saw Zero, his pupils constricted, and he walked up to Yang Feng. The first demon lord took a deep look at Yang Feng and uttered, "Devour Lord, I want to recover with the help of abyssal force." The Endless Abyss is currently under Yang Feng's control. With the first demon lord's power, he can directly extract the power of the Endless Abyss to restore his cultivation base. But this will offend Yang Feng. Yang Feng uttered, "Please." Countless mysterious runes shone on the first demon lord, and a vast and fearsome power poured out of the Endless Abyss, emerged from an unseen passage, and entered the first demon lord. The first demon lord's breath became more and more terrifying and powerful. The first demon lord, he's an invincible overlord. Sure enough, the opportunity to advance to the eternal realm isn't that easy to obtain. The top powerhouses hidden in the void looked at the first demon lord with a dignified look in their eyes. Originally, the duo of Yang Feng and Zero was the most fearsome enemy in the eyes of these emperors. After the first demon king appeared, everyone's gaze was focused on him. A vast and terrifying dragon Chi swept over from afar, and a handsome young man with dragon horns on his head, dressed in a green armor, and exuding a domineering and invincible temperament walked over. Behind the young man is the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor. That's the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. He's also an invincible overlord rank Empyrean. They finally couldn't help but come out. When the powerhouses hidden in the void saw the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, their eyes flashed with dignity. "You are the Devourer Lord?" Of the 9-branch floating continents of the heaven and earth spirit root, the Azure Dragon race wants 3. Walking on air, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor arrived in front of Yang Feng and looked at him with pride in his eyes, and vast true dragon Chi swept towards Yang Feng. A cold ray flashed in Yang Feng's eyes, and he uttered coldly, "If you want to take the branch floating continents from us humans, then please come to the Tsangji Plain and fight with my Devour Dynasty, Azure Dragon Great Emperor." "Very well, Devourer Lord, I will go to the Tsangji Plain and take everything I want." After leaving a cold sentence, the Azure Dragon Great Emperor turned around and left. The Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor took a deep look at Yang Feng with jealousy in his eyes, and then followed behind the Azure Dragon Great Emperor. Standing beside the Azure Dragon Great Emperor, the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor looked at Yang Feng with a complicated look in his eyes. When the Azure Dragon Empyrean Emperor appeared, he thought that he could suppress the world, plunder countless opportunities, and finally set foot in the Empyrean realm. Unfortunately, he was defeated by Yang Feng and fell behind step by step. Now he has only advanced to the advanced Great Holy Realm, which is not on the same level as Yang Feng. A golden sun appeared in the distance, and a three-legged golden crow, as large as a star and burning with golden crow flames, flew over from afar. Golden Crow Great Emperor. It's another invincible overlord rank Empyrean. This is already the third invincible overlord rank Empyrean. He has recovered as well. When the spectating powerhouses saw the huge, three-legged golden crow exuding Empyrean might that can easily burn a star to ashes, their eyes shimmered with apprehension. The Golden Crow Great Emperor was an invincible overlord of the Archgod Age, and he devoured 3 Empyreans. Chapter 13:16. Mysterious runes shone, and the Golden Crow Emperor flapped his wings and crossed tens of thousands of light years and appeared in the void. In the vast universe, there is no plain origin to bind you. As long as you are proficient in spatial spells, it is normal for Empyrean rank powerhouses to cross tens of thousands of light years with a spell. As soon as the Golden Crow Emperor appeared in the void, his fearsome golden crow eyes swept Yang Feng, and then fell on the first Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor. Only invincible overlords, such as the first Demon Lord and the Azure Dragon Emperor, can contend against the Golden Crow Emperor one-on-one. He doesn't care about the rest of the people. Yang Feng's eyes shimmered gravely. The world of warlocks is really a place of crouching tigers and hidden dragons. There's so many powerhouses. Unfortunately, these guys won't show up until they see an opportunity to advance to the eternal realm. The energy level of the Gamena universe is much higher than that of our universe. Presumably, it has more than 18 Empyreans. The Gamena universe has 3 Protoss races and 18 sacred races. On the surface, there are only 18 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. Among them, the Wave Rock Lord and the Red Caltrip Lord have already died. In theory, there should only be 16 Warlock Emperor rank Empyreans. However, there are 3 invincible Overlord rank Empyreans in the vicinity of the Twin Universe Flowers. Yang Feng has already discovered more than 10 Empyrean rank Empyreans. With so many powerhouses in the world of warlocks, the Gamena universe's energy level is half an energy level higher than that of the world of warlocks. As such, there will only be more Empyrean rank powerhouses. Of course, the Gamena universe has 3 eternal sovereigns who have absorbed a lot of resources. The number of Empyreans born in each era may be less than that of the world of warlocks. But even so, after a long period of accumulation, the number of Empyreans in the Gamena universe is still an astonishing number. Yang Feng looked at the powerhouses with an enigmatic gleam in his eyes, as expected of a universe's end tribulation. Even eternal sovereigns will die in such a battle. However, this is also the best opportunity. In the past era, there would be no chance of advancing to the eternal realm. This is the worst era, but also the best era. Twin Universe Flowers. This is a world of origin formed by the origin of 2 universes. There are countless treasures and all kinds of precious opportunities here. There is also an opportunity to advance to the Empyrean rank here. Along with flashes of light, Holy Spirit warlocks and quasi-Empyrean rank powerhouses rushed over from afar and stared at the Twin Universe Flowers with greed in their eyes. Except for eternal sovereigns, anyone can enter the Twin Universe Flowers. According to legend, the Twin Universe Flowers contain boundless fortuitous encounters and precious treasures that could allow a quasi-emperor to advance into the Emperor realm in one go. Twin Universe Flowers. This time, I must enter and find that treasure. I must advance to Emperor realm and surpass Lord Devourer. Feng of Empyroth of Empyreans. Feng of a Feng of according to the prophecies of many great holy step prophets. Feng Xuanjin was the peerless genius of this era of Tsangji Plains human warlocks with the potential to advance to the 9th Warlock Emperor. However, Yang Feng rose to the top, bravely advanced all the way, killed all the enemies in his way, plundered all the opportunities, and never missed an opportunity to strengthen himself. In the end, he reached the pinnacle, founded the human race's 9th warlock dynasty, devoured dynasty, suppressed the heavens, and made all emperors bow their heads. Although Feng Shuangjian is suppressed by Yang Feng, but after all, he is the most outstanding supreme genius of this era. He practiced cultivation to the quasi-Empyrean realm and possesses extraordinary battle prowess. He is only a step away from the Empyrean realm. Devour Lord, I will definitely surpass you. In this era, I am the one who can finally advance to the Empyrean realm. The Twin Universe Flowers is my greatest opportunity. At the time, it was only after the human star Lord advanced to the Empyrean realm that he managed to reverse the situation and defeat all the strong enemies. I will definitely surpass you. Devour Lord. In the eyes of ordinary people, each of these quasi-Empyreans is a monster among monsters, a supreme genius among supreme geniuses. Each and every one of them is a proud and arrogant, peerless powerhouse of an era. They are naturally unwilling to be suppressed by Yang Feng all their lives. The Twin Universe Flowers are their only chance to catch up with and surpass Yang Feng. The Twin Universe Flower, which looks like a world, burst out with resplendent light, and bursts of sacred pollen enveloped the Twin Universe Flower in halos of sacred light. Silver vines extended from the petals of the Twin Universe Flowers. When he saw the silver vines, the Gold Crow Emperor's eyes lit up, and he flapped his wings, turned into a stream of light, and flew to a silver vine. The silver vine swept the Golden Crow the Arch into the Twin Universe Flowers. Those silver vines were also known as the Guiding Vines. Each universe only had 3,000 guiding vines, and when an expert ascended it, one would disappear. Formidable Empyrean might permeated the void, and Empyreans descended from the sky and flew towards the vines of guidance. 3 invincible overlords and 16 Empyreans. Our universe's underlying strength is really deep. Unfortunately, if we don't advance to the eternal realm, we won't be able to contend against another universe. Standing stealthily in front of a vines of guidance, Yang Feng quietly watched the powerful existences enter the Twin Universe Flowers. After the Empyreans entered the Twin Universe Flowers, the quasi-emperors and holy ones blurred into motion and flew towards the vines of guidance. All of a sudden, one of the great sages waved his hand, and countless specks of golden light shot out from all directions toward the vine of guidance. In an instant, golden void worms appeared on the hundreds of vines of guidance. With a flash of light, the vines of guidance wrapped around the void worms and disappeared. Damn it, great holy insect, what are you doing? Are you crazy? Great holy insect! The furious cries of the saints and great saints rang out in the void. The eyes of the great holy insect shimmered with madness, and he laughed wildly. I was ordered by the Devour Lord to stop you. Trash like you're not qualified to enter the Twin Universe Flowers to compete for resources. Ha ha ha. The Devour Lord. Damn it. Why did the Devour Lord do that? Is this an order from the Devour Lord? The Holy Ones and Great Holy Ones were originally furious and wanted to kill the Great Holy Insect. But when they heard Yang Feng's name, they could only grit their teeth and glare at the Great Holy Insect. They don't dare to provoke the Great Holy Insect who has Yang Feng's backing. When did I give the order? Why don't I know about it? A cold voice sounded in the void, and Yang Feng's true body appeared in the void and looked coldly at the insect Great Holy. Devour. Lord. When the Great Holy Insect saw Yang Feng, his face turned pale with fright. 3 pairs of huge void insect wings grew on him, and he flew into the distance. You actually dared to use my name to sow discord. How dare you? A cold voice came from the void, and a giant hand tore through the sky and extended towards the Great Holy Insect. Numerous powerful demonic insects flew out of the great spiritual insect sage's body in an attempt to contend with the terrifying giant hand. Devouring black holes appeared on the huge hand and devoured the countless demonic insects. With a squeeze, the great spiritual insect sage was caught in the hand. A sharp mechanical awl pierced into the head of the great holy insect, drilled into his brain and soul, and extracted information. It turns out to be one of the Gamana universe's spies. To dare jump out at this time, you're courting death. A devour black hole appeared and devoured the great holy insect. Yang Feng snorted coldly, stepped on a vine of guidance, and disappeared in an instant. How terrifying! So this is the Devourer Lord. He's too powerful. Slaying great holy sages like ants. The Devourer Lord is really terrifying. Even some Empyreans can't kill great holy sages like ants. The Devourer Lord has become more powerful. Feeling Yang Feng's terror again, the holy and great holy sages suppressed their thoughts about the Devourer dynasty. As soon as he entered the world of twin universe flowers, Yang Feng saw forests and endless mountain ranges, and the whole world is shrouded in a mysterious force. What rich energy! This is a higher energy level of the universe. The world of warlocks and the Gamana universe devoured each other and transformed into a world formed by the origin of the universe. Unfortunately, the laws of the universe here are incomplete. Otherwise, I could advance to the Empyrean realm here. Yang Feng took a deep breath, his eyes shimmered with regret, and his tremendous soul force swept in all directions. A group of holy rank cyan great rocks. This world is really full of holy rank cyan great rocks. With his tremendous soul force, Yang Feng sensed that there are 100 holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks in a huge spirit mountain. In the world of warlocks, holy spirit warlock rank cyan great rocks can become the protectors of a race. But here, they are as common as cabbages, not worth mentioning. That's a dream god fruit. That's a legendary treasure that can enable a phantom extraordinary life form to advance to the Empyrean realm. In the entire world of warlocks, only 3 of them have appeared. I didn't expect to see one here. As expected of twin universe flowers, a holy land containing the origin essence of 2 universes. It even has such a treasure. Yang Feng scanned with his soul force and suddenly found a Narcissus exuding phantom force shrouded in a phantom sea 10,000 kilometers away, and he inhaled a breath of cold air. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.